Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Liu Qian raised his fist as big as a sandbag, adding that he owed him the world's energy before. Guang's face changed instantly, and he patted his chest directly. Wrap it on me, just to put it on quickly. I'll wrap it up this time. That's a good relationship. Liu Qian patted Guang and motioned for him to hurry up. Guang showed a smile that was even uglier than crying from the small treasury he had managed to save during this period. He took out part of it and started to help the host find the world of cultivating immortals. It can be done in 10 minutes. As long as there is world energy, the speed of finding the world is fast. After obtaining a coordinate, Guang took the host and disappeared in place. Liu Qian opened his eyes and looked up to see a woman with her hands on her hips, saying loudly, "Hurry up and give me half of this month's special monthly salary." Liu Qian, "Do I owe you anything?" Liu Qian was speechless. He asked him for something so confidently. He didn't need to think about his monthly salary. He knew it was something similar to a salary. Lin Xiaoman was stunned. How could this honest senior brother say such a thing? I don't know it, but as senior brother, how about you give me some spiritual stones and elixirs? What? Why should I give it to you? Because of your big face and your bad attitude towards me. I'll tell you what, it's the best. Go out, don't get in my eyes. Liu Qian took a look at the antique furniture and planned to drive it out. He found a place to receive the memory of the same person. In a world like this, where Guang uses the method of fast travel, it is usually quite bloody. After all, what is quick travel if it is not bloody? It's nice to watch such a bloody thing, but if you are involved in it, it won't be so easy. Liu Qian looked at the rude guy in front of him who was asking for his things, with black lines on his face, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. When had Lin Xiaoman ever been scolded like this? He was still the senior brother who had always been bullied by everyone and never said a word. She felt an inexplicable feeling of embarrassment. She patted the storage bag on her waist. A green long sword appeared in her hand. She raised her hand and swung it towards Liu Qian. Liu Qian was even more speechless. Damn it! I'll cut myself if I don't get it. Is this a robbery? This is the first time I have been robbed. The terrifying psychokinesis spurted out directly, immobilizing Lin Xiaoman, who was wielding the sword. Then Liu Qian hooked his fingers, and the woman's body clicked a few times. Then she raised her hands in the air with a sword in her hand. Then psychokinesis moved and threw the woman directly. This posture was quite aerodynamic, and she flew quite far. Then it penetrated directly to the hill next door. Liu Qian didn't even kill her. After driving her away, psychokinesis dissipated. The top priority is to first see what memories the peers in this world have. Liu Qian closed his eyes, and memories began to emerge. The Liu Qian in this world was the senior brother of Xuanzong of Qing dynasty. It sounds like he has a high status, but in fact he is a big grudge. He was an orphan and was raised by the sect, so he devoted his whole life to the sect. I usually give whatever good things I have to my junior sisters. My master is also the head of Qingxin sect. He is devoted to cultivating immortals and ignores worldly things. Let the eldest brother handle all the affairs of the sect, and those who act like cows and horses are simply the innate cow-horse holy body. But because he had to take care of everything, he gave away good things to his junior sister and also helped people in his sect do some things, which was a waste of time. Even though his talent is actually quite good, it still results in his cultivation not being very high, only at the early stage of the Golden Core. He is an eldest brother. If he were in an ordinary sect of cultivating immortals, he would be pretty good, but in Qingxian sect, the largest righteous sect in the world of cultivating immortals, he is still a bit defeated. In the world of immortality, where the strong are respected, many people don't think highly of the original person, but others look down on them, and those who have received favors also look down on them, just like a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Especially the girl, just now, was still my decoration master, and the last junior sister she accepted was simply referred to as little junior sister. Because she is the youngest, the original person treats her the best. According to the setting of Bianlang, this guy has no idea of kindness at all. On the contrary, I felt that it was natural. Her attitude when she asked Li Yuqian for something just now. I don't know, did she think that Li Yuqian owed her something? Anyway, the original memory is basically that of a tool man who has been sucked blood. From what you can see, Li Yuqian's mammary glands suddenly became blocked. Men's mammary glands are also mammary glands. After being convinced, Little Sunspot made his subordinates become a dozen workers and cattle and horses every day. Now that he is fine, he has become a great person. Li Yuqian is a little confused. Why is Mao Zonpier doing so poorly? You can't tell who the protagonist is by just relying on memory, but you can tell that you are the wrong person. Anyway, you are definitely not the protagonist. Forget it. Anyway, I came here to study how to make perfect use of my future enemies. It doesn't matter who is the protagonist, just don't call yourself, but in your memory, you have to spit out whatever the white-eyed wolf eats. Li Yuqian is not willing to be a good person. He is still such a big grievance. Finally, he began to carefully recall some common sense of the world in his memory. For example, the levels of cultivation in this world are chi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, deity transformation, Mayana stage, and then immortal. There is no setting in this world to ascend to immortality or to another world, but immortality is a realm. In this world, there is the existence of immortality and controlling laws. Unfortunately, due to a great war in ancient times between the righteous way and the evil way, immortals fell one after another, and some high-level immortal cultivators were also fighting. The end of the war directly caused a gap in the high-level immortal cultivators. Even now, no immortal cultivators have become immortals again. Li Yuqian didn't care about this, and was thinking carefully about whether there was any magic weapon that could make perfect use of the enemy's corpse. Although the refining method of the righteous magic weapon is all in my memory, it is very different. It involves refining the feathers, scales, bones, flesh, and blood of the monster beast into a magic weapon. It's actually the same as making the bones, flesh, and blood of humanoid creatures into magic weapons. What difference does this make? After looking at it for a while, Li Yuqian felt that the benefits were quite a lot. Maybe I can transform the human emperor banner, refining the soul before, and now refining it all to strengthen the quality and power of this weapon. Not bad, not bad. With inspiration and the blessing of my own ability, even this kind of extracted props can't be transformed. At this point, this time travel mission is successfully completed. Li Yuqian thought about it carefully. His original wish was to live a good life and to be a qualified, righteous senior brother without being sucked by others anymore and to think more about himself. This wish is very simple. Li Yuqian said that he could not let others suck his blood. He was the only one who bullied others. How could others bully him? The original body was sucked by blood just to bully honest people. Li Yuqian's face was full of anger. It was really disgusting. He actually bullied me, an honest person. It was unreasonable. This kind of anger and this feeling were very immersive. Guang, why is your sense of substitution so strong? Shouldn't you bring in the kind of person who bullies him? Li Yuqian, how could I take on a role of such a bad person? I'm a good person. Guang. Although his wish is very simple, there is another requirement, which is to become a qualified righteous senior brother. Although Li Yuqian felt that he was a righteous man, it was his first time to be a righteous senior brother, so it was a bit challenging. Guang. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Yuqian recalled the knowledge of cultivating immortals in his memory, and used a magic formula to directly open and wrap up the magic circle where he was, which was his cave. Entering retreat mode, sitting cross-legged at the same time, breathing in the aura of this world. After living for such a long time, apart from cultivating immortality in internet cafes, this is the first time I have truly cultivated immortality. I have to try myself. Terrifying spiritual energy began to gather from all around, and sank into Li Yuqian's body in a whirlpool shape. The original cultivation technique was pretty good in this world, but with Li Yuqian's magic modification, while practicing it, it instantly became a top-notch technique. Although I have never practiced celestial beings, what about ninjutsu, magic secret methods? The road is simple. Different paths lead to the same goal. Just learn from the magic and modify it, and it will be okay, by the way. However, Li Yuqian's original body has been strengthened to a certain extent. Cultivation of immortality is actually an evolution of human beings, and he finally evolves into an immortal. But Li Yuqian's original life level was higher than that of the immortals in this world. He advanced in just an instant, rising like a rocket, jumping directly from the early stage of Jindan to the early stage of nascent soul. One big realm every day, and in 3 days, you will reach full level in this world, cultivate immortality with ease, and directly lead the immortality from afar. Li Yuqian opened his eyes with satisfaction. The next second, someone kept attacking the magic circle outside, making him blush. How is this different from the real world, where someone uses a floor shaker to shake the flat floor of my house? Who on horseback dares to shake my building without eyesight? Bah! How dare you hit my magic circle? Li Yuqian was angry, and then walked out directly. He saw Lin Xiaoman, who had been thrown out by him before, with an angry face, using spells to attack the magic circle. When Li Yuqian came out, she didn't stop. How could she tolerate Li Yuqian's violent temper? My mother is entangled. Originally a small skill of his, after using the magic formula, its effect and flexibility became much stronger. Li Yuqian feels like he can cosplay Lan Yinxiao Wuhuan. A green vine shot out directly from the ground under Lin Xiaoman's feet, tying him tightly. Lin Xiaoman was furious. What happened to the Toolman's senior brother? He just threw himself out before, but now he tied himself up in front of so many Qingxian sect disciples. This is a rebellion. You want to rebel? Li Yuqian looked at the Qingxian sect disciples who were eating melons and watching a show around him, and shouted angrily. There are quite a lot of melon eaters watching the show around. Facts have proved that no matter what world you are in, no matter what you do, if you go to the melon eaters to join the fun, there will always be people watching. If you dare to draw a sword against my senior brother, I will throw you out of the cave. You dare to attack the magic circle of my cave. I am so disappointed in you. I have decided that I will take back all the items I gave you before. A wolf-hearted little junior sister like you must be strictly disciplined. Li Yuqian directly stood on the moral high ground and pointed at Lin Xiaoman. The surrounding disciples were all shocked. No, this is the first time I've seen such an angry senior brother. You actually drew your sword against your senior brother. Although your senior brother is a bit weak, he is usually an honest man. But is it too much to draw your sword and kill him? Yes, you see, this honest man is angry. Li Yuqian feels that he is standing on the moral high ground, and it feels good to point fingers at the right people. Is this what the right path feels like? It feels pretty good. Aguang. Li Yuqian stretched out his hand, and with a slight hook, the storage bag on Lin Xiaoman's body floated up and flew into his hand. After checking out, I found that there were quite a lot of good things inside, which seemed right. After all, the sex salary had just been issued. In addition, my original body was sucked by her from time to time in the hospital. It is normal to have many good things. I will use these as compensation. Li Yuqian snorted coldly and ignored Lin Xiaoman. He turned around and went back to the cave, letting the vines restrain her and keeping her motionless in place. The surrounding sect disciples were pointing at Lin Xiaoman. Lin Xiaoman felt like he was going crazy. It was so humiliating. Who would save him? Fortunately, a few hours later, a ray of light came speeding over. It was none other than third senior sister Wu Jingyi. She saw the little junior sister in front of her senior brother's cave, really bound by vines and tied to the spot motionless. Originally, when she heard the news, she still didn't believe it. If the senior brother was so honest, he would get angry. He even tied the junior sister to the spot and made her stand there. This was so unbelievable. It turned out that so many people said it that she came here half convinced, and it turned out to be true. What kind of outrageous thing did this little junior sister do? However, how embarrassing it would be to tie the little junior sister in front of the cave entrance and be seen by the surrounding sect disciples. No matter how angry you are, you can't do this? Wu Jingyi raised her hand, and a golden light, full of sharp aura, struck the vine. Metal overcomes wood, the way of mutual growth and mutual restraint. Plus her realm and her senior brother are even a little stronger. They can definitely split this strange wood spell. As a result, the golden light hit a vine and exploded directly, without even breaking the skin. Wu Jingyi was silent. How could this be possible? She began to use various spells to try to untie the vine, forcibly breaking it, and removing the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint will not work. She was silent for a while, and after thinking about it, she immediately began to send a message to the magic circle in the cave, asking the senior brother to come out. At this time, Li Yuqian was analyzing various knowledge of cultivating immortals, such as magic circles, spells, alchemy, puppets, weapon refining, and insect breeding. Fortunately, the original owner belongs to the world of cultivating immortals. He knows a little bit about everything, but is not proficient in it. For Li Yuqian, a little knowledge is enough for him to absorb the essence and knowledge. As for some advanced knowledge of cultivating immortals. Just kidding, I am a senior brother, so I will go to the place where the sect places books and knowledge on cultivating immortals to take a good look and learn from it. Suddenly, a message came from outside the magic circle. Li Yuqian touched his chin. Everything was going according to plan. After deliberately drying for half an hour, he walked out slowly. Initially, Wu Jingyi, shocked due to that spell, turned into anger as she waited. Li Yuqian, why did you come out now? And no matter what the junior sister did, do you think it's appropriate to tie her up for so long in full view of the public? At this time, Lin Xiaoman was completely wilted. She had been tied up for several hours. The sun was so hot. Fortunately, she was a cultivator. Ordinary people would have suffered from heat stroke. Li Yuqian looked at Wu Jingyi seriously. Call senior brother by his first name. You are very brave. Wu Jingyi's heart skipped a beat. What do you want to do? As a result, in an instant, a vine appeared directly and tied her tightly. The golden shield she instantly inspired was wrapped and crushed in an instant. His mother entangled and snatched the storage bag in one go. Li Yuqian said in a calm tone, I found that I am too good to my junior brothers and sisters. Some people can no longer distinguish the king of file size and do not know how to respect senior brother. I will take back all the things I gave you before. Being a rightful senior brother is a very metaphysical proposition. For example, Li Yuqian directly sent an army of steel to unify the world of immortality. Then he established a sect called Zhengdao, and then he became the senior brother, Zhengdao senior brother, which was perfect. But sweeping around all day was too boring. So Li Yuqian decided to play something more technical. What a good old master. I am a master possessed by little sunspot and possessed by capitalism. The junior sisters who are sucking his blood now want to get back what they have given them. These 2 storage bags are the beginning, and they will be squeezed slowly later. By the way, I remember there was another junior sister, the second senior sister of these 2 cheating junior sisters. After a while, Calabash Boy rescued Grandpa and also snatched her storage bag. Since I am the eldest brother and the oldest, I will let these junior sisters do things for me in the future. It is not too much. There are also these sect disciples. Although they are not the same master as me, they are all from the same sect. I am usually a good person and always help. In the future, my temperament will change drastically, so I think it's not too much to squeeze them to develop the sect. It's all for the sect anyway. Master Xinyu? You're a fool, Xinyu. I want to take care of the sect for you. You can handle it yourself. If you don't handle it well and are ready to run away, I will directly listen to the education of my ancestors. You, a salted fish master, know what responsibility and responsibility are. If you do too poorly, I will directly take away your bird position. Senior brother, it is not too much to inherit the position of sect leader, right? Jia. Suck my blood? I'll let you know what an authentic capitalist vampire is. Aguang. Sure enough, little Sunspot learned bad things from you. Li Yuqian was still thinking about his thoughts. At this time, Wu Jingyi was almost going crazy. She couldn't bear to be like Lin Xiaoman next to her and could only yell loudly. His tone was stiff, but his logic was clear. What you said makes sense, but the various spiritual stone resources stored in my storage bag are much more than what you gave me, senior brother. Normally, senior brother, you give the most things to your junior sister, so it is reasonable for you to collect her storage bag, but I am different, and there is no reason to take back the things you have given away. Wu Jingyi really doesn't understand why her honest senior brother is so crazy today. That storage bag is more than half of her net worth. And why is he so strong? He can restrain himself with just one move, and the aura he exudes at this time is actually the nascent soul realm? How is this possible? There are more and more disciples of the melon-eating sect around. What kind of cultivation should I practice? This is the first time for a monk to live such a long life and encounter such a lively situation. Anyway, it is not too late to join the fun before going back. Li Yuqian looked at the future calves and horses around him and showed a kind smile. The disciples of the sect sighed one after another. To be honest, I still think it must be senior sister Lin who has done something particularly egregious. I know. I heard that she killed the senior brother with a sword. She is so lawless. That's right. She was originally lawless and very crazy inside. Look how honest and kind senior brother is. How nice he is to junior sister Lin in normal times. But she actually chopped senior brother. No wonder she is so angry. Li Yuqian, jie. Honest and kind. Wu Jingyi finally knew the whole process of the matter and was speechless. As a junior sister, she usually yelled at her senior brother. He even drew his sword directly. No wonder it made Candide angry. Originally, it was okay to make him angry, but in the end, Candide actually broke through to the nascent soul stage. Wait, it's impossible for his cultivation to improve so much all at once, unless he is hiding his clumsiness. This time he was too angry and accidentally exposed his cultivation, so he stopped pretending. When Wu Jingyi thought of this possibility, she instantly felt that her usually toolman senior brother was a bit unfathomable. If you are really an honest person, how can you hide your cultivation? Who is hiding his cultivation but is not an old Imbi or a Taoist? Therefore, my senior brother is actually an old Imbi. He looks honest, but in fact he hides his cultivation and plans for big things. Damn it, the world of cultivating immortals is really dominated by the weak and the strong, and there is no simple thing. Let's just say, how can the dignified and upright first sect senior brother be such an honest be asterisk D? Aguang, to a certain extent, you are right. Li Yuqian looked at Wu Jingyi in front of him, whose expression looked like that of a Hokage, and replied in a calm tone. I'm keeping it for you. It really makes me sad to see how stingy you two are. Can you tell me that I'm not good to you too? Do you now take my kindness to you for granted? Favors come and go. You guys, the better I treat you, the more unbridled you are. Lin Xiaoman actually broke into my cave and asked for my salary. He even asked for half of it. If he didn't give it, he would kill me. I really can't teach you well. The most outrageous thing is that you two are wronged. Li Yuqian snorted coldly, and psychokinesis combined with the knowledge of magic circles in this world to directly construct a magic circle to isolate spiritual energy. Then it was directly put on the vines of the two people's bodies. The meaning was obvious: to isolate the spiritual energy and make the two of them stand. Everyone around was shocked by this move. In one thought, two magic circles were created. Senior brother, it was so terrifying. I can clearly see that senior brother Xuanzong has the appearance of an immortal. Li Yuqian turned around and looked back, feeling secretly happy. It felt more like pretending to be slapped in the face in a bloody world. At this time, the melon-eating crowd began to quickly spread the situation around the scene. After all, having fun alone is not as good as having fun together. What? The honest senior brother got angry and exploded. What? Senior brother actually hides his cultivation. In fact, he is already in the nascent soul stage, and he even has the appearance of an immortal with just one thought. Why is he hiding his cultivation? He also hides a big realm, right? Normally, everyone hides a small realm, right? What? Your hidden realm? Didn't you hide it? Elder brother, why are you angry? He's so honest. Maybe he's not very honest. He hides his cultivation. However, senior brother, he is indeed a nice person. He usually takes good care of us, but I heard that the junior sisters among the direct disciples of the sect leader are all white-eyed wolves. Your junior sister wanted to draw her sword and kill the senior brother because he wanted half of the senior brother's salary, but the senior brother didn't give it. No wonder the senior brother is so angry that he revealed his hidden cultivation. I'm sorry to say that our first sect, senior brother, how can he be in the golden core stage? He must at least be in the late golden core stage to meet his status. It turned out to be the nascent soul stage. I have been hiding my cultivation for so many years, and I have also dealt with so many things in the sect. I usually go out to travel and give us good things. Senior brother, you are the best. I want to become a Taoist partner with him. What? Senior brother, you are in the nascent soul stage. What? Senior brother, you are in the stage of becoming a god. Stop. Why are the rumors getting more and more outrageous? Have you really become a god? Of course, I, the gossip boy, will have false news. 5 days later, Li Yuqian was chewing on the dried meat of the spiritual beast and looked at the two people standing outside, amazed. Immortal cultivators are worthy of being immortal cultivators. One is in the early stage of the golden elixir, and the other is in the middle stage of the golden elixir. After isolating the spiritual energy, I was forced to stand for 5 days. My face has been pale for 5 days, and I haven't fainted yet. My physical fitness is excellent. At first, Li Yuqian thought that this world was for women to practice immortality. After all, the senior brother who resented the elder brother was quite a B*****H. But looking at their physical qualities, they don't look like women's videos. The female immortal cultivators in women's videos don't fall in love crazily or get dizzy when they encounter anything. How can you make it easier for the heroine to fall in love with you if you are so physically strong? That doesn't necessarily mean that this is a stereotype. Li Yuqian thought about it. He usually doesn't read novels on female channels. He only watches short videos to read other people's comments. He heard that female channels practice fairy tales and like to fall in love. Anyway, it's quite distinctive, so you'll have to observe it yourself. Li Yuqian feels that this world of cultivating immortals is quite novel, but it can also be quite annoying sometimes. For example, there is a second junior sister who sucks her own blood. She is so stupid. Both junior sisters were forced to stand for 5 days without any movement. Could they still be in seclusion? The 3 junior sisters who were wronged are all white-eyed wolves, and they must be dealt with first. There is also the fishermen. These 4 guys are the focus of treatment. Forget it. They will come over when things get serious. The senior sister, Li Yuqian, was waiting for didn't come. But an old man with gray hair and a spirit of immortality flew over slowly. He is Elder Wang, and he and several elders usually help Li Yuqian handle some sect affairs. A sect has various things to deal with every day. But in the past few days, Li Yuqian, who had been hardworking, actually stopped helping with matters. This won't work. Just dealing with things for 5 days will make a few elders very tired. There is no way. Since Li Yuqian became the senior brother, he worked hard every day, and everyone has directly experienced the leisurely life of retirement. Coupled with the fact that Li was rich but not greedy for power and devoted himself selflessly, these elders enjoyed many years of blessings. As a result, several elders were not quite used to handling such a large workload suddenly, and even made a few minor decision-making mistakes, resulting in the loss of a lot of spiritual stones. And there are some things that these elders can't handle. Li Yuqian is at least the sect's direct disciple. The nature of their treatment is different from that of his. So, several elders quickly sent Elder Wang, who had the best relationship with Li Yuqian, to ask him to go to the cave to invite Li Yuqian. Something was wrong. 12% of it was wrong. Elder Wang looked at Lin Xiaoman and Wu Jingyi standing outside the cave, his head filled with doubts. He also heard the relevant news, but he didn't quite believe it. In addition, Li Yuqian suddenly gave up his job and stopped doing various things that happened. He was so busy that he didn't have time to check whether it was true or false. Now he saw with his own eyes that Li Yuqian actually tied up his two junior sisters and forced them to stand in front of the cave door. Could it be that he was under too much pressure and went crazy? Elder Wang thought about it. He had been fishing for so many years, and his face turned red. Then he slowly came over and looked at the information conveyed in the cave's magic circle. As for the two guys standing at the door of the cave, oops, I'm not their master, and I still ask Li Yuqian to help. It's none of his business. It's none of his business. He has been suffering from presbyopia recently and cannot see. As soon as Li Yuqian returned to the cave, he heard someone knocking on the door outside, Bah, calling him. I was reluctant to leave, and then I was shocked. Why did this old man smile like a chrysanthemum? What good thing made him smile so brightly? After thinking about it carefully, isn't this Lao Wang from the F4 group of Qing Xuanzhou? I spent the whole day playing mahjong or drinking with those three old guys, trying to exploit myself as a junior. Old Biden, taking a look at the strength of the old guy in front of him, he saw that he was at the peak of his initial stage of transformation, and his energy and spirit were declining. He probably wouldn't be able to break through in this life. It's right to think about it. If it weren't for something that couldn't be broken through, and with just enough strength to become a god, its strength would be considered top-notch in this world. After all, those with the highest cultivation level are those in the Mahayana stage, which are the old monster trump cards of every force. The transformed gods are generally the facade, and the nascent soul stage is the mainstay. With his level of strength, he is just good enough to help the sect master handle sect affairs, but he happens to be old and has no possibility of breakthrough. But Li Yuqian is still young and needs to practice hard. The four old guys are not good people. Elder Wang smiled brightly. You are rich. Why don't you deal with the sect's affairs these days? Oh, don't be angry because of some things. Your body is yours. Don't worry. I heard about what your two junior sisters did. I heard that they disrespected you, scolded you, snatched your storage bag, chopped off your hands, and cut off your head. This is really too much. When your master comes out of seclusion, I will definitely file a complaint. However, you have money. The sect has a lot of things lately. How about you come over and help share some of it? Li Yuqian, what do you mean by robbing my storage bag? You also want to chop off my hands and my head. As expected, the rumors are getting more and more outrageous. No, I'm not interested. I find that dealing with these things has a great impact on my cultivation. If you don't take care of it for a few days, I will become a god. As he spoke, Li Yuqian showed off his realm and maintained his aura until the early stage of divine transformation. In fact, Li Yuqian is already a fairy in this world now, but it is not fun to be exposed directly now. After reaching this state, Li Yuqian felt that his strength had increased a little. I feel a little bit, but not much. Originally, the immortals in this world were probably just like exploding stars, but they had many different methods. This world of cultivating immortals should belong to a level that is neither high nor low, but Li has money and is not greedy. This is enough. It is inspiration and knowledge logic. The human emperor banner has been transformed in the past 5 days. Now not only can the souls of fellow Taoists enter the human emperor banner, but also the physical body. How wonderful! At this time, Elder Wang perceived Li Yuqian's cultivation level and was completely confused and in disbelief. How is it possible? Aren't you in the early stage of golden elixir? And you haven't made a breakthrough for many years. How is that possible? Anyway, every day I get up earlier than a chicken and go to bed later than a pig. I am either dealing with sect affairs or going out to grab supplies for my junior sisters. But after all, I am also the eldest disciple of the sect leader, and I am extremely talented. How could it be possible that I have always been in the early stage of the golden elixir? It's just that I have been busy with various things before, which has slowed down the progress of my cultivation, and you don't care about my cultivation. Li Yuqian's strange words made Elder Wang feel that they made sense. If his talent was not good, Why would his sect master accept him as his disciple? Wait, that's bad. Now that Li Yuqian understands that dealing with sect affairs has slowed down his cultivation time, he won't give up and quit in the future, right? Li Yuqian's expression clearly told Elder Wang that what he thought was true and that the tool man was going to run away and give up his job. But for a moment, Elder Wang had no reason to stop him. Why should someone at such a young age drag down his cultivation time to deal with affairs? Bad. Elder Wang thought of the salty life of his four brothers, which was about to be gone forever, and his face, which was smiling like a chrysanthemum, was no longer so bright. Who wants to work if you can cook salted fish? After waiting for a long time, Elder Wang came up with a question. What should I do with the main affairs? You used to handle them on behalf of the master. Then I won't go either. I volunteered before, but now I don't. You can call my master out of retreat and retreat every day, and I have to do everything. Am I the master, or is he the master? What Li Yuqian said made Elder Wang look strange. What kind of rebellion is this? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that compared to the sect leader and Li Yuqian is more like a master. But this is not easy to say. After all, the sect leader is in trouble, and he himself is not much better. Elder Wang had nothing to say. After he hesitated to speak several times, he had no choice but to turn around and leave. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, Li Yuqian looked at the door of the cave, where more than a dozen people were standing in a row, and fell into deep thought. Before the second junior sister came, in the past few days from time to time, the admirers of his own junior sister with white eyes jumped out to accuse Li Yuqian. Then Li Yuqian unified them, snatched their storage bags, and tied them up outside the cave. It's not over yet, right? Li Yuqian watched as another big man jumped out, carrying a long sword as big as a door panel, and his muscles exuded a faint metallic sheen. His strength is quite good. He's actually in the nascent soul stage, but he is only at this age. Uncle, how old are you? Is it possible that you also like one of my junior sisters? Li Yuqian was speechless. The big man expressed that he was even more speechless. Why do you like junior sister? You have tied up my apprentice. I am the great sword butler, and I want you to let my apprentice go. Li Yuqian, it's bad. I encountered the most common routine of cultivating immortals and fantasy, and I have been beaten since I was young. What can you do if I don't let you go? Li Yuqian said that he is willing to accept soft things rather than hard things. It doesn't matter if he comes old. I'll just be invincible. I saw the big man in front of me took a deep breath, then approached Li Yuqian, and then, with lightning speed, he stuffed a storage bag into Li Yuqian with one hand. This is a specialty of my family. It's a storage bag with a giant sword pattern. It's not respectful to be careful. Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Oh, I've never seen a giant sword pattern storage bag before. It's easy to talk about. Li Yuqian looked into the contents of the storage bag and immediately smiled. In the world of immortality, where the jungle prevails, there are not many such kind people. Aguang. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and the vines on the person whom the giant sword butler had just pointed at were untied. Just when Zhu Jin Deacon was about to take his apprentice away, Li Yuqian couldn't help it anymore and asked a question in his heart. Normally speaking, you shouldn't fight me 1v1 and then call your master if you can't beat me. By analogy, the younger one comes and the older one comes. The giant sword butler was silent for a while. Well, is there a possibility? If I beat the younger one, even the older one can't beat you. You have already reached the stage of becoming a god. Generally speaking, you're the old one, Ba. You are our supporter whenever we encounter something outside. From now on, the sect will have to rely on you. Li Yuqian touched his chin. It made sense, and his words sounded pretty good. After the giant sword deacon left, the elders of these bound people were deacons and elders. Everyone came out one by one, and bags of local specialties were handed over to Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian expressed that he was very pleased, knowing that it was not easy for him, the eldest brother of the sect, to have so many people bring him gifts. These local specialties include spiritual stones and various unique resources for cultivating immortals. They are of various types, which are very suitable for Li Yuqian's collecting hobby. However, after one of the elder's apprentices was released by Li Yuqian, he gave Li Yuqian a storage bag without saying a word and expressed it arrogantly. This storage bag of mine is absolutely rare. You can see that there are so many patterns on it, but I bought it after shopping in Wanbao Pavilion for a long time. This is for you. How about you let Junior Sister Wu go? With such an old-fashioned name, Wanbao Pavilion, you can tell from the name that it is a place where various treasures are sold in the world of immortality. Li Yuqian checked it out and found that there was no hair inside. It was really just a storage bag. Are you asking me to do something? Are you going to use this to test your senior brother? Which senior brother can't stand such a test? Someone gave me a storage bag. You really just gave me a storage bag, right? Without saying a word, a vine bounded his body again, which frightened his master and quickly took out another storage bag and handed it to Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian felt what was inside, snorted coldly, and then stopped doing anything. Then that guy was kicked away by his master. While he was kicking him, he said, "You don't know anything about the world, do you? Cultivation of immortality is not about fighting and killing, but cultivation of human relations." Li Yuqian felt that he had gained a lot this time. In fact, these elders and deacons were quite normal. I've already reached the stage of becoming a god at a young age, and I have the appearance of an immortal, even though I was a good old man before. But these days, the concept has obviously changed. These old guys in the sect also know that this senior brother is no longer the selfless senior brother. They all hated Lin Xiaoman for causing Li Yuqian's personality to change drastically. If it weren't for him, the genius with such great talent would still be a selfless and dedicated character. They didn't even dare to think about how happy the entire Qingxian sect would be. Now that they are better, they are no longer the grievances and are even a little indifferent. If they become ruthless, they will even beat their own junior sister. You should also give some gifts to leave a good impression on Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian looked at the cave and saw that only his two unlucky junior sisters were left in front of him. The two of them are in terrible misery now. Originally, they could still curse and yell. Li Yuqian was really annoyed, so he blocked their mouths with vines, and then everything was quiet. They were forced to stand for such a long time and were cut off from spiritual energy. Fortunately, Wu Jingyi had a solid cultivation base and was quite comprehensive in all aspects of body refining spells. My physical fitness is not low. I don't eat or drink, and I have been carrying it for so long, but overall it's okay. Lin Xiaoman on the side felt a little bit dead. She had no choice but to practice. She had the shortest time and the lowest level of cultivation. She is usually arrogant and doesn't like to practice or hone herself. After so many days, she feels like she's going to die. Li Yuqian quickly tapped twice, and the two spiritual energy balls sank into their bodies, and their condition barely improved. Li Yuqian sighed. He was still too kind and hoped that the second junior sister would learn the news and come over soon, so as not to torture the two junior sisters to death. It's funny to say that the arrogant Lin Xiaoman had so many admirers before, but none of them were her admirers. They were all from her neighbor Wu Jingyi. Poor baby. Li Yuqian's surprised face, gloating over misfortune. While Li Yuqian was thinking, he ran to Lin Xiaoman's side and became angry. "Oh, look at it now. Senior brother dotes on you, and no one cares about you. You are so arrogant and domineering. After doing this for a long time, you're not as popular as your third senior sister. It's all because of me giving you good things every day, so you still have the nerve to cut off my hand?" Guang, PUA method? Okay. Host, when did you learn this trick? Li Yuqian, what the hell? I'm just being sarcastic, okay? Lin Xiaoman went from angry to scared during this period, and now he feels regretful, and his whole body feels numb. Think about it carefully. I have a bad personality and get into trouble every day, and my senior brother wipes but every day. The senior brother really had nothing to say to me, but wasn't he a good old man? Everyone might have been more grateful to him at the beginning, but gradually I got used to it and felt it was natural. Now that something like this happened and the good old man stopped doing it, Lin Xiaoman regretted it. If only I hadn't drawn my sword to kill him at that time. Senior brother should still be the good old man. That would be great. But in fact, I didn't plan to hurt him at first. I just pulled out the sword and slashed him. There was no spiritual energy attached to it. At most, I would break the skin and suffer some skin trauma. Is it like this? Li Yuqian could clearly see what this little junior sister was thinking. Her expression was more of a complaint than a regret. It's really annoying, Ding Han. You have done such a wrong thing. Without saying a word, you should continue to stand. You and your third junior sister, you have no respect for your elders, so just stand with him. Really, you can't even say an apology. Li Yuqian turned around and left with disdain, leaving the two people standing there. Junior sister duo, is it possible that my mouth is gagged and my spiritual energy is cut off? You asked me to apologize, but you let me go. Li Yuqian, don't listen, don't listen, don't listen. A week in the world of cultivating immortals is nothing to a cultivator. But for Qingxian F4, it is simply terrible. They're currently dealing with various affairs of the sect and are in a hurry. They haven't dealt with these matters for a long time, and many specific details are different from before, requiring them to review the information again. Problems arise from time to time and must be dealt with in a timely manner. Moreover, there are also some matters that only the sect leader is suitable to handle, and the backlog is increasing. Fortunately, the four of them did not become a major grievance against Li Yuqian. They had dealt with these matters before, and they had done so carelessly. But his condition is so bad. All the great masters of transformation actually have bags and dark circles under their eyes, and their mental state is extremely poor. After all, after working hard for a long time, suddenly working, the gap is too big. Just when they were suffering from the pain of dealing with things, they suddenly thought of someone. If he has money and quits, his master can't quit, right? Besides, his apprentice originally worked for his master, and now that his apprentice quits, the master must come out to handle the matter. When you become a clan leader, you can get a lot of resources, but your free time will be shortened accordingly. This is very reasonable. There are gains and losses. How can anyone be so happy as a sect leader? After becoming a sect leader, he has a lot of resources and retreats every day. He is better at fishing than the four of them from his hometown. No, he is in seclusion. He must be found out. Do you think you are the supreme elder? Or one of those retired old guys? Damn it, we four old guys are still at the age where we only need to take care of ourselves and don't need to do anything for the sect. One is so much younger than us and lives a more retired life than we do. In an instant, the four of them became unstable and ran directly to the sect leader's cave to call for help. He also sent Elder Wang to call out to Li Yuqian so that it would be easier to explain why the sect leader should be asked to come out of seclusion. In fact, the four of them are lucky. The sect leader, the fisherman, is still practicing well. If you let him deal with these things, wouldn't it cost his life? It's best to let Li have the money to help. After all, he is really talented in this. He has handled so many things in an orderly manner for so many years. It is simply the holy body of the great, innate resentment. No, Elder Wang ran over and called Li Yuqian out. Elder Wang was very anxious. Li Yuqian was flying slowly behind, almost making Elder Wang anxious to death. At this time, he had probably called the sect leader out. Why don't you fly so slowly? People who don't know better will think you are taking a walk. At this time, as soon as King Shunzong came out of the hall, the angry master Qingyu said angrily, "You mean if you have money, you will give up your career now?" He also tied up her two junior sisters and forced them to stand in his cave. And now he is turned into a god. Why can't I understand this world? Qingyu Zhenren, a very strong-looking uncle at the peak of his divine transformation stage, is practicing madness, either on the road to retreat or in retreat. He is good at physical training, and his muscles are incompatible with the painting style of the entire world of immortality. People who don't know him think he came from the world of high martial arts. Li Yuqian entered the main hall, and after seeing it with his own eyes, he felt unusually inconsistent for a moment. Everyone is so virtuous, but you look like a muscular gangster, so you look weird everywhere. Li Yuqian, you unfilial disciple, hurry up and work for me. You still have to practice as a teacher. What Master Qingyu said was so arrogant that Li Yuqian was speechless for a while. He thought he was shameless enough, but he didn't expect that he had a trick. A guang. The word Keikan shows that, as you know, you are actually the thickest skinned. Lao Deng. Shut up, shut up. You make this damn noise every day. How long has it been since you broke through to the Mahayana stage? I don't want to do it, and I'm not the sect leader, so why should I do it? Unless you, Lao Deng, let me be the sect master, and the sect masters will take turns to come to my house this year. Li Yuqian retorted directly, not afraid that the so-called master in front of him would find something wrong. This Lao Deng knew how to practice every day and left everything else to Li Yuqian. He didn't care about anything and practiced in seclusion every day. It is impossible to say that we know more about the original Li Yuqian. Besides, if you're exposed, just be exposed. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Master Qingyu was stunned. He really didn't expect that this great disciple, who had always been obedient, would actually talk to him like this. And he still wants to be the leader of the clan. Damn it. You unfilial disciple. Why were you so obedient before? You are really coveting my position. TCH, so what if it is? So what if it's not? Li Yuqian shot back. Master Qingyu was anxious. He felt the aura of his great disciple in the early stages of becoming a god and snorted coldly. It seems that your cultivation level has given you the confidence, but unfortunately, I am at the peak of divine transformation. Let me show you the power of refining the body to become a god. There's a filial disciple under my fist. I have to give you a good beating. Oh, you still want to beat me up? You old B asterisk 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 D. I will decide on the position of leader of the sect today. Li Yuqian is so arrogant. I can't bear it. The muscles of the real man Qingyu are constantly expanding, and they are shining with cyan light, exuding a luster like jade. Then he strode directly towards Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian stretched his muscles and then clenched his fists without giving up at all. You're all green? Lao Deng. It's a good thing you don't have a partner. Watch me give you a good beating, and you'll know how to retreat every day. Don't you know how to take care of your apprentice? Oof. I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Master Qingyu shouted. Then, under the confused eyes of the four elders around him, Nung rushed directly together. Then, Li Yuqian punched, and then Master Qingyu's strong body hit the roof of the hall. With a bang, the head was inserted straight into the roof, and the body was as straight as a zombie. Li Yuqian blew the cigarette from his fist disdainfully. Tisuke, you look so bluffing. I thought you were so strong. The four elders swallowed in unison. With such unison, Li Yuqian almost thought they were from Jinsheng, Shangxi. Elder Wang exclaimed, to defeat the enemy beyond the ranks is a peerless genius. And now, Li Yuqian actually defeated the peak god with one move at the early stage of transformation. You really deserve to have the appearance of an immortal. Li Yuqian looked at the position and knocked him unconscious with a punch. He turned around and looked at the four elders like the real Qingyu on the top of the hall. You four, drag this guy down and let him work. I retreat into seclusion every day. I haven't broken through to Mahayana in many years, and I'm still in retreat. If he dares not to work in the future, just call me, and I will teach you a lesson. Okay. The four elders smiled brightly at such a genius. In the future, he will definitely be able to lead Qingxian sect to the top. This dog Qingyu knows how to consume resources all day long. Breaking through the Mahayana and refining the body is a big resource burner. Now let him deal with something. What's wrong? We can't let the sect with the appearance of an immortal deal with these things that affect the practice time in the future. Without saying a word, the four elders dragged Master Qingyu down and woke him up. Although Master Qingyu is usually selfish and only cares about himself, his apprentice is so strong that he is even more powerful than himself. Even the sect's trump card, those old monsters after knowing what happened today. You must also let yourself work and don't affect your great disciple's practice. The situation was stronger than the people. Master Qingyu walked out of the hall dejectedly. He was going to handle matters. As for whether he would be dissatisfied, he would then slander his apprentice and make a joke. It looks like he has muscles in his head, but in fact he is not. After all, he is also the sect leader, and he still has brains. It is obvious that his eldest disciple can lead the sect to a bright future. If he dares to use tricks, the old monsters in the sect may want to tear him alive. No matter how hard he works, he will probably be the Mahayana master again. Qingxian's sect lacks Mahayana monks, but it also lacks true immortals. Only with true immortals is the kingly way. But he always felt like he had forgotten something. Forget it. It wasn't important. Outside Li Yuqian's cave, the duo of junior sisters who had just heard from Elder Wang that his master had come out of seclusion and were waiting for him to save them. 3 days later, Li Yuqian was very emotional. In the past, several junior sisters in his memory were born like this, and they were so stupid. I thought I had arrived at the female channel's world of cultivating immortals, but it turned out that I had the local specialties and my master's sensibility. There are also old monsters from the sect who have also communicated with Li Yuqian. They mainly focus on the law of the jungle and respect for the strong, and they attach great importance to interests. This is not the world of female channels cultivating immortals. Let's just say it's a proper male channel. But thinking about my 3 white-eyed wolf junior sisters, if I'm not sure, I'll take another look. Li Yuqian has been in a good mood these days. He now has an additional identity, the young sect leader. In fact, there is no difference between him and the sect leader. The only difference is that the sect master wants to handle the sect's affairs, and Li Yuqian does not need it. There is no need to work. As long as you practice well, you can get massive resources. Master Qingyu said it sounded so familiar. Isn't this the life he lived before? Li Yuqian finished eating the delicious food prepared by the chef at this time, stretched his body, and prepared to walk out of the cave. Then he saw the duo of junior fellow apprentices who were still standing in front of their cave. The 2 of them looked half dead, and Li Yuqian suddenly remembered that no one seemed to care about them in the past 3 days. Alas, their presence was somehow too low. Ever since Master Qingyu was knocked unconscious by his punch, he didn't want to meet Li Yuqian, let alone mention that the cave was coming. As a result, the 2 junior sisters stood in front of the cave door for another 3 days in a bitter rivalry. Li Yuqian felt that these 2 guys were miserable, but it was strange why this second junior sister hadn't appeared until now, according to his memory. The second junior sister seems to be in seclusion, but she didn't say she would be in seclusion for so long. Hey, do you 2 know when the second junior sister will be released from seclusion? I just miss grabbing her storage bag. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. The 2 junior sisters who were bound by vines in front of Li Yuqian did not speak. Li Yuqian was angry. How brave. You've already come to this point, and my question is, how dare you 2 not say anything? Junior sister duo. Li Yuqian frightened the 2 of them, and seeing their expressions about to collapse, he suddenly became kind-hearted. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the gag vine and extended it to the side. A guang. Can this be considered a sign of kindness? The 2 of them were finally able to talk, and their expressions had the feeling of surviving a disaster. Lin Xiaoman hurriedly said, I used to have a good relationship with second senior sister, and since we haven't been in seclusion for a long time this time, it stands to reason that we should be out of seclusion. Senior brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I am your favorite junior sister. Wu Jingyi on the side was stunned. No, little junior sister, you are just a wallflower. Second senior sister is not kind to you. So, Wu Jingyi said directly, I can lead the way, senior brother, and I also know the weaknesses of her skills. Look at me. I have accepted the punishment, and you have taken the storage bag. So, just let me go. I will respect senior brother next time. Li Yuqian, haha, it's really a plastic senior sister relationship. The 2 junior sisters also saw that they had treated their senior brother badly before. But now the senior brother has woken up, and this is obviously revenge. Now I can't wait to ask where the second senior sister is. This is inappropriate. Do you want to take revenge on her too? The 2 of them have suffered. If they continue to stand, they will go crazy. Second senior sister, please sacrifice yourself. We will intercede for you later. Li Yuqian is very satisfied with this. Now, he can finally distinguish the file-size king. Li Yuqian thought for a moment, lifted the vines with a wave of his hand, then looked in front of him, fell directly to the ground, and the two people looked exhausted and said, "I'll let you go this time. You two will lead the way." After Li Yuqian finished speaking, the two junior sisters immediately nodded, and then they flattered and flattered like 8B****. I promise to complete the mission. I have to teach senior sister a lesson and keep a straight face every day. Senior brother, I was so kind to her before, but I don't know how to show a good face. That's right. I'll rob her of her storage bag, and then make her stand here for a month and a half. That's right. Li Yuqian took a look and said, "That's right. Lin Xiaoman, I wonder if people think you are Zhang Fei." Lin Xiaoman had a flattering look on her face. She realized during this period that she had a bad personality. She relied on her senior brother, spiritual stones, and all kinds of good things. At that time, there were quite a few people trying to flatter her, but something really happened and her senior brother stopped pampering her. Those people who originally surrounded him have not appeared these days, and they are not as good as the suitors of third senior sister. It is better to have my senior brother, and the senior brother is very powerful now. He is already in the stage of becoming a god, and he can even beat his own master. Although the two junior sisters have been standing here for a long time, many people have been watching because of their appearance. Although it was embarrassing at first, I gradually got used to it and even heard a lot about what Li Yuqian had done from those people. Lin Xiaoman really didn't know that his senior brother was so powerful. I regret it, but it doesn't matter. I just want to make my senior brother change his mind, just like before. Then the senior brother covered him, and he was walking sideways. As for the second senior sister, oh, I am doing it for the second senior sister's own good. Senior brother, if you were so kind to your junior sister, we can't be a blind wolf. Wu Jingyi thought the same about the second senior sister. She regretted it very much at this time. She had spent so much time raising fishes and setting up her character to have so many suitors. But I didn't expect that the person with real potential was actually my senior brother. Now that he's fine, he's still offended. You must have a good relationship with your senior brother. From now on, your senior brother will protect you, and you can walk sideways. The concept of the younger generation actually being able to beat their own masters is terrifying. Okay, you guys lead the way, Li Yuqian said, and the two junior sisters immediately followed Li Yuqian, one on the left and one on the right, turning into escaping light and flying towards the distance. As Li Yuqian flew, he sighed, "This world of immortal cultivation really implements the principle of respecting the strong. The main character is strong, and the world of immortality is full of true feelings." The second senior sister's name is Su Wanyu. At this time, she is really troubled. After she came out of seclusion a few days ago, she learned what her senior brother had been doing these days. She didn't believe it at first, but after many people told her about it, and they had noses and eyes, she became dubious and feared that she would end up like the third junior sister if she went there. So, he went to find an old monster whose family had connections in the sect, hoping that he would come forward to save his two junior sisters. As a result, the old monster actually refused and asked him to have a good relationship with his senior brother. And knowing that his senior brother knocked out his master with one punch was simply outrageous. His master is at the peak of body refining and becoming a god, and he is obsessed with training. Even if he fights with the early stage of Mahayana, he can still hold out dozens of moves. In other words, my senior brother is now more powerful than the people in the early Mahayana period, and the old monsters in the sect cannot see the depth of Li Yuqian at all. She was very irritable and didn't know what to do for a moment, but she liked her two junior sisters very much. At this time, there was sudden movement in the magic circle outside the cave. Su Wanyu was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly walked out, and then saw three people outside the house. Lin Xiaoman put her hands on her hips with a happy look on her face. "Let me tell you, I know the back door of second senior sister's cave formation. As long as you use spiritual power to pull these nodes, the magic circle will be solved immediately." TCH, what does this mean? I also know the techniques practiced by second senior sister and what are their weaknesses. I had Lihua beads in my storage bag before. Second senior sister's ice-based skills are the ones I'm most afraid of. Wu Jingyi hurriedly spoke up when the two of them were quarreling fiercely. Su Wanyu walked out, and then the three of them looked at each other. Embarrassment flashed across the faces of Wu Jingyi and Lin Xiaoman, while Su Wanyu said, "After all, it was the wrong payment." "No, sister, I still want to save you too. You're going to expose my old background." Li Yuqian sat aside and looked like he was watching a show. It was really exciting. When they started fighting, I liked watching women fight. Of course, I prefer to watch beautiful women fight. Aguang. "No, dog host, you Lu Ziqiao are possessed by you." Wu Jingyi and Lin Xiaoman gritted their teeth, secretly saying sorry, senior sister, and then took out their respective magic weapons. Of course, there is nothing else to take now. The storage bags have all been taken away by Li Yuqian. "Senior sister, hand over the storage bag honestly and let senior brother punish you." "Senior brother, he was so kind to us before, and it is our fault that we have such a bad attitude towards him. After the punishment, all the previous matters will be wiped out." The two of them looked at Li Yuqian while they were talking. Li Yuqian shrugged, but he didn't say that. In this world, I had been treated so miserably before and became a big grievance, so I had to give him a good vent. Su Wanyu felt that her sincerity had fed the dog. The senior brother had gone from being an honest person to being so arrogant. She originally hated him, but now she hates her two junior sisters even more, and the wallflower is the most annoying. Afterwards, the three women started fighting, and Li Yuqian took out the popcorn directly from the small world. The popcorn had just been made by the robot and was still hot. I ate it directly. It was really exciting. What a pity. Wu Jingyi and Lin Xiaoman were so incompetent that Su Wanyu taught the two junior sisters a lesson by dividing 5 by 2. And he didn't want to show any face to them either. He swung his white sword full of cold energy and directly knocked the two junior sisters away. The attack was quite ruthless. Seeing that something was wrong, the two junior sisters regained their composure after being knocked out and hid directly behind Li Yuqian, then stood arrogantly behind Li Yuqian with their hands on their hips. "Okay, how dare you hit me? Sure enough, you were so nice to me before, but it was all a lie." Lin Xiaoman was still so unreasonable, and Su Wanyu almost had a myocardial infarction with these words. "No, you both hit me, and I still don't fight back? Do you really think that I am a grievance like the previous senior brothers?" As for what Wu Jingyi said, she was more harsh. "Second senior sister, be obedient. Senior brother has the appearance of an immortal. We feel sorry for him and let him vent his anger. Senior brother is still our senior brother. Aren't you in your own family and your father doesn't like you? Although you are his daughter, after your father got married, they separated again, and after they got married, they separated again. You don't know how many half-sisters you have. Got it. How many stepmothers do you have? Others call you the daughter of the Bali family. Don't you just want to gain face by practicing so hard to make your father take a fancy to you? As long as senior brother is still willing to protect you, all these things will be solved." Li Yuqian looks really exciting. Are these three girls fighting dog-eat-dog? Are they going to have a direct fight? Su Wanyu looked at the two dog junior sisters hiding behind her senior brother, but she really didn't dare to take action. As a result, the three women began to curse. Li Yuqian ate popcorn and had a lot of vocabulary in the world of cultivating immortals. Cow cow. It's a pity that Wu Jingyi and Lin Xiaoman are a bit too stupid. They are like followers behind me. I was originally planning to watch them fight again. After scolding the game for a while and getting bored, Li Yuqian chose to take action directly and snatch the storage bag. With a slight click, the magic circle that isolated the spiritual energy appeared in the air and enveloped her. Wu Jingyi and Lin Xiaoman, like two evil gangsters, walked up and grabbed Su Wanyu with one hand. Li Yuqian didn't say anything, and the two junior sisters began to talk about Su Wanyu's punishment. "Go to senior brother's cave to punish you. It's so embarrassing." The three of them were now completely at odds with each other, and Li Yuqian somehow felt like he was a villain. For a moment, I was a little too lazy to target the three of them. These three guys were completely broken now, and were all selfish. In fact, Li Yuqian would not mess with the three of them in the future. It is estimated that the three of them will bite each other and cause chaos. Li Yuqian thought of this, waved his hand, opened the portal, and in the shocked eyes of the three junior sisters, he took the three of them to the entrance of his cave. After a vine-bound Su Wanyu, Li Yuqian walked straight into the cave. They still have to suffer the punishment they deserve, but from now on, let the three of them be dog-eat-dog. Li Yuqian kept his word, but he was very principled. He would never target the three of them later, because he would later target everyone in Qingxin sect. It just so happens that now that I am the young sect leader, it should be quite interesting to squeeze the sect and expand its power in the world of immortal cultivation. And even though he is now the young sect leader, all books in the entire sect are open to him. But this world is so big, there must be a lot of knowledge about cultivating immortals that is not available in the middle sect. It is just a good time to expand your power and collect it. The original owner's wish has almost come true. One source enhancement is basically something he can grasp at his fingertips, but Li Yuqian doesn't want to leave this world so soon. Those who are PR**SD****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** wrong. The last thing is the important point. You dog host. On the third day, Li Yuqian looked at Elder Wang in front of him in shock. You want me to run errands? Li Yuqian said, raising his fist, as if to say, isn't it hard to bully me with your fist? Elder Wang was sweating profusely. He knocked out a peak-level, spiritually trained person with one punch. If he had been punched, wouldn't he have been stunned? Misunderstanding. Let me explain. It turns out that there is an unwritten rule between good and evil, and a war breaks out every 300 years. The reason is very simple. Because the resources in the world of cultivating immortals are limited, but as more people cultivate immortality, the pressure on resources becomes increasingly tight. So there's this rule. On the one hand, the righteous path and the devilish path dislike each other. On the other hand, after a war, there will be casualties. It will relieve the pressure on resources to a great extent, even kill each other for treasures, and also allow some people to greatly increase their cultivation. So there was this unwritten rule, and the righteous sect took the lead during the war. Generally speaking, the disciples of the Qingxian sect and the leader's lineage will notify all the righteous sects at this time and invite the righteous people to the Qingxian sect to discuss various matters regarding the war. So Elder Wang came over to inform, and it was beneficial. Elder Wang looked around with a sly look and said with full sense, there are many righteous sects, and other religions, all kinds of miscellaneous things, and they usually give souvenirs to the disciples of the leader's lineage when notified. You know. Oh, I understand. Li Yuqian understood instantly and was immediately okay. Then he would take the opportunity to learn from those righteous cultivation secrets, and so on. It is definitely a reference. When the time comes, you can use the portal to get it directly. Immortal cultivators. How can this kind of thing be considered stealing? It is purely a reference. I am a righteous senior brother. I won't. After learning that Li Yuqian agreed, Elder Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the news had been delivered, he took out a jade slip, which contained the location of each sect. After handing over the jade slip, he decisively walked away. He ran quite fast, and Li Yuqian blindly guessed that this old guy was good at escaping. After learning the specific locations of each sect, Li Yuqian was just about to open the portal and hit show phone one by one. Bah! Notify the matter. Outside the cave, Lin Xiaoman and Wu Jingyi ran over again, with two escaping lights, looking very anxious. When the two of them saw that Li Yuqian had not left, they were instantly relieved and shouted loudly, eldest brother, take me with you. According to the regulations, we have to go too. They were also notified by Elder Wang, and even Su Wanyu, who was standing still, was notified. Of course, Elder Wang said it once, and then ran away. Li Yuqian was too mysterious and powerful, so we had no choice but to make friends with him. Although I didn't know why he was suddenly so strong, several old monsters from the sect had tested him using various methods. Li Yuqian has not been taken away from him. If he is so mysterious and powerful, he should be on good terms with each other. He should leave the affairs between his senior fellow apprentices alone. The two junior sisters had a very good idea when they flew over, and they had the same idea. They were so beautiful, and they wanted to hook up with their senior brother. Senior brother will definitely not be angry anymore, and he can still play with it in the midst of applause. Jia, jia, jia. Li Yuqian looked at the two junior sisters flying over and made only one move. After extending his middle finger, he walked through the portal and disappeared. Following the middle finger, two vines bound the two junior sisters, blocking the spiritual energy. Let the three junior sisters stand in a row, and they are unusually neat and uniform. Sure enough, junior sisters should be neat and tidy. Li Yuqian, damn it. You still want to share my local products? You are dreaming. You are really too courageous. Lin Xiaoman and Wu Jingyi. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. What kind of steely straight men are they? Su Wanyu. Ha ha. You two junior sisters are in trouble today. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger and burning. If it weren't for the vine restraints, the three of them would have started fighting again. In front of the Tianjin Sect mountain gate, Li Yuqian glanced at the plaque above. Well, Tianjin Sect, you found the right place. He was just about to walk in to enjoy the autumn breeze. Suddenly, a figure came out and bumped directly into Li Yuqian. It was a female monk, average-looking, but with a pair of pitiful eyes and a strong white lotus temperament gushed out. As a result, she raised her mouth and said, "Ah, it hurts so much. Why did you hit me? Li Yuqian, what the hell? There are people in the world of cultivating immortals who are cheating. Are you okay?" Li Yuqian looked at the woman in front of him speechlessly. "I don't care. Why are you pretending to be so pitiful?" No wonder Li Yuqian opened his mouth and a man appeared behind the trolling woman. He saw the woman fall to the ground. He instantly looked at Li Yuqian with eyes full of anger. "Evil thief. How dare you bully my disciples at our sect's mountain gate? Could it be that you are bullying our Tianjin sect's no one? Junior Sister Bai, are you okay?" Li Yuqian, ouch, what are you doing? You two are dancing in tandem, right? Then in front of Li Yuqian, the two started a fight. "Senior brother, it hurts. It's all my fault for making you angry just now." "It's not my fault, senior brother. This guy is obviously standing in the middle of the gate, but he doesn't know how to give way." "That's it. Let's see how your senior brother vents his anger on you." As he spoke, senior brother Zhao summoned his natal magic weapon, and a dark green long sword appeared in his hand. He said to Li Yuqian fiercely, "Tell me, how should you compensate my junior sister?" Li Yuqian, I am speechless. What kind of weird two people and weird dialogue are these? Wasn't the strong respected in Qingxian sect before? Isn't it a male video? Why did the style of painting suddenly become so weird? What did this take me? Oh, how do you want to compensate? Li Yuqian was happy, but he wanted to see what these two guys were going to do. Senior brother Zhao had a look of disgust on his face. "Looking at how poor you are, hand over your storage bag and keep one arm, and you can get out." Li Yuqian was shocked. "Oh, you are so arrogant. Is it because I don't eat beef or you don't eat beef?" At this time, junior sister Bai took a look at her unlucky guy today. Oh, he was quite handsome, and instantly pulled her senior brother Zhao. "Just don't chop people's arms. I'm not hurt anyway. And you bumped into me this time. I beg you for mercy. You must remember my kindness. Why are you two so confident? Is your name Liang Jingru?" Li Yuqian couldn't bear it anymore and realized that the cultivation levels of the two people in front of him were in the middle stage of foundation building and the other in the middle stage of golden elixir. They were so arrogant. Damn the father and mother-in-law. In an instant, Li Yuqian showed his cultivation level at the stage of becoming a god. This cultivation level was just right for him to become the younger generation of righteous masters in this world. If the realm were directly Mahayana, it would not be fun and not very reasonable. Aguang, it's not reasonable for you to go from golden elixir to divine transformation in less than a month, right? Li Yuqian. Every day, Aguang's light balls are 200% counterintuitive. Find an opportunity to rectify them next time. Senior brother Zhao noticed Li Yuqian's aura but there was no panic on his face. Huh? What's wrong with being strong? You have to be reasonable even if you are strong. Liu Qian's first reaction when he heard this was that it was broken. It was really a female channel. Senior brother Zhao didn't hear Liu Qian's rebuttal and became confident instantly. His long sword contained spiritual energy and slashed directly at Liu Qian's arm. There was a bang. Liu Qian punched the sword into two pieces. Senior brother Zhao looked in disbelief. As a senior, how could it be possible that you don't even understand the truth? Being reasonable, big fists are the last word. Liu Qian didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy anymore, so he was gentle. The psychokinesis compression cannon fired directly, and with a bang, only a headless corpse was left where senior brother Zhao had been standing. This frightened junior sister by next to her so much that she screamed, her eyes filled with disbelief. I used to do this all the time. People like this who suddenly appear at the gate of the mountain are usually casual cultivators who want to come over and become their disciples. By fighting with his senior brother and trapping a few unlucky people along the way, he can not only grab some resources, but also use other people's lives to show that his senior brother protects him. I have never failed because there is no real master of cultivating immortals who is not Big Layman. But this time, there was an accident. But there is no one who kills people without saying a word. Shouldn't you teach him a lesson first? Are you a demon? Liu Qian felt one word, cool. What did that guy just say? I rob things, Ba. I want compensation, but I'm not as confident as he is. Following Junior Sister Bai's scream, immortal cultivators appeared one after another at the gate of the Heavenly Sword sect. Judging from their uniform clothes, they should all be disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. There are even a few white-haired guys who have reached the realm of becoming gods. They seem to be either elders or leaders of a faction. Liu Qian touched his chin. He was a righteous person, and the news of this random killing could not be leaked. He thought like this and waved a human emperor flag in his hand. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in Taoist robes who was in the stage of becoming a god ran out and looked at the disciples of his sect who died tragically. There was anger hidden in his eyes, but he said with some fear, "Fellow Taoist, who are you? Why are you killing my disciples?" Liu Qian looked at him with a slight smile. Do you want to know? If you want to know, come to our Renwang banner and talk about it. The middle-aged guy dressed in Taoist robes suddenly had many questions in his mind. What kind of magic weapon is the human emperor flag? Finally, the golden flag was seen, and countless ghosts emitting golden light began to appear. Those ghosts were killing all the disciples of the Tianjin sect. In an instant, the Tianjin sect was in chaos. Damn, this is clearly a soul-refining flag. Don't think that by turning the black mist into golden light, we won't recognize it. A demonic monster attacks. The middle-aged man is going crazy. What's going on? You don't even give a reason. You just take action, and you're going to destroy the faction. As he activated the magic weapon to hit a fierce ghost among them, others were dumbfounded. He was a master of transforming gods, but he couldn't even kill a fierce ghost in the soul-refining banner. The name changed instantly. Senior, I made the wrong Heavenly Sword sect. I am willing to offer 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones to ask for mercy, Senior. Liu Qian nodded with satisfaction, assessed the situation, and changed his title instantly. As we all know, there are only 3 titles in the world of male cultivators: Aunt, Taoist Friend, and Senior. It seems that except for the 2 people with abnormal brains, just now, the others are quite normal. However, you're confused. If I destroy you, won't those top-quality spiritual stones you mentioned still belong to me? The middle-aged man was speechless for a moment. It made so much sense that he couldn't refute it all. As a group of fierce ghosts shining with golden light rushed towards him and tore him into pieces, he might not have known even before his death that the Heavenly Sword sect would be destroyed because his 2 disciples wanted to reason with this senior. Should I say it or not? The soul-refining banner, bah. The human emperor's flag clearing of the soldiers was really fast. In just 10 minutes, the entire Heavenly Sword sect was wiped out. Not only were their souls gone, their bodies were also devoured by the human emperor's flag. At this time, The entire Tianjin sect's mountain gate was empty. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis wrapped the entire mountain gate, then pulled it behind him and put it directly into the small world. Hee hee, just kill you and everything will be mine. I won't even leave your mountain gate for you. I will raze it to the ground. After razing the entire Tianjin sect to the ground, Li Yuqian's actions were not over. As soon as Li Yuqian released psychokinesis, he knew that there were many people hiding nearby. Without saying a word, psychokinesis spread directly to the surroundings with a bang like a wave. 1,000 meters away from Li Yuqian, dozens of monks wearing black, red, and green clothes, and their bodies filled with various decorations, including skulls, poisonous insects, and snakes, were beaten out at once. It was obvious that they had just used a special magic weapon to hide their figure and aura, but unfortunately it didn't work on Li Yuqian. The leader was an old man with a gloomy face and dressed in black. He grinned and rubbed his hands. "Senior Big Devil, the Heavenly Sword Sect is targeting you. We definitely don't know. We're leaving now. We're leaving now." Li Yuqian, slander? Are you slandering me? What kind of devil are you? I am a man of the right path. Li Yuqian pointed at himself. He was so handsome and upright. How could he be a big devil? The gloomy old man opposite blinked his eyes and said, "Senior Demon Dao, please stop joking. I have been practicing the demonic path for many years. Senior, you can tell whether you are on the righteous path or the demonic path with your eyes closed. Besides, the magic weapons you use are all soul-refining flags, and you say you are not a senior demon." Li Yuqian took out the shining golden human emperor's flag. Did you see it? It's golden, not black smoke. What a soul-refining flag. I call it the human emperor's flag. I am the Qingxian sect, the first sect of the righteous path. Senior brother. I understand. It turns out that Senior went undercover and entered the first sect of the righteous path. It's really a blessing for me to become a senior brother. Senior is truly the most powerful demon I have ever seen. The gloomy old man had an expression that said, I understand. He was joking. He was not a member of the Devil's Path. So why should I still say that I was a kind-hearted old man? I really thought that if the soul-refining banner changed its color, I wouldn't recognize it. They're all demons, and no one knows what the soul-refining banner looks like. Li Yuqian, there's an inexplicable urge that cannot be washed away even if one jumps into the Yellow River. Forget it. Since the explanation is not clear, just click it all. Li Yuqian stopped quibbling, waved the human emperor flag, and shouted, Bold devil, try the power of my righteous human emperor flag. Countless golden ghosts began to emerge from the glittering human emperor's flag. The gloomy old man across from him was startled, and he directly replaced his natal magic weapon, the black smoke-belching soul-refining flag. Tens of thousands of ferocious ghosts emerged from it, trying to block the golden ghosts that rushed towards me. At this time, the soul-refining flag in the gloomy old man's hand and the human emperor flag in Li Yuqian's hand were particularly conspicuous, because except for the different colors, they are exactly the same. The gloomy old man shouted loudly, How dare you say that what you are holding is not the soul-refining flag? How dare you say that you are on the right path? Li Yuqian couldn't bear it anymore and pushed the human emperor flag directly. Countless golden ghosts directly tore these demonic monks into pieces and refined them. Li Yuqian sighed, Look at you, you insist on taking out the soul-refining flag. Aren't you embarrassing me? Aguang, who was in Li Yuqian's mind, couldn't hold it in any longer and asked a question. If he doesn't take it out, will you let him go? Li Yuqian's expression remained unchanged. Of course not. Aguang, then what nonsense are you talking about? Li Yuqian's expression changed, and Aguang found out. Did you say bad things about me in your heart? Just as Aguang was about to defend himself, Li Yuqian's fist had already hit him. A minute later, Aguang, who had the same hairstyle as Tathagata Buddha, drew circles in the corner of his mind. If you want to hit me, just hit me. What's the question? Li Yuqian felt the memories in the souls of the demonic monks in the human emperor's banner. Then he laughed. Jia. Aguang, How dare you say that you are not a demonic villain? A figure appeared directly behind Li Yuqian. He was Li Yuqian's strongest worker, the innate cowhorse holy body, and a capitalist robot. Little comrade Sunspot. Subsequently, little Sunspot's robot army began to gradually appear. Li Yuqian patted little Sunspot on the shoulder. Comrade, thank you for your hard work. Now I have an important task for you. Promise to complete the task. Little Sunspot agreed, directly, without caring about the specific content. This firm attitude made Li Yuqian very satisfied, so he just waved it without saying a word. Little Sunspot's appearance began to change, turning directly into the gloomy old man before, and the army of robots behind him also turned into various demonic beings. The characteristics of people in the Devil's Path are also very changeable. Their hair is colorful, just like Shamat, and then they look a little uglier. Why is a villain and demon so handsome? Adhering to this concept, the dense robot army directly turned into an army of demonic monks. He looks messy, ferocious, and ugly, and then he exudes some black smoke, green smoke, etc., and outsiders will know at a glance that he is practicing magic. After Li Yuqian finished all this, he looked at little Sunspot. The memories and the souls of those demon cultivators were just transferred to you. You go and secretly replace the top leaders of the demon sect in this world, and then do your job, you know. Little Sunspot understood instantly. He led the army of robots that changed their appearance behind him and flew into the distance with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, Li Yuqian felt a strong sense of exclusion, as if the world was not welcoming him. Oops, Aguang is so unreliable in doing things, so the time travel card is not easy to use. Li Yuqian curled his lips and pointed his finger, and the feeling of exclusion around him disappeared instantly. Then Li Yuqian raised his middle finger to the sky. Don't make me slap you. He could feel the world consciousness of this world running away in a flash, as if he was hiding. Li Yuqian shrugged. He could run away from the monks, but he couldn't run away from the temple. When he left, he should make the world aware and compensate himself. Just now, I actually wanted to kick myself out and hurt me, but I also wanted to laugh it off. What a beautiful thought. Jia jia jia. Aguang, you were asked to come to this world to be a senior brother of the righteous way, but in the end you also want to engage in the evil way. You need both the righteous way and the evil way, right? Subsequently, Li Yuqian began his journey to fight the autumn wind. It turned out that those two guys from the Tianjin sect were indeed not normal in their minds and were a special case. In other places, the strong are respected and people are full of sophistication. But Li Yuqian was merciless in collecting local specialties. Some people even want to challenge Li Yuqian's weakness, such as the righteous beauties cultivating immortals or the demonic witches. Li Yuqian sighed. The world is really declining, and people's hearts are not as good as they used to be. However, it is my weakness after all. I still want to challenge it. Aguang. TSK, TSK, TSK. Outside King Xuanzong, Li Yuqian's cave, Elder Wang looked at the energetic Li Yuqian and asked with some doubts. So, you're saying that the Tianjin sect was wiped out by the demonic monks, and even their mountain gate was moved away? That's natural. It wasn't done by a demonic monk. Could it be that it was me? I'm a righteous senior brother. What Li Yuqian said was so confident that Elder Wang was half convinced. No, he had dinner with an elder of the Tianjin sect some time ago. Why were they suddenly wiped out and no one escaped? When did the people in the demonic path become so strong? Strange, so strange. Li Yuqian was angry. I've informed so many sects and so on. I'm tired from traveling, and I'm haggard. Why are you looking at me with such suspicious eyes? Elder Wang looked at Li Yuqian, who was full of energy and full of magic weapons, top-quality robes, and so on. Also, when you first appeared, you were clearly teleported using space ability. I even think you are fat. You are so haggard. Elder Wang coughed twice in embarrassment and waved his hand. Then I definitely believe you. You look so haggard that you have gained weight. The Tianjin sect has actually been wiped out. Other notifications will be sent, but there is something. Elder Wang hesitated to speak. He wanted to say something for a while, but didn't want to say it for a while. Li Yuqian looked disgusted. Could this old man stop hanging in front of him all the time? Say it quickly. That's right. Generally, you should share the local specialties you receive along the way with the sect Sanchi. Elder Wang swallowed and said cautiously. Li Yuqian was shocked. You mean just for some local specialties, you still want 30% from me? Ahem, it's the sect's 70%, and you're 30%. Elder Wang said weakly. Li Yuqian was shocked. I'm responsible for the notification, and you give me 30%. Then I'm going to kneel down and beg for food. It's a good idea. I deserve all this. Elder Wang wants to cry, but has no tears, so just inform him, you'll get 30%. You still have a nerve to say it. If it really doesn't work, you can give the sect 30%. How about some interest? I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Yuqian raised his middle finger and was about to open the magic circle and drive this guy out. Elder Wang didn't even get the hair, so he walked out dejectedly. Now Li Yuqian was like blackened, and he was originally going to find an excuse to buy souvenirs. As a result, he didn't even give me a cent alas. The world is deteriorating, and people's hearts are not as good as they used to be. After Li Yuqian watched Elder Wang leave, he glanced at the 3 people standing in front of the cave and waved casually. The vines on their bodies gradually disappeared, and the first reaction of the 3 of them was that they were finally free. Then the second reaction was to take out his own magic weapon and beat them together. They are quite ruthless in attacking one by one. You 2 little junior sisters. I wanted to save you before, but you 2 actually led the way. Go to hell. Oomph. What are you barking at? As a senior sister, what do you want us to do? That's right. The 3 people have been isolated from spiritual energy. At this time, their bodies no longer have spiritual energy, even if they are not isolated from spiritual energy now. But they fought together again, and gradually the spiritual energy in their bodies was lacking. Then, the 3 of them threw their magic weapons aside and directly demonstrated the primitive fighting methods of women. Pulling each other's hair. Li Yuqian was shocked, sigh. Oh, don't pull your clothes off. It's such a bad day in broad daylight, with the world clear and clear. Oh no, the woman was so cruel. He actually hit her between the legs. Oh, it feels so painful. These 3 women beat people so viciously, it's so terrifying. In the following days, Li Yuqian acted as a spectator and watched the love and hatred of the 3 junior sisters throughout the whole process. It was really exciting. As time passed, Qingxian's sect gradually became lively, and people from other sects arrived one after another. After the righteous sects and sects gathered together, a meeting on how to deal with the demonic and righteous war was officially held. The scene was very grand for a while, but the leader of Qingxian's sect and the 4 elders of Qingxian F had been exhausted mentally and physically these past few days. It's really weird. Everything in the Qingxian sect's treasure house is gone. Even if they send powerful experts to investigate, they can't find any traces. And at the same time, news came from the major sects and sects of the righteous path that the major treasure houses in their sects were frequently stolen, and all were stolen. Each one suffered heavy losses, but they were okay, at least nothing major happened, and they needed to prepare things. But King Xuanzong was going to hold a meeting, so he couldn't make the scene tremble. When the time comes to hold a meeting, create a high-profile scene and let the spiritual chef prepare spiritual food. When major sects attend meetings, they will also prepare gifts. When the time comes, they will also need to return gifts, souvenirs, etc., which all require materials. Qingyu Jinren and Qingxian F4 both wanted to die. They had no choice but to squeeze themselves and their disciples since the sect had no surplus food. Ever since, the disciples of the sect have discovered that the monthly salary given by the sect is pitiful, and the tasks issued are difficult and time-consuming, and the rewards given are small. But they endured it. After all, the current environment for cultivating immortals was like this, and other sects were also frequently stolen, and cultivation materials were also in short supply. Moreover, Master Qingyu, our sect leader, said, well, as long as we persist for a period of time as the first sect of the righteous path, everything will return to normal. Moreover, Master Qingyu and Elder Qing F4 have also taken on a large number of tasks. With everything like this, the whole sect has nothing to talk about. Master Qingyu and the four elders were relieved as they watched the meeting being officially held and the gifts sent by the sects. With so many gifts, it is not considered a loss, it is considered a gain. The hard work during this period is not in vain. As long as this blood is returned, it will be easier in the future, and you will not be so tired. Master Qingyu waved his hand and sent various treasure gifts into the treasure house. The treasure house magic circle has been specially strengthened, and 10 more magic circles have been added, and the magic circle is activated at full power. Master Qingyu doesn't believe it. Can this be lost? Elder Wang even volunteered to personally accompany those who brought precious gifts into the treasure house, and stood outside the treasure house to patrol and inspect them carefully, guaranteed to be foolproof. At this time, inside the treasure house, a blue portal appeared out of thin air, and then a back was exposed. In an instant, everything in the treasure house disappeared instantly. Not even a hair was left. Li Yuqian closed the portal, whistled, and sighed in his heart. It is indeed the #1 sect of the righteous path. I just took it out some time ago, and it's full again this time. So there's a bright future. I am so kind, my sect. I only take the things from the treasure house and do nothing else. Look at the time when I went to notify these sects of a meeting. I enjoyed the care and local products of those people. I also stopped by to visit their treasure trove, eating and taking some. I am so kind to King Xuanzong. Aguang, 6. After Li Yuqian collected the treasures in King Xuanzong's treasure house, he slowly walked out of the cave and walked towards King Xuanzong's main hall. The meeting on the battle between good and evil was held in the main hall. Li Yuqian looked at the Qingxian sect disciples around him and sighed. All of them are exhausted and have extremely serious bags and dark circles under their eyes. What is this resentment about beating workers? Li Yuqian said it was none of my business and I didn't know anything. The surrounding Qingxian sect disciples also showed admiration in their eyes when they saw their senior brother. Look, it's senior brother. How nice, senior brother. I heard that he voluntarily gave up his young sect master's privilege of getting 1 treasure from the treasure house every month. As long as he wants spiritual stones, he will really make me cry to death. Li Yuqian's face didn't change, his heart didn't beat, and he walked slowly into the Qingxian sect's main hall. Aguang repeatedly sighed in his heart. The dog host is so shameless. At this time, there were a lot of monks in the Qingxian sect's main hall. Representatives from each sect and sect were sent, and there were even some powerful righteous cultivators. Master Qingyu smiled happily. On the one hand, he had finally prepared for the meeting. On the other hand, he had received various precious gifts, and he was in a very good mood. Li Yuqian found the position of his young sect master, sat down, and ate the spiritual food in front of him. The corners of Master Qing Xuan's mouth twitched. Can you stop being so absorbed in eating? Hey, he hasn't had a meeting yet. Hey, he'll eat after the meeting is over. Ahem. Fellow Taoists, in this meeting, various methods to deal with the war between good and evil are all in the jade slips. Various combat strategies and methods from previous years have been adjusted accordingly. Please read them. Master Qingxian doesn't care about Li having money anymore. He wants to talk about business first. After everyone took the jade slips and looked at them, Master Qingyu slowly said, "Of course, if you have any good suggestions, you can give them." Before he finished speaking, Li Yuqian finished destroying the spiritual food on the table and spoke directly. "I have an opinion. It's not an opinion. It's a suggestion." Master Qingyu hardened his fist. If he couldn't beat this evil disciple, he would definitely give him a good beating. And at this time, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Little ancestor, hey, don't do it. Li Yuqian stood up and waved his hand. It's all the same, pretty much the same. Don't worry about these details. After saying that, he stood up directly, walked towards Master Qingyu, and then pushed him aside to take his place. Master Qingyu blinked his eyes crazily. The meaning was obvious. Outsiders are here. I am the sect master. Give me some face. Li Yuqian ignored him, Qingyu stood up smoothly and hid quietly to the side. You can't beat me, but you can offend me. And you can't hide anymore. Damn it. Brat, just wait for me. When a magic circle arranged by the ancestor is ready, I will capture you alive and teach you a lesson. Then, I asked you why you broke through the realm so quickly. When the time comes, give those opportunities to the ancestors of the sect and share some of them yourself. And maybe you can break through the Mahayana. Jia. So what about the appearance of an immortal? What about beating people across borders? If you don't become a real immortal, it will always be just the appearance of an immortal, not an immortal. So what if the combat power is comparable to Mahayana? So what if it is mysterious? There are 3 Mahayana ancestors in the sect, and with a magic circle, they must be able to control them. If I can't beat him, I will work every day without a day off. The treasure house will be stolen again and again, and the sect will have so many things. Qingxian F4 and I will work every day, and we will do our best. Qingxian F4. There is an inexplicable chill in my heart. Something is wrong. Something is 15% wrong. Elder Zhao in Qingxian F4 even thought that there was something wrong with the treasure house again. But after thinking about it, Lao Wang is here. I can rest assured that he will do things. At this time, Elder Wang outside the treasury, with his eyes like a torch, checked the surroundings, the magic circle, and the spiritual stones that run the magic circle. It was absolutely foolproof. Elder Wang showed a confident smile, put his hands on his hips, and couldn't help but sigh narcissistically, I am the most professional in protecting the treasure house. He thought that the chill that suddenly rose up just now must be that dog sect leader. What bad ideas did he have? He works hard every day, and he is not as good as his apprentice. Bah, it's also the Master Qingyu, who glows green when he fights. Master Green-Haired Turtle. I have to work every day and push back and forth, which makes my work burden a lot heavier. Oops. I read various materials and files every day. Fortunately, I have good eyes. Akio. Master Qingyu suddenly sneezed, interrupting what Li Yuqian was about to say. Li Yuqian gave him a disgusted look. Master Qingyu waved his hands awkwardly, sighing in his heart. 1 sneeze means someone misses him. 2 sneezes means someone scolds him. Alas, as expected of me, I am either in retreat or dealing with things every day, yet there are still people who miss me. Alas, I am worthy of being the most handsome guy in Qingxian sect. Achio. Master Qingyu was shocked. There were actually 2 people who missed me, or 1 person thought of me twice. Hey, it made me feel embarrassed. Li Yuqian looked at Lao Deng, who kept sneezing, and his heart tightened. There must be some Shaoyang people in the world of immortality. What kind of expression is there? Such a wretched smile. Li Yuqian immediately looked aside in disgust, looked at it, and the people from various sects below coughed lightly. My opinion is that in the future, each sect should form a righteous alliance. I am the leader of the alliance, and you will be my subordinate forces from now on. Who is in favor and who is against? The people below were silent for a while, and finally started shouting, thinking it was the young master of Qingxian sect who was joking. Most of the people below still know the senior brother and young master of Qingxian sect, who has suddenly become famous recently. It is said that he is in the early stage of becoming a god and has unparalleled combat prowess. His combat prowess alone may be comparable to that of a Mahayana monk. Li Yuqian's voice was not loud, but it made everyone's smiles stop suddenly. This is not a joke, nor is it a discussion. This is a notice. Who is in favor and who is against? If you are against it, I will show you my fist as big as a sandbag. I'm mad at True Lord to object. A voice came from below. Everyone heard the words and started talking. Kong Fa Jinjuan. Isn't that the ancestor of the Quangblade sect and a monk in the Mahayana stage? He's actually here. It seems like something big is about to happen. Li Yuqian was happy. A chicken appeared just in time to scare the monkeys, so he looked in the direction of the sound. There were 2 people at a table, a bald man with his upper body naked, and a middle-aged uncle with a lot of hair who looked like Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan 3. Li Yuqian pointed at the middle-aged uncle and said arrogantly, "You're the one with the crazy hair, right? Your hairstyle is quite arrogant." Middle-aged uncle. The bald man next to him became anxious. "What do you think of your eyes? I am a mad-haired, true king." Li Yuqian glanced at his bald head with a look of disgust on his face. "While you're playing, I don't even have to judge your cultivation level. Your hair is as long as a stewed egg. I can draw it in 3 seconds with a pencil, but you are still crazy. Go, go, go." Bald man. After the bald man was silent for a while, he chose a curve to save the country. "Then why do you say he is the mad-haired true monarch?" Li Yuqian pointed at the middle-aged man next to him with a hairstyle that looked like he was playing in a super league, and then pointed at the bald man's bald head. The meaning was obvious. The bald man is silent and breaks his defense. After a while, he slowly said, "Is there a possibility that because I was born bald, I always dream of growing hair? That's why I force others to call me Kuang Fa Jinjuan." Next to him, the middle-aged man with hair that resembled a Scion 3 laughed twice and walked away. Passing by, "It's not me, it's not me." Li Yuqian took a moment to perceive the state of the bald man and fell into silence. Isn't there only wrong names in the world, not wrong nicknames? Who knows? You have a bald head called Kuang Fa Jinjuan. It's a bit embarrassing, but it's just a minor problem. Li Yuqian is not straight-minded and has a strong temper. He acts like a big showman without saying a word. The mad-haired, true monarch summoned his natal magic weapon, 2 long blood-color knives, the blades filled with majestic blood energy. Just when he was about to resist, he suddenly felt a powerful force restraining his body. It was a bit like the power of divine consciousness, but a little special. Damn it, it can't be done. With a slap in the face, the bald man was knocked upside down. Li Yuqian said coldly, "You're the bald true king, okay? If you don't say anything, you will acquiesce." The bald man who was forcibly controlled by a big guy. Li Yuqian nodded with satisfaction. "Let me tell you, how could I admit the wrong person?" The bald man who was forced to change his name. Li Yuqian took a look at the bald man. He was covered in clothes, although he was wearing quite little clothes, only his lower body was on. But he actually wears a red space storage bracelet on his hand. It's really cool. They are either storage rings or storage bags. You're the only one who is special. In order to put an end to this evil trend, Li Yuqian snatched his space bracelet away without saying a word. Then he kicked him down, looked at the people around him, and said loudly, "How about it? Who agrees and who opposes?" The people around looked at the bald man and then at Li Yuqian and immediately became relieved and nodded. There's a sentence written on their faces. Those who work in the West are heroes. Master Qingyu swallowed and immediately took out a jade stone from his storage bag. He clicked it continuously and played a special rhythm to convey a message to the ancestor of his sect. The meaning of the message is very simple. If there's a problem, stop taking action. After sending the message, Master Qingyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I thought I was awesome if I could beat myself with one punch, but in the end, this guy slapped the Mahayana monk, the mad-haired true monarch Ba. The bald true monarch, this Mahayana monk famous for fighting. This is too perverted. The idea is tricky. Please consider it in the long run." Then, Master Qingyu looked up and saw Li Yuqian's face next to him, with his eyes only looking at him. At this moment, the pressure exploded, and I even felt water coming out of my forehead. Is it raining? No, this is in the main hall. If it rains, it won't drip on my face. It's sweat. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Li Yuqian said in a leisurely tone, "You look very panicked. Your hands are tapping very rhythmically. What's wrong? You have your own rhythm. You're not sending some Morse code, are you?" Master Qingyu wanted to say something, but Li Yuqian punched him onto the roof, and his head was directly driven into it. The jade in his hand was also held by Li Yuqian. There should be 2 special magic weapons. One of them would produce the corresponding content if he struck the jade with a special rhythm. And there will be no spiritual energy fluctuations, which is a bit interesting, but not much. Li Yuqian flashed a green light on his hand and observed the timeline. Then he knocked slowly for more than a dozen times, and after finishing it, he threw it aside with satisfaction. Then, He strode towards the back mountain of Qingxian sect and said a word. Everyone here, come with me. Let you see the strength of brother, and save some people from not being able to distinguish the file-size king. Everyone in the hall looked at each other and followed Li Yuqian very consciously. They felt that they would definitely witness something big today. The ancestors of the Qingxian sect had question marks on their faces. They had just been setting up the Qingxian immortal killing array, and now they were almost ready. They were just waiting for the meeting to end. Then he asked Master Qingyu to lure Li Yuqian over and use the magic circle to capture him. As a result, the twin spiritual jades rang inexplicably, and then I saw inexplicable words coming from Master Qingyu. That is to say, if there is a problem, the action will be terminated. And then after a while, he will say, just kidding, are you scared? Haha. Ancestors of the Qingxian sect. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Ouch, this is my bad temper. This Qingyu, you are so brave to make fun of the ancestor. The ancestors unanimously decided to beat Qingyu up when they had time, and they didn't know how to respect the elders at all. Master Qingyu, you don't say anything about your love for children. Finally, the ancestors of Qingxian sect felt a powerful force of divine consciousness sweeping towards the three of them. At this time, the three ancestors who were setting up the magic circle were the three Mahayana monks of Qingxian sect. The three Mahayana monks didn't notice for a moment, but they were stunned by this force and froze on the spot. After the three of them calmed down, they saw a lot of monks and Li Yuqian. The three people, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. Everyone looked at the surrounding magic circle and the ancestor of the Qingxian sect in front of them. Li Yuqian's face was cold. Humph. I have shed blood for the sect. I have sweated for the sect. You actually want to use the magic circle to suppress me. I think you three have a way to die. Aguang, your sugar content is too high. Add 3 spoons of sugar to your coffee, right? The expressions of the three ancestors of Qingxian sect darkened. It was obvious from above that it was Master Qingyu who had been exposed. Now that you know, we don't have to go to great lengths. The Qingxian immortal killing formation is activated. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared directly, covering everyone present. The magic circle also vaguely echoed the Qingxian sect's sect-protecting formation. The three ancestors stood in the nodes of the magic circle and controlled the magic circle. The three of them had confident smiles on their faces. Li Yuqian, if you hand over the opportunity, we will let you go. After all, he is the senior brother of Qingxian sect, so don't resist needlessly. With the three of us cooperating with this formation, and with the support of the great government of protecting the sect within Qingxian sect, even a true immortal cannot afford to go around in circles. Not to mention that you are just a genius with the talents of an immortal. As for the ants from other sects, I hope you know something. Everyone who came over nodded repeatedly, made gestures in agreement, stretched out their hands, and pulled down their mouths like zippers. The ancestors of the Qingxian sect are very confident that the total number of Mahayana periods of the current righteous path does not exceed 10, and the Qingxian sect accounts for 3. Just ask who else is there. Even if you let these people go, it won't affect anything. You can even let them see how powerful the three of you are. Let the world know what the first sect of the right path is. Li Yuqian was happy to see the three ancestors of Qingxian sect so confident. No, you are so confident that you can suppress me. I know your plan. I came here on my own. To be honest, when Li Yuqian stole the treasure house before, he checked and found that the treasure house was empty. Then the psychokinesis scan revealed that Qingxian sect had also arranged a magic circle. After a closer inspection, the psychokinesis shroud obtained some information. Having known about this for a long time, Li Yuqian decided to give them a good beating, partly to show how hard his fists were. On the other hand, let them waste their time and engage in this formation. Everything in this treasure house belongs to me. Is there any justice in using my things to hit me? Wong. The three ancestors spoke directly and confidently. I can't suppress you. If we can't suppress you, the three of us will jump off the highest peak of Qingxian sect and land on our faces, using our cheeks as a buffer. No need for spiritual energy. Li Yuqian felt that he must help them realize their wishes and make them real. Then he walked swaggering towards the three of them, and various barriers in the magic circle began to block Li Yuqian. From time to time, a burst of blue light swept across and hit Li Yuqian. As a result, Li Yuqian didn't do anything and walked directly in front of the three ancestors. In full view of everyone, Li Yuqian grabbed an ancestor by the collar and said, "You are the only one who wants to suppress me, right? No, the idea is annoying." The three ancestors activated the magic circle, and the green light turned into a giant sword of huge amounts like a mountain and slashed hard at Li Yuqian. And countless runes spread towards Li Yuqian, seemingly attached with various negative buffs, try to weaken Li Yuqian and restrict his movements. The ancestor who was grabbed by Li Yuqian's collar emitted green light on the spot, as if he was going to dissipate into a breeze. The special effects are full. Unfortunately, Li Yuqian raised his hand and fired a Star Collapse roaring cannon directly at the giant sword above his head. The other hand contains Psychokinesis, which directly grabs the ancestor to death. Even if you turn into the wind, you can't even think of running away. After a bang, the giant sword above his head disappeared directly, and the huge magic circle broke apart inch by inch. The three ancestors of the Qingxian sect froze on the spot, looking at the magic circle around them, and swallowed. Li Yuqian raised his hand and slapped the ancestor in front of him. After calming him down, he stretched out his hands and caught the two ancestors who wanted to escape. Then, like Hulk throwing Loki, he madly dragged the two ancestors and smashed them crazily. Finally, he took the two ancestors and threw them at the ancestor who was frozen in place. With a bang, Li Yuqian looked at the Qingxian sect ancestor who was about to collapse and sighed. "You want to suppress me? Anyway, I will relax your muscles and muscles. Are you moved?" Ancestors of the Qingxian sect. The three of them felt that they were as powerless as mortals facing Li Yuqian, and they were sure that they could not beat him with their eyes. "I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm moved. I'm very moved." The three of them gave in. Unfortunately, Li Yuqian got furious. "Okay, I've beaten you three like this, but you three still dare to move." Without saying a word, Li Yuqian punched countless times, and each punch was heavier than the last. In fact, the three ancestors almost turned into folding screens, showing expressions of despair. The faces of the three people gradually filled with despair. At this point, Li Yuqian clapped his hands with satisfaction and stopped beating the three people. Then he looked at the three of them and reminded them, Why don't you jump off the highest peak of Qingxian sect? Remember to keep your face on the ground. If you don't want to go, I can help you go." Two of the three ancestors of the Qingxian sect stood up very consciously, swallowed their saliva, and flew towards the highest peak in the Qingxian sect. Anyway, they are Mahayana people. Even if they jump from here, they won't be killed even if they land on their faces. Instead of facing Li Yuqian, who could treat the two of them as toys, he should try his own thickness of face. Li Yuqian's eyes turned to the only ancestor of the Qingxian sect who was not moving. "Are you very arrogant?" The ancestor of the Qingxian sect who was forcibly restrained and unable to move. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian grabbed his thigh with one hand and gave him the experience of hitting the ground alone. Hitting him, the scene has been very cruel, and everyone around can't bear to watch it. At this time, the voice of Guangfa Jinjuan came out. His time for force control had come, and now he was free. He roared loudly, "I will fight with you, brave young man." Then a red ray of light came rushing over, and he saw Li Yuqian taking a Mahayana monk, smashing it on the ground crazily in the super powerful magic circle that was broken around him. If you take a closer look, you will see that there are two Mahayana monks in the distance, jumping down from the top of the peak. The scene is a bit strange. Li Yuqian stopped what he was doing and looked at the mad-haired true lord who was flying over. "What? Are you in trouble?" I want to thank you for the new name you gave me, Bald Master." The bald true monarch is decisive and obeys his heart. A real man must be able to bend and stretch. Li Yuqian nodded with satisfaction and threw the Mahayana, a monk in his hand, into the distance. It happened to hit the two, who jumped down and crashed into the mountain with a bang. Li Yuqian clapped his hands, then looked at it carefully and nodded reassuringly. Very good. The strength was controlled very successfully, as long as he doesn't die. Finally, he turned his head and saw the people around him. So, now that I'm the leader of the Righteous Alliance, do you have any objections? Unifying the right path. The Alliance leader is the strongest. The leader of the Alliance is handsome, powerful, and unparalleled in combat power. If he is not the leader of the Alliance, who should be the leader? Everyone around him echoed, with the bald, true monarch speaking the most positively. So on this day, the alliance formed by the righteous path of the world of immortality launched its first leader. And of course, it is also the eternal leader. Righteous senior brother Li Yuqian. Why does the alliance leader call him senior brother Jingdao? Because this is a nickname chosen by the alliance leader himself. If you have any opinions, you can put them forward after receiving 3 punches from the leader. Obviously, this title is very good, and everyone present has no objection at all. Everyone. We don't dare to have any opinions. After that day, there were still people who were opposed to the Righteous Alliance, but the leader of the alliance personally came to visit and communicated in a friendly manner. Those who objected were wearing the same hairstyle as Tathagata Buddha, excitedly expressed their agreement, and lamented that having a person like the leader is a blessing for the righteous way. He was even moved to tears. A few days later, in the main hall of Qingxian's sect, Master Qingyu rubbed his head. What happened in the past few days was simply too outrageous. Li Yuqian, a dog, can transform into a god, bah. This guy must be an immortal. Otherwise, beating a Mahayana monk would be like beating a chicken. I don't know what weird idea I have, but I have to show off my ability to become a god, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Oh, it's such a dog. But there are advantages. At least his eldest disciple has become the leader of the Righteous Alliance, and he has the honor to speak out. Master Qingyu thought this, and then thought of the treasure collected in the conference room, and prepared to go to the treasure house to take a look. When I think about the treasure house being full again, I feel very happy. I was so shocked because of Li Yuqian's incident before. I haven't had a chance to watch it during this period of time, so I have to take a good look now. 10 minutes later, Master Qingyu came from the treasure house. Those who heard it were sad, and those who heard it screamed in tears. Noah, when Master Qingyu walked out with 1 foot shallow and 1 deep, he happened to bump into Elder Wang head-on. I remember that during this period, Lao Wang, you were responsible for the safety of the treasure house, right? That's natural. I'm a professional guarding the treasure house. Look at my professional eyes. Elder Wang was just about to go to the treasure house to get something when he bumped into his sect leader and heard him asking this question. He instantly showed a confident smile and then waited for Master Qingyu to praise himself. But he felt something was wrong, so why did he suddenly fall into silence? Hey, sect master, why are you wearing clothes? Why are you raising your fists? Damn it, don't hit me. You're the one I'm beating. Master Qingyu's heart broke when he thought of the empty treasure house he had just seen. Directly in Qingxian's sect, he violently beat Elder Wang, who was at the peak of his divine transformation and in the early stages of his transformation. The two of them were at odds. Master Qingyu punched 3 times, and Elder Wang split open after holding on for 7 seconds. Then Elder Wang screamed and fled away into the distance. He was quite fast when he ran away. Moreover, the scream was quite loud. As soon as Li Yuqian came out of the cave to take a breath of fresh air, he was startled by the sound. What kind of noise is this? Forget it. It should be none of my business. Li Yuqian shrugged and began to accept little sunspots information. He was doing very well in the magic world, or he was doing extremely well, relying on his mechanical natural disasters, black hands, and righteous beatings. Successfully eliminated the high-level officials of various sects in the demonic path, and the masters of casual cultivators were also basically eliminated. Of course, there are a few that are more troublesome. Little Sunspot will use his trump card to summon Li Yuqian's technique. Li Yuqian will go through the blue portal, directly destroy the enemy, and then walk away in style. Little Sunspot is taking the opportunity to replace them. In other words, Little Sunspot has become the boss of the devil. Then Little Sunspot implemented some of his new ideas on everyone in the demonic way. Such ideas shocked even the vampire capitalist Li Yuqian. Not all bad agents are as bad as you. The demonic monks are now living in dire straits. Now there are no loose cultivators in the demonic sect, and they have all been integrated. Little Sunspot also established a magic alliance in response to the situation. Of course, some people did not want to be included. If you don't want to be included, then force it to be included. If you don't go, you will be arrested and given to Li Yuqian as a filial piety, and then you will be slowly swallowed up by the Renwang banner. Li Yuqian, put it this way, there's an inexplicable sense of being a big villain. According to Little Sunspot's idea, normal magic monks, after entering the alliance, work hard to complete various tasks. After working for a year, let alone earning spiritual stones and cultivation resources, it's good if you don't owe the alliance. The most outrageous thing is that you suffered any injuries or illnesses when you completed the mission. You took out your spiritual energy to buy recovery elixirs. Li Yuqian, you raise a cow and let the cow work. If the cow gets sick, you have to call a veterinarian for it. Little Sunspot, you are so cruel. And the most cruel thing about Little Sunspot is the back. If he really can't do it or dares to resist, he will directly concentrate on refining it and give it to Li Rich Man Huang Banner as a material. Li Yuqian, I strangled the Burmese branch of Cultivation World. Most people cut off their waists. Not only do you want your waist, you want your whole body. Li Yuqian's conscience ached for 3 seconds, and then he returned to normal. What does this Little Sunspot have to do with me? Besides, I am the leader of the Righteous Alliance, and I am not from the demonic path. That's right, that's it. Li Yuqian sighed with emotion. He was still kind, he didn't do anything and just relied on his status as the leader of the alliance. He forcibly demanded the local specialties of the major sects of Jingdao, and then from time to time robbed all the treasures of their sects. Apart from this, I have done nothing else, but the interesting thing is that the more I do it, the more I do it. Instead, the higher-ups of the sect began to squeeze the sect disciples, and they all got involved. The only drawback is that they change the location of the treasure trove from time to time, but it doesn't matter. Li Yuqian said that his psychokinesis is now spreading. It's enough to directly check the entire world of cultivating immortals. It doesn't matter where you hide it. Li Yuqian was thinking as he prepared to return to the cave and take a nap. As a result, 2 figures ran up from behind. One was none other than third junior sister Wu Jingyi, and there was a man. Li Yuqian looked familiar. Oh, suddenly he remembered, wasn't this the stupid guy who really gave his storage bag to someone else? Wu Jingyi ran over with a smile on her face, looked at her senior brother, and said a little embarrassedly, "Senior brother, are you free tomorrow?" The man behind him looked humiliated. Li Yuqian touched his chin. The more he looked at him, the more he looked like a boiling sheep. "I refuse." Li Yuqian gave him the middle finger. "This third junior sister is an Aquaman. What's wrong? You still want to catch me now? Just dream." Before Wu Jingyi spoke, the man behind him became anxious. "Even if you're the leader of the Righteous Alliance and the senior brother of Qingxian sect, so what? Why do you give a middle finger to a junior sister like yourself? It's really too much. Junior sister Wu, don't be afraid." As a result, the junior sister Wu in his mouth became angry and shouted at him. "Can you stop speaking so loudly? How rude. And don't get so close to me in the future. I'm afraid senior brother will misunderstand you." Li Yuqian, it's none of my business. To be honest, originally, when this man provoked me, I was planning to beat him up. The results now look like, hey, this is too bad for my brother. Stop licking me. Brother, you can go back to Gotham. I won't hit you. Li Yuqian felt that this man's nose was red. Wu Jingyi was very angry at this time. She, a licking dog, had been really good to her in the past, had a good family background, and had good abilities. But facing my senior brother, that's not enough. Can't you just be a licking dog? You have to show up to increase your presence. Now it's better. It will affect your ability to catch the senior brother. You are a damn licker. Li Yuqian shook his head, feeling speechless towards the two of them, and returned to the cave. Wu Jingyi saw that her senior brother ignored her and walked directly into the cave. I really hated the licking dog next to me and blamed him, so I snorted and flew away. The man quickly followed and shouted, Jingyi Jing, I was wrong. Wait for me, don't ignore me. If you ignore me, how will I live in the future? Li Yuqian was just about to take a nap, but not long after, news came from the magic circle that someone was looking for him. Li Yuqian was angry and walked out with a look of displeasure on his face. He was about to turn the person who disturbed his sleep into a folding screen. Then he saw no one outside the cave, leaving only a jade slip. Li Yuqian picked it up and took a look. There was information in it. The information was, your master and 3 junior sisters are all in my hands. If you don't want them to die, come to this place. Then the coordinates of a location are provided in the jade slip. Li Yuqian was silent, and then he said wordlessly, Shunjin, if you die, just die. You disturb my sleep for this little thing. Damn it. After saying that, he turned around and looked back without a trace of hesitation. An hour later, 8 figures fell into silence in the valley. It is worth mentioning that there were 4 people behind them who were tied up in the corner. During the long silence, someone gradually raised a question. Are you sure it's useful to threaten him with his master and sister? The 3rd ancestor of the Qingxian sect, who was beaten into a folding screen by Li Yuqian some time ago, said in unison, Of course. That kid takes care of his junior sister the most. How could it not work? Then why hasn't Mao come yet? This sentence made the 3rd ancestor of Qing, Xuanzong, fall into silence. At this time, another person among the 8 people stood up, and his bald hairstyle proved his identity. The bald true monarch directly activated his intelligent brain. I know how to lure him out. How to lead. The 3rd ancestor of King Xuanzong was stunned. Li Yuqian grew up in King Xuanzong and had all kinds of circumstances. But based on the best plan, based on his past experience and intelligence, can this guy have a better solution? The confident look on the bald master's face is very convincing. It's very simple. Just say that someone wants to give him souvenirs. He promises to come. Really? This is obviously a trap. Will he come? The 3rd ancestor of Qingxian's sect looked hesitant. The bald master cast a spell without saying a word, and a small red snake appeared out of thin air and finally disappeared, heading towards Li Yuqian's cave with the bald master's message. 10 minutes later, a blue light door appeared, and Li Yuqian strode in. He looked at everyone present and said happily, Hey, there are quite a lot of people. Where are the souvenirs? Everyone present. A guang in Li Yuqian's mind also fell into silence. He couldn't help but said, No, host, this is obviously a trap. You don't care. That's interesting. Even if it's a trap, how dare they not give it to me? Besides, it seems like they can beat me. Li Yuqian's frivolous words left a guang speechless. The bald master's first reaction when he saw Li Yuqian was a little scared, and then he looked at the 7 people next to him and instantly felt confident. You are a junior. You really dare to come here. You are quite courageous. What a pity. Today is the day of your death. One more thing. I am a mad-haired true monarch, not some bald-headed true monarch. Li Yuqian ignored this guy and pointed his finger at the person in front of him. Hey, the 8 Mayana monks, all the righteous Mayana monks, are probably here. No wonder you are so confident again. The 3rd ancestor of the Qingxian sect began to speak confidently again. Of course, this time, the 8 Mayana monks will take action together. And with the help of the special terrain and the power of heaven and earth in this valley, a mysterious formation has been arranged. Not to mention you, even a mortal can't stand it. Li Yuqian, I remember you said this last time. Li Yuqian said lightly, embarrassing the 3rd ancestor of the Qingxian sect opposite him. That's different. It was an exaggeration before, but now it's a statement. Do you understand? Li Yuqian waved his hand. I'm not here to learn wuxia. Come on, come on. I didn't want to kill you before. It seems to have given you confidence. By the way, besides you, someone else knows that the 8 of you are going to join forces to deal with us. And I have a problem. I'm squeezing those sections. It is normal for the old monsters behind those sects to come out. But if I understand correctly, two of them are casual Mayana practitioners, right? Come and get involved in this muddy water. The bald master snorted coldly. You are still pretending. The treasure houses of various sects are frequently stolen. Is it you who did it? As long as the 8 of us kill you, we will not only get the opportunity to know why you are so strong, but also share the things you stole from each sect's treasure house. If you won't blame it, it's because you are too greedy. Li Yuqian looked upright and said, I am the leader of the Righteous Alliance. How could I do such a thing? After you announced the time of the meeting at whichever house you were in, as soon as you left, the treasure trove of the house behind you was stolen. How could such a coincidence happen? I found out the clues last time, so I secretly went to the meeting and prepared to attack King Xuanzong to punish me. But I couldn't beat you, and neither could the old guys of King Xuanzong. You are quite powerful, but this time you have no chance of escaping. The face of the bald man is full of affirmation of his own IQ. He is so confident. Li Yuqian sighed. The other 8 people thought that Li Yuqian still defended themselves like this, but in the end, now that you have discovered it, then please come to our Renhuang banner and talk about it. Li Yuqian directly waved a golden flag, and countless ghosts shining with golden lights spewed out, charging crazily towards the 8 people on the opposite side. The 8 Great Ascension monks opposite looked shocked, and one of them shouted, Soul refining flag. Fart! This is the flag of the human emperor. Don't slander me. Li Yuqian watched as the 8 people on the opposite side hurriedly responded to the countless fierce ghosts rushing towards them. The entire valley began to tremble. A huge amount of magic circle gradually enveloped the entire place. The 8 people on the opposite side included sword cultivators, formation cultivators, talisman cultivators, magic cultivators, alchemy cultivators, and even the heretic bald-head true monarch who was slashing wildly with 2 big knives. There are those that can carry, those with output, those with alchemy assistance, and those with various spells and bugs. Li Yuqian touched his chin and felt that these 8 old men were still preparing to treat him as a boss. I felt the state of these 8 people in the formation, and from time to time, they urged the formation to strike together. With the ability of exploding stars, using this formation, you might actually be able to defeat a single immortal in this world. Even if they can't defeat him, it's still possible for 8 people to work together to seal the immortals in this world. It's a pity that Li Yuqian can't handle 8 people facing the Emperor banner alone. The ghost tide that covered the sky and the sun flooded toward the 8 people on the opposite side. All kinds of attacks were torn apart, and a magic circle was also exploded by the huge group of ghosts. The formation cultivator among the 8 people roared loudly. What kind of monster is he? Is this a human being? Is he a monk? Is he cheating? Oh my God, you attacked me personally. You actually call me a human being. Li Yuqian was angry. Why did he attack him personally? What kind of cheating? Small cheating does not count as cheating. Although Li Yuqian activated the Human Emperor banner at will, the Human Emperor banner, which had absorbed so many souls, was not something that these people could resist. At this time, the bald master, who thought he was the smartest, stood up, and his spiritual energy turned into a big hand, holding Li Yuqian's master and 3 junior sisters in it. He roared loudly, Stop now and destroy your cultivation, or I will kill your master and 3 junior sisters. Oh, you go ahead and kill them. Be careful not to damage their storage bags. Of course you can break them. They're quite poor anyway. Li Yuqian thought about it for a moment, and then gave a reminder, which immediately silenced the bald master. After a while, he struggled and said, If it really doesn't work, we can discuss it. They are your master and junior sister. Do you still have any conscience and morals? If it really doesn't work, let's discuss it and talk about the conditions. Don't listen. Aren't you funny? You threatened me with them before, but I didn't come. Do you think I'll be threatened now? If you want to kill, just kill. After killing, I will stand on the moral high ground and avenge my junior sister and master. What Li Yuqian said hit the nail on the head, leaving the bald true monarch speechless to refute, and finally threw these 4 people aside in disgust. How abominable. This guy has no morals at all, and cannot be kidnapped at all, and he actually wants to stand on a moral high ground and point fingers. Is there any justice? How come he doesn't practice martial ethics, compared to me, a guy doesn't practice martial ethics? Just when the 8 people were about to be unable to withstand it, the magic circle was about to break. Suddenly, 2 seemingly youngest Mahayana monks, a man and a woman, stood up. Their eyes were sharp and firm. They were both sword cultivators. They each summoned their own magic weapons, one blue and one red, echoing each other. They looked at each other and then said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, don't give up. Remember the last battle between good and evil. In such a cruel war, we still repelled the demonic army. I believe it will be the same this time. Don't let him underestimate the bond between us." Liu Qian, why did you say such incomprehensible words? What kind of bond? When did I underestimate you? Afterwards, the eyes of the few remaining people were filled with memories, as if they were remembering their lost youth. Except for the bald, true monarch. He was cursing, holding 2 big knives, and wildly waving the terrifying, bloody sword energy, trying to repel the evil ghost. I have an inexplicable feeling of being excluded. Liu Qian took a look at the other Mahayana monks. They were either immortals, handsome men, or beautiful women. He's just a bald man who doesn't fit in, so no wonder he's being ostracized. Bald, true monarch. Suddenly, the man and the woman nodded to each other. Their auras gradually became one, and the 2 flying swords burst out with red and blue light. The 5 Mahayana monks behind them directly used various methods to buff them, including spells, elixirs, and magic circles. Then a dazzling red-blue light beam struck towards Liu Qian. They also shouted, "Don't underestimate the bond between us." For the right path, Liu Qian couldn't help but cover his eyes. This must be light pollution, it's so bright. And the local immortal cultivators are so rude. They talk about fetters and righteousness. Do you think you can defeat me, a big villain, like this? Bah, I'm not the villain. In order to show respect for his opponent, Liu Qian first waved the human emperor flag and collected all the Li Gui into the flag. Power surged throughout his body, and then he roared, enhanced version of the broken star roaring cannon psychokinesis. Huge amounts of black and red light beams also hit them, and the 2 light beams clashed with each other. There's an old saying that says that since ancient times, Liu Qian has won in the standing position when he lost against the left side of the wave. What's more, Liu Qian took it seriously, and with a bang, the 7 people who were originally shouting about being bound were directly enveloped in black and red light beams. Then, he disappeared where he was, not even his ashes. The bald master, who was speechless just now and felt excluded, swallowed his saliva. No, the gap in combat power is a bit big. It's a good fight. I asked you to exclude me, but now I'm fine. You're all dead, but I'm still a blessing in disguise, and I'm still alive. At this time, Liu Qian looked at the bald, true monarch. The bald, true monarch's brain was running rapidly, and then he stood dozens of meters away from Liu Qian. He immediately knelt down, took out his storage bag, raised his hands above his head, and said cautiously as he slid in front of Liu Qian, "I only took these with me when I went out today. I can give all my wealth to Senior in a while. From now on, I will be your little brother. This is a contract of heaven. After I sign it, my life will depend on your thoughts." Liu Qian lamented that the bald man had a flexible bottom line and principles, and he was a talent. Liu Qian nodded with satisfaction, took all the things he raised above his head into his hands, and then threw them into the small world, except for a piece of paper that seemed to be made by an unknown creature. "Very good. Your sincerity impressed me." Liu Qian felt that the so-called contract of heaven was a bit like the contracts for permanent residence that were signed before. However, the content inside is different. He is imprinting himself, collecting a person's soul fragments, punching them in, and signing his name. From now on, his life will be in his own hands. It should have been made by the immortals in this world using the rules. It is a good thing. Liu Qian was quite interested, and after a gesture with his eyes, The bald master immediately understood and immediately cut off a small piece of his soul and put the soul fragment into the contract. After signing his name, Liu Qian took the contract in his hand and felt it. This scope of action is probably useful in this world, but it's boring. Liu Qian waved his hand and was about to collect souvenirs from the other 7 people when he was stunned. It seemed that I had just beaten them all into pieces, ruined them, and suffered a loss. Liu Qian was instantly filled with sadness. No, you said you were shouting about fettering the righteous path. What are you doing? It made me suddenly interested, so I gave it a try. Now it's better, even the ashes are gone, and I don't have any souvenirs. The air pressure in Liu Qian's body dropped. He was so heartbroken that he put the human emperor flag into the small world, opened the portal, and walked in. Today is really a day when Mercury is retrograde. The bald master who was standing there breathed a sigh of relief and then followed him in a hurry. Now he understands the situation clearly. His boss is invincible in the world and invincible in the sky. How can he be an immortal with his fighting power? This is simply an unprecedented strong man. Fortunately, he is smart enough and impressed the other party with his sincerity. A strong man like this still controls his own life and makes his own decisions. From now on, he will be Liu Qian's #1 loser. In a corner of the valley, because Liu Qian used the Renhuang banner, he ordered the attack target to be the 8 Mahayana monks. As a result, Master Qingyu and his 3 disciples actually didn't have any trouble and just stayed there. The 4 of them took a look at the restraining circle on their bodies. Then he looked at the deserted valley and twisted his body crazily. Can you take us with you? Is our sense of existence so low? In King Xuanzong's cave, Liu Qian seemed to have remembered his chief master and junior sister. Forget it. It's not important. I am too busy grieving now to save them. 10 days later, the Righteous Alliance underwent a major change, and a deputy leader appeared, the bald true monarch. In the Mahayana stage, he does all kinds of evil and likes to bully the monks in the alliance and collect all kinds of treasures. With his powerful cultivation, even the highly respected righteous elder brother was unable to do anything. Suddenly, the major sects of the righteous path were under increasing pressure to cultivate immortality, and it would take 996 just to complete the task. This is the current mainstream statement in the Righteous Alliance, but Master Qingyu knows that it is false. The bald master is just Liu Qian's minion, and the real man behind the scenes is Liu Qian. He tried to tell many people, but they didn't believe it. Many people knew that this mainstream statement was false. Many people know this very well. After all, Liu Qian beat the bald master in front of many people, so how could he be powerless against him? But what they didn't believe was that Liu Qian was the mastermind behind the scenes. At most, he was in cahoots with the bald true monarch. After all, the bald true monarch is in Mahayana stage. Although he cannot defeat Liu Qian, he still has the arrogance that a great monk should have. Otherwise, wouldn't the bald true monarch be afraid of other Mahayana monks laughing at him? You know, when your cultivation level is high, the most important thing is how to break through your realm and save your face. Master Qingyu was really powerless to refute this, and even laughed at the bald master. And those Mahayana monks now even have no ashes. And I can't say it yet, and no one will believe me if I say it. I can't just say it directly. The other Mahayana monks are all in trouble. If Liu Qian is more serious, they will be defeated in seconds. Master Qingyu used his brain to make a decision. He wanted to be Liu Qian's lackey. For the sake of life and future, it's better to be a B****ch than to be miserable. Moreover, it was not easy for him and his 3 disciples to escape from the bondage. Fortunately, the battle between Liu Qian and those Mahayana monks was so fierce that it attracted some disciples of Qingxian sect, and then the disciples called in several elders. Only then did he and his apprentice have a chance to be released. If things had been left in the past, in that valley, they would have been treated as if no one had gone there for hundreds of years. It's not easy to escape in just a few days. Liu Qian is so strong, so fawning over him is the only way to go. Maybe with a few pointers from others, he can break through even though he looks like he is in the early stage of becoming a god. But who believes it? Master Qingyu will laugh at him for the rest of his life. Regarding Qingyu Zhenren, who is determined to be his great disciple and a loser, his three disciples have different ideas. The three disciples knew very well that although they had offended Li Yuqian was now completely merciless. Moreover, if Li Yuqian is so strong, it will definitely be simple for him to become the leader of Qingxian sect in the future. As long as he wants to, he will definitely be able to become it. The three of them now have no future and have offended Li Yuqian, so the three of them made a decision. He betrayed the righteous path, took refuge in the demonic path, and went to the area controlled by the demonic path sect. The three of them also told their master that after all, their master had also offended Li Yuqian. He didn't want to care about others threatening him with the lives of his master and apprentice, and Li Yuqian also beat his master. It would be better to escape from the righteous path, and then hide incognito and join a demon sect. Li Yuqian is the leader of the Righteous Path Alliance. When he went to the demonic path, he was far away from his control. Master Qingyu decisively refused, and then, as soon as the three of them left the cave, he sold his three apprentices around the corner. Li Yuqian almost died laughing when he learned the news, and finally said, "Don't worry, they can go if they want." Master Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the news. He didn't expect the devil to be the master of the righteous leader and the master of the Qingxian sect. Although I have to be a little bit more patient now and try to curry favor with my eldest disciple, it is still better than taking refuge in the devil. If you go to the demonic sect, even if the benefits are exchanged and you strive to become a first-class demon lord elder, you will lose everything. On the other side, the three girls joined a first-class demon sect called Mayan Sect. The three of them were surprised to find that the current demon sect would give them spiritual stones. Although the fee was a bit expensive, the process was very fast, and they were extremely satisfied. Although the person who handled the procedure looked at the three of them like a fool, they felt strange. But everything else is pretty good. It's a pity that what the three of them don't know is that they are equivalent to entering the immortal world's version of a black factory plus the Myanmar branch, and they will probably be squeezed for the rest of their lives. To be honest, it is better to stay in Qingxian sect. Li Yuqian is too lazy to mess with them now. If they don't go to demon sect, they can still live comfortably for the rest of their lives. At this time, Li Yuqian looked at this month's financial report of the Righteous Alliance and sighed. "Oh, I'm under a lot of pressure. The 6 sects, 38 sects, and 207 sects of the Righteous Path are all on my shoulders. The responsibility on my shoulders is very heavy." Yes. Boss, you are right. I see that you have lost weight, boss. This is because of your own intentions and is disrespectful. The bald master is very sensible, and the storage bag on the ground is very sincere. Li Yuqian collected the storage bag, but snorted coldly. How many times have I said this? Weigh plants while working. Oh, this is not my respect for you. It is like a surging river that cannot be stopped. It comes from the heart. Bald true monarch, this flattery made Master Qingyu on the side feel ashamed. No, true monarch. Are you sure you are a cultivator? Don't you have any side job? If the bald true monarch heard what he was saying in his heart, he would definitely laugh at him mercilessly and tell the truth. Cultivation as an immortal is not about fighting and killing, but about the worldly ways. It is because he understood this principle that he managed to become a Mahayana monk and live for so many years. He usually looks carefree and reckless, but it's actually a cover-up. Previously, he was said to be the oldest among the 8 great Mahayana monks in the world. Because of this, he was vaguely marginalized by the other 7. But it doesn't matter. He is the one who survives to the end. Bald Master could tell at a glance that Master Qingyu wanted to compete with him and become AB****H. But I can't let go that I am the master and the boss is the apprentice. This hurdle is nothing to worry about. I am the man who becomes the king of B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Qian, why does this bald man suddenly smile so lewdly? Although the bald master smiled lewdly, Liu Qian didn't beat him. Instead, he glanced at him with disgust, then waved his hand to tell the two of them to get lost. Upon hearing this, the bald true monarch immediately nodded and bowed, then hugged his thighs and rolled out. Master Qingyu on the side, "No, buddy, do you think this is involution?" Also, when you chatted with each other, the conversation was inexplicably in harmony. I am obviously Li Yuqian's master, but I feel like an outsider inexplicably. Degree. Master Qingyu left dejectedly instead of rolling away smoothly, and Li Yuqian expressed his negative opinion. After the two left, Li Yuqian touched his chin and thought for a while. This world was of no use anymore. He could retreat and go to Little Sunspot to harvest a wave. Then beat the consciousness of this world, get permanent residency, and retreat. The righteous path and the demonic path of this world can be used as your own world of merit. This world is still very valuable. For example, the powerful immortals in this world can be regarded as good subordinates. It's a pity that it doesn't exist yet. If someone can break through to the immortal level in the future, they can use the heavenly contract handed over by the bald true monarch last time. Come up with a more advanced universal contract for all the worlds and collect them as thugs. But it is estimated to be quite difficult because now, whether it is the demonic path or the righteous path, the general environment is very involution. It was difficult enough to become an immortal before, but now it is even more difficult. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't need to use the world's energy to have permanent residence in the world. Who is it between myself and this world? I believe that the world consciousness of this world will be happy to give me permanent residency. World consciousness. I am weak and helpless and trembling. Li Yuqian opened the blue portal and walked in directly. His destination was the location of Little Sunspot. At this time, Little Sunspot, even the world of cultivating immortals, still likes to wear overalls, which looks a bit nondescript. However, as his good oxen and good worker, Li Yuqian didn't have to worry about other people's dressing taste. Directly tell Little Sunspot to prepare to return to Marvel and harvest the final wave, and then leave Little Sunspot in to take charge of the overall situation, engage in sustainable development, and control the specific situation of the world. When the Bald Master arrives, he will also ask Little Sunspot to send someone to collect resources. If he has any objections, he will directly notify Little Sunspot. Then Li Yuqian returned to this world and taught him how to behave and make plans, which was perfect. When Little Sunspot knew about it, he immediately nodded and prepared for the follow-up. He has experienced a lot of worlds and is about to return to Marvel to finish the finishing work. Little Sunspot has now finished it with his eyes closed. But the difference this time is that a wave of demonic resources have to be harvested. A group of miserable-looking demon cultivators slowly gathered around, and Li Yuqian also took out the human emperor's flag at the right time, and he shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoists, come to our Renwang banner and speak." When the magicians saw the human emperor's flag, they all panicked and wanted to escape, but they were already surrounded by Little Sunspot's robot army. They even set up a formation. As the saying goes, technology plus immortality, the increase is very obvious. The formation traps the enemy, and the effect is very powerful. They couldn't run away even if they wanted to. They looked desperate. Don't think that if you add a layer of golden light to the soul refining flag, we won't recognize you. It's over. It seems that our souls will be taken away for refining. I hope they can arrange a suitable burial place for us. Li Yuqian. Soul? Corpse? I want them all. Among the group of demonic people, the three female demonic monks looked at Li Yuqian in the sky with confused expressions. The three of them are Su Wanyu, Lin Xiaoman, and Wu Jingyi, who joined the demonic path some time ago. After the three of them joined the demonic path, they found that they had been tricked. Why was the demonic path's training environment so bad now? In order to fight against the demonic alliance established by the righteous alliance, various tasks are forcibly issued every day. The training resources obtained after the activation is not enough for oneself. The three of them felt a little regretful that they had to dig out spiritual stones and buy elixirs to recover from their injuries. In addition, they had a smooth life in the past, and there was a big evil brother who sucked their blood, even if they were hit during this time. They have joined the demonic path, but they are unwilling to accept this kind of oppression every day. In this case, what is the difference between them and the senior brother of the resentful species? Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore, and the three of them resisted decisively, and then they were forcefully driven here today. Then he looked up and saw his senior brother and the leader of the demonic alliance working together in a collusion. Even the leader of the demonic alliance felt like his senior brother and his younger brother. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly, so their senior brother is the real mastermind behind this, controlling both the righteous path and the demonic path. The three of them feel that they know a great secret, but seeing the shining golden flag of the human emperor, the three women immediately cleared all kinds of thoughts in their heads. There was only one thought in their hearts. They couldn't just surrender, they had to survive. And I'm really speechless. The righteous path is Li Yuqian's territory, and the devil's path is also Li Yuqian's territory. So if we defect, wouldn't we betray a lonely person? Big brother, it's us. Spare my life. I am a junior sister. Spare my life. I am a junior sister. Li Yuqian had already noticed his three unlucky junior sisters. However, it's not like Li Yuqian didn't let them go. All living beings are equal, so it would be wrong to give you three special treatment. Li Yuqian said with an upright look, "Okay, you three guys betrayed the Qingxian sect and actually joined the demonic path. It seems that today I must kill my relatives and destroy you three demonic monks." As he spoke, Li Yuqian waved the human emperor flag, and countless fierce ghosts shining with golden light spewed out, biting towards the demonic monks below. The three women were speechless. How could you, a senior brother with thick eyebrows and big eyes, have the nerve to say such things? The person standing behind you is the leader of the Demon Tao Alliance. The demonic monks around the three girls were also speechless. Just now they said they would join our human emperor's flag, but now they are fine and no longer pretend. They directly promoted the magic weapon to kill us, and they also stood on the moral high ground and pointed fingers at us. The dog is too doggy. After a while, several groups of demon monks all entered the human emperor banner, and Li Yuqian nodded with satisfaction. Little Sunspot also took care of all the things that needed to be done later. Without further ado, Li Yuqian's psychokinesis spread out in all directions, and then condensed. The world consciousness involved was directly pulled out by Li Yuqian. The world consciousness of this world is a white ball of light with a rich white gas around it. To put it in words that fit this world, it is like a fairy spirit. The world consciousness was very panicked, but he couldn't keep his face. He pretended to be calm and said in a ruthless and worldly voice, "Strong man from another world, what do you want? Put me down quickly. I am the consciousness of the world, the most noble existence in this world." Li Yuqian raised his fist expressionlessly, grabbed the white ball with one hand, raised his eyebrows, and said, "I won't let you go. What can you do to me? Noble world consciousness." Then the voice of world consciousness amplified 10 times and said loudly, "Don't force me to beg you, Li Yuqian. How did you manage to say such cowardly words in such an arrogant tone? Okay, give me this permanent residency." Li Yuqian somehow felt embarrassed to bully the world. He felt like he was bullying the smaller ones. He was a little ashamed and inexplicably excited. What was going on? A Guang. "Host, you are really becoming more and more perverted." The consciousness of the world suddenly became excited. "Little things, small things, this big brother. Just wait, I will get it done for you right away." The consciousness of the world has an inexplicable feeling of surviving a disaster, but he knows what Li Yuqian has done in this world. Squeeze the righteous monks, squeeze the demonic monks, and the most outrageous thing is the demonic monks. They will not let them go even if they die, and their souls and bodies will be sucked into the golden flag. There is simply more magic than magic, and the robot under him, the The method of squeezing the magic monks is simply cruel. They are simply beasts among beasts. They are weak and helpless, and have no consciousness of the world of immortality. They have not yet seen the viciousness of capitalists and are really shocked. He had just been caught out by Li Yuqian, and he thought Li Yuqian was going to kill him, and he almost died of fright. Fortunately, he just wanted a permanent residence in the world. Small problems are small problems. Li Yuqian inexplicably obtained the permanent right of residence in this world, and then looked at the consciousness of the world and slipped away as quickly as the people behind him were chasing him. It made him a little confused. Could it be that he was scary? I am a righteous senior brother. Li Yuqian sighed. Things in the world are unpredictable, and righteous people will be so scared. Then he waved his sleeves and disappeared. Li Yuqian had just returned to Marvel, and that familiar feeling came over him. That's right, Li Yuqian feels like he's been strengthened again, and it's still as satisfying as ever. With a gentle pat, he captured the picture of a Guang in his mind. The last picture showed a Guang's confused expression. With a gentle tug, one Guang was directly pulled into two Guang. It's not a split, but a direct copy. Li Yuqian and a Guang looked at each other in shock, feeling inexplicably happy. Then he pinched the Guang he had copied, converted it into world energy again, and inhaled it into his body. When Guang saw this, he trembled and said, "It's broken. Now my host is so powerful that I can't understand it." Moreover, now he can directly create the system by himself, and he doesn't need himself anymore. He has a full sense of crisis. Li Yuqian ignored the brainstorming Guang, and now he is feeling his ability. After so many time travels, Li Yuqian has directly broken through a big hurdle, and it is no coincidence that he is now directly facing Marvel's OA. He can use the energy of the world to create all known things. As long as he wants, he can use some of his own logical and harmonious methods to know the answers to all the problems in the world. Now he has reached the top level of strength in all the worlds. He is omniscient and omnipotent in a certain sense. Of course, he can still become stronger, because getting stronger is never-ending. Li Yuqian was not prepared to eliminate Guang. After all, he had raised him for such a long time and still had some feelings for him. Moreover, Guang now poses no threat to him at all. He is just a pet, and he is quite durable. This is no better than a stress-relieving ball. Guang. And although you can create various things by yourself, it also consumes the world's energy. Compared with Guang's lottery function, it's better to use Guang. Anyway, her whole body is already in her own shape. I'm not afraid of him enriching his own pockets. Just keep it and remember my lost youth. Li Yuqian was in a good mood and looked around. His figure disappeared in a flash, and the blue portal also quickly disappeared. As always, after traveling through the world, you must have a good rest in the world at hand for a few days. At this time, there was a long queue at the Justice League headquarters, and Li Yuqian was confused even after traveling through time. What the hell is going on? Finally, I saw something Parker was handing out. Parker was wearing a spider suit and saw the surprise on Li Yuqian's face, and then shouted, "Brother, come here and help." Li Yuqian took a look over and found out the reason. It seemed that Tony had organized an event to commemorate the founding of the Justice League. Distribute things according to the zodiac signs. For example, if you're a Cancer, you will give 2 big crabs. If you're a Pisces, you will give 2 fish, and so on. After listening to Parker's explanation, Li Yuqian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Jia. It's a pity that Li Yuqian didn't wait for Li Yuqian to say anything. The next person in line shouted loudly, "I am a Virgo! I'm a Virgo!" Then Parker nodded, waved his hand, and sent the man to an iron cabinet. The iron cabinet consisted of hinges, lots of nails, and 2 door covers. Then they would send the person in on the spot and lock him up. The person would be so frightened that he would run away. Li Yuqian pointed to the iron cabinet with some guilt. "What is this?" "An ancient European torture device called the Iron Maiden, which is an iron coffin with nails all inside to lock people in, that kind. I'm a Virgo. I'm not shy about saying this. What are the little things this kind of person is going on?" "Fine." Little Spider-Man looked disgusted. But Li Yuqian felt that he was tapping me for some reason, coughed a few times, and turned around to leave. Subsequently, psychokinesis scanned the entire New York and began to look for his damaged friend Tony. After careful inspection, you can instantly find where he is, and the portal will be gone instantly. Only the little Spider-Man was left in place, a little confused. What happened to the rich brother? What bad things did he do again? He felt guilty as a thief. At this time, Tony and Captain America are acting together to deal with today's Justice League hotline. As soon as Li Yuqian came over, he saw the two of them standing in the public toilet washing hands with embarrassed faces, not knowing what problem they were thinking about. It actually made him a little interested. Captain America and Iron Man still had time to stump them. It's really a strange thing. What's going on? The purple sweet potato essence is coming? Li Yuqian was silent when he came over. Tony and Captain America in front of him looked like they were constipated, and they were listening to what was going on in the toilet with their ears raised. He didn't even notice that he was approaching. The expression on Li Yuqian's face was a bit complicated, and he patted the two of them on the shoulders directly, and then said, "No, as a superhero, it is not good to be so perverted. And since when did you two have such outrageous hobbies?" The two were surprised at first, and then they heard what Li Yuqian said and quickly explained, "I just didn't have a habit of hearing people go to the toilet." "So you're listening to people go to the toilet. Do you still have this habit?" Li Yuqian looked like, "I don't understand, but I am shocked." The two of them were anxious. "No, there's a lunatic who hides in this toilet and poops to shame himself, and even smears the toilet with poop. They haven't done anything illegal or disciplined. It's just disgusting. Who are we going to ask to solve this matter? How about you go?" As the two of them were talking, their eyes suddenly lit up. Li Yuqian had a heavy expression and patted their shoulders. Just when they thought Li Yuqian agreed, Li Yuqian directly threw the two people in, and then, with dark faces like Nick Fury, they knocked one person out and pulled him out. Tony swore that he didn't want this steel suit anymore and would destroy it when he got back. Captain America's face is even darker, and he's even a bit hopeless. That's simply mental pollution. It's so disgusting. Li Yuqian was originally planning to catch up with his bad friends, but now he retreated with a look of disgust, not wanting to talk to these two unfortunate things. "Captain America and Tony, you actually have the nerve to dislike us. You were the one who threw us in. If it really doesn't work, throwing some tear gas to drive people out will do. There are many ways to do it, although they are all a bit eye-catching. After all, the scenes inside are considered spiritual pollution. But that's okay. It's better for you to just throw us in. It had to be you who was born." Li Yuqian was wandering around New York, fighting crime, and pretending to be a superhero on the way, which felt pretty good. Although he didn't do much, he still felt that he had worked hard. After shopping around for a while, Li Yuqian opened the portal and returned to his flat floor, starting his otaku life. "Are you going out to have fun? Fight criminals and protect innocent people." This made Tony speechless. Day by day, you're the most idle in the entire Justice League. So with Tony nagging him like a monk, Li Yuqian silently agreed to patrol in New York during this time. Then he turned around and let little Sunspot handle it, while he continued to mess it up. "Just kidding. If we patrol at a fixed time and location, wouldn't it be considered work? Mr. Li, will never go to work. Half a year has passed like this, and Li Yuqian is tired of staying at Marvel." Li Yuqian visited the world he had experienced before from time to time, but there was nothing new. It was too boring. The main purpose was to collect souls, local products, and the like. "Why are you so free during this period?" "Nothing happened, and New York is very peaceful. I'm a little used to it. Ever since Iron Man appeared in New York, it shouldn't be like this. There is a small crisis in January, and a big crisis that destroys the Earth every year. What the hell is such peace?" Li Yuqian is already somewhat used to it. After traveling back in time, he will live a plot in the main world and then wander around in other worlds. I've never experienced a plot before, so I'm a little bit unaccustomed to it. Li Yuqian thought about it boredly and calculated the time carefully. What happened next should be the plot of Doctor Strange. Although there may not be enough time, the plot in the movie seems to be around 2016, but there should be signs now. Casillas should not have killed Master Asen in the same way as Louis XIV. Why is there no movement from Xiao Wang? He doesn't even call himself. Li Yuqian thought of this, opened the portal, and walked in, targeting Kamatage. He wants to see what Casillas is up to. He can't stop being a supervillain and travel across the world to become a human being, right? Uncle Ba, is that you? Uncle Ba. The first thing Li Yuqian did when he came to Karmitage was to release psychokinesis to find out what Casillas was up to. The good news is that Casillas is indeed communicating with Domu in the dark dimension as in the original plot. It was quite a coincidence that Li Yuqian arrived. As soon as psychokinesis scanned it, he discovered that he was holding a ceremony in a secret room and trying to communicate with Domu. The bad news is that Domu doesn't care about Casillas at all. Under Li Yuqian's perception, Casillas has been called 3 times, but Domu just ignored him even once. Li Yuqian touched his chin and couldn't make up his mind. What the hell is going on? At this time, Aguang in his mind raised his little hand. I may know that. Oh, little photon, report it quickly. Li Yuqian raised his eyebrows and said casually. Aguang almost broke his guard when Li Yuqian said, No, you think I'm a eunuch? Hateful. Yes, the host is great. I don't know if the host is great. Do you still remember it? You asked Domu to steal some energy before, and you tried it many times, which may have scared Domu. So Domu doesn't want to care about the people on this planet now. Li Yuqian, it feels so reasonable I am speechless. No way. Duomumu is so stingy. So I just robbed him of some energy, and he actually remembers it until now. Bah, what robbery? This is a gift of his friendship. Ah Guang, the personification of the ball of light, showed a speechless expression and then flashed away, returning to his dog-legged appearance. Now this dog host is too strong. I must curry favor with him. You greeted him with a smile and answered his questions. You can't beat yourself up, right? So in the future, you can still fake the power of a tiger and earn a lot of world energy. Jia, jia, jia. Bang! Li Yuqian punched Aguang. You smile so obscenely. You deserve a beating. Aguang. Li Yuqian ignored the autistic Aguang. Psychokinesis scanned Casillas, feeling a little headache. You don't play by the rules. Although this kind of thing is actually quite good for you. Casillas has no chance to hook up with Dome. This is a situation where one thing is worse than one thing less. Li Yuqian not only saves trouble, but also changes the plot. It's also good to earn some world energy and complete special achievements. Li Yuqian thought of this and touched his head. This was considered the best choice by accident. However, Li Yuqian felt his current strength and thought about Duomu, who didn't give him face before. Haha, I'm here to take revenge, Duomu. In the pitch-black latitude, huge amounts of humanoid head Duomu felt the ritual summons from Master Kamatage and was somewhat speechless. Why is this person so annoying? He has nothing to do day by day, so he calls himself. Who could be so boring? So shameless. This familiar style, no need to guess. Everyone knows it is the robber who stole his energy last time. I still want to repeat the same trick, summon myself, and then absorb my own energy. Damn, you want to eat shit. Although Duomu detected that the other person's aura was not that of the Ancient One, nor was it the one who slapped him before and even robbed him secretly. But one thing is certain, it's Kamatage's mage, so it's not safe. Once bitten by a snake, he has been afraid of well ropes for 10 years. And Duomu now has a psychological shadow. Now that Duomu thinks about how he was robbed secretly and drained of his body by that person before, he feels like crying without tears. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk. The Ancient One is not that extreme. The guy really doesn't regard himself as an outsider. I have never seen such a shameless person. Li Yuqian, hey, if you meet me, you've seen me. Now, Duomu. It is strictly forbidden for any bald or Kamatage mage to summon himself and borrow his energy. Anyone with these characteristics is not a good thing. When Duomu was thinking about it, the Kamatage fan summoned himself again, which really annoyed Duomu to death. He forcibly refused the summons and threw a sentence to the summoner. In a secret room at Karmitage, Cassius interpreted the information he had just obtained with a silent expression. You have entered the list of dishonest people in the dark dimension. Get out of here. Cassius, no. When did I become a deadbeat? It's a crime that you want to impose. This is a crime that you want to impose. Demomu forcibly interrupted the summoning ceremony. That annoying guy finally stopped bothering me. It felt so good. It feels like the sun Wukong in the westward journey beat the chatty Tang monk to death. It's smooth. When Demomu was feeling happy, he suddenly heard the sound of someone kicking the door, and he instantly became unhappy. What the hell? Do you have any quality? You actually kicked the door, but didn't know how to knock. As Demomu spoke, he was stunned. Where did the door come from in the dark dimension? Instead of kicking in the door, could it be that you were kicking in my latitude? The next second, with a bang, the dark dimension was directly forced into cracks by powerful force. A foot wearing sandals stuck out from it. That person was none other than the one who had just used Cassius's summoning ritual aura to look for Liu Qian. Liu Qian looked at the shoehorn-faced Duomu in front of him, staring straight at his feet, feeling a little ashamed for no reason. I'm used to displaying everything in my own home. It's quite embarrassing when I forget to change my shoes when I go out. But that didn't matter. Liu Qian showed a fierce expression and shouted preemptively, "You're so good, Duomu, but you're the one who always criticizes me behind my back. Call me a deadbeat." As a result, Mephisto no longer cares about me, and my reputation for being fair and upright has been ruined by you. Demomu, he was about to speak but stopped, and then he was about to speak but stopped. Demomu is very confused. Obviously, he is a Mephisto in the dark dimension, and he represents darkness and evil. But what the hell is that guy on the opposite side? He stole his own energy before. No, he stole it, and this old scoundrel won't give it back. Not only did he smuggle it, but he also slapped himself. Forget it. Now he directly kicked out his own dimension and then stood on the moral high ground and pointed fingers at himself. Shocked, I am embarrassed to call myself a representative of darkness and evil. I am not worthy. When it comes to evil and darkness, it has to be you. Also, you have an upright reputation as a ghost, and you not only stole my energy, but also consumed all the Mephistos in the surrounding dimensions. Do you still need to be a cricket behind my back? It's a dimension. Even Mephisto knows about it. Your reputation has spread. Of course, I did add fuel to the flames, but I have a clear conscience. I love telling the truth. Liu Qian looked at Duomu in front of him with an expression of dissatisfaction. Without saying a word, psychokinesis turned into a huge amount of palm, and he raised his hand and gave him a big hand. Demomu really can't bear it. Who can bear it now? In the past, it was just a matter of stealing energy and beating the energy, but now, in his own dimension, which is equivalent to his own home, he beats himself. UB asterisk 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 D. The guy who is more vicious and evil than me. In my dimension, I am invincible. Maybe I can't do anything to you outside, but in my dimension, you still dare to be so rampant. I, Domu, want to seek justice for the dimensional Mephistos who were tricked by you. Go to hell. Demomo looked at the giant psychokinesis palm that hit him, feeling the awe of justice that he had never experienced before, and launched a counterattack very bravely. To be honest, this feeling is quite novel. As a Mephisto in the dark dimension for so many years, this is the first time I feel like I can do something for heaven and eliminate evil. I love this contrast. I love it. It's a pity that the ideal is very full and the reality is very skinny. Thousands of huge amounts of purple light beams hit Liu Qian's psychokinesis giant palm. The surrounding dark dimensions swallowed up many worlds, and the remaining planetary debris continued to gather and hit Liu Qian. Energetic thorns and vines began to appear around him, as if everything in this latitude was attacking Liu Qian. Dimension Mephisto's combat effectiveness in her own dimension is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The increase will be to a terrifying level. Demomo feels that he is stable. If someone asks him if he will win, he will say confidently, "We'll win." Then just hear a snap. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis giant palm scattered those light pillar boulders with one slap, and even continued to hit Domo Mu's shoehorn face. Give him a slap on the shoehorn face. The vines and ground thorns that attacked Li Yuqian's body from all sides were also repelled by the psychokinesis spurting out of Li Yuqian's body and were directly smashed. Li Yuqian waved his hand casually, glanced at Domomu with disgust, and said, "It's so fancy. I torture you like breathing." Domomu. One move shattered my dream of revenge. Duomumu is a little timid. This guy's strength is bottomless, isn't he? As a dimensional Mephisto who has lived for so many years, he is naturally flexible and knows how to best deal with the enemy. Try it out with all your strength first, and if it doesn't work, start plan B. As Domu thought, the shoehorn face began to roar, and finally the huge amounts of body under his head gradually emerged from the darkness. The terrifying size is like a giant standing tall in the huge amounts of the dark dimension. All kinds of mysterious magic and dark power were wrapped around his body. Then he waved his fist, and the corrosive dark and evil power was condensed on it. He punched out and hit Li Yuqian directly. Just as Li Yuqian said, Duomumu refused to be fancy at this time and directly concentrated all his strength into this punch. Boom! Li Yuqian caught the punch easily. The scene was a bit outrageous, like an ant catching an adult's fist. There is a huge difference in file size. However, size belongs to size, and strength belongs to strength. If Li Yuqian really wanted to resolve the battle quickly, he should not have used the giant palm of psychokinesis just now to immobilize him with a slap of his own hand. Li Yuqian casually threw Domomu's fist aside. The huge amounts of force made Domomu stagger. Li Yuqian chuckled, "I don't like to look up at people, especially your skin color." Domomu, is this considered racial discrimination? Li Yuqian's body began to emit a dazzling purple light, and the various abilities stimulated by the maintenance of strength began to strengthen his body, and his body continued to expand and grow. Get bigger, what man can't? Aguang. This sentence seems a bit ambiguous. Just for a moment, Li Yuqian's figure felt crowded and small even in the dark dimension. Just like an adult entering a cardboard box, Li Yuqian immediately opened his arms and directly tore the dark dimension open, creating a huge amount of crack. Li Yuqian walked out casually and then looked at the spherical dark dimension in front of him. The dark dimension also changed, and Domomu, huge amounts of heads appeared on the surface of the dark dimension. Looking at the giant in front of me, I swallowed. Damn it, I'm not as big as the other person in the entire dark dimension, although the person who is bigger than me is not necessarily stronger than me. But combined with the ease with which he had just torn apart his own dark dimension and his determined eyes, he was someone he couldn't beat. It was even difficult to hurt him. This is not a level. Plan B must be used now. Duomumu hurriedly spoke out, fearing that he would be beaten up by Li Yuqian if he didn't use his trick. If you dare, just wait here. Wait for me for 10 minutes, and I'll beat you until you cry for father and mother. Li Yuqian looked at Duomumu in front of him and was amused. Isn't the difference in strength obvious? How can he be so tough-mouthed? It's just a human being. Come on, I want to see what you're going to do. Domomu took a deep breath, and finally the dimension began to radiate energy and fluctuations to the surroundings. The information contained in it was very simple and crude, and Li Yuqian could see through it at a glance. The message inside is, Master Lai of Kama, Taj has left the earth. Everyone, come and beat him up. He is so disabled. Li Yuqian. He lowered his head and looked at himself. When did he become disabled? I haven't even broken my skin, right? There was some nervousness in Duomumu's eyes. Although he looked very confident on the surface, he was actually so panicked that he couldn't beat him. He couldn't beat him at all. Even if you call Mephistos from other dimensions around you, you won't be able to defeat them. The more Mephistos from other dimensions that can't come over, the more chaotic the situation will be, and you may have a chance of survival. As for the Mephistos in the surrounding dimensions, I'm sorry. If I can escape, I will have a seamless connection with your believers and territories on the unharvested planet. I'm quite excited when I think about it. It feels like being a minotaur. Dimension Mephistus. Li Yuqian looked around with interest. There was nothingness around him. This place was equivalent to the gap between many dimensions. It is said that the gap is actually quite large, and it is also quite special. If you want to find the surrounding Mephisto in the dimension, it is actually quite troublesome given your own strength. Can Demomu's move really attract dimensional Mephistus? It will be great if it works. I will accept the energy of those dimensional Mephistos today. However, Li Yuqian moved his fists and looked at Duomu, who was delighted that he had not found any chance of survival. There happens to be a black sandbag in front of me. Let's beat this guy up first. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yuqian's fist was like a pile driver, constantly bombarding the dark dimension. Duomu felt that his breasts were calling him. Duomu struggled desperately, and countless black tentacles from the dark dimension whipped Li Yuqian. Unfortunately, the red barrier that appeared near Li Yuqian's body tightly blocked those tentacle attacks. Damimo was suddenly confused. He wouldn't be able to hold on to the surrounding dimensions, and Mephisto would come over and be beaten to death. Damn, hurry up. Shouldn't it be quick for you to join in the fun by attaching information with words like Kamatage, Master Laolai, and Big Disabled? Why are you so slow this time? Hey, you guys can't keep up with the heat. Just when Duomu felt that his consciousness was about to fade away and the entire dark dimension was about to collapse due to Li Yuqian, the aura of Mephisto from several dimensions came over, and Demomu felt happy. It's now. Demomu exploded violently, and the power of the entire dark dimension continued to be squeezed, and a black light burst out from the dark dimension in all directions. Obviously, Demomu wants to rely on this power to repel Li Yuqian. It is best to push Li Yuqian back to Mephisto in those dimensions. It's a pity that the black light swept away, but it was like a spring breeze blowing in front of Li Yuqian, and nothing happened. It was a little embarrassing for a while. Duomu felt that after the attack just now, he almost squeezed himself dry, but you asked him to take a step back and couldn't do it. Too bad. Plan B failed miserably as soon as it was implemented. Ahem, why don't you go to Mephistos in those dimensions first? They have a lot of energy, and they are still very far away. So, it is very easy to run away. Look, I've been beaten like this by you. I can't run away. Demomu endured the embarrassment and tried to trick the coming dimension Mephisto. Li Yuqian, why is your accent so inexplicable that you deserve a beating? Don't worry, after I deal with you. It won't be easy to deal with them too. As Li Yuqian spoke, he opened a fist of his right hand into a claw and dug directly into the dark dimension in front of him. Demomu sensed something was wrong and subconsciously integrated his consciousness with the dark dimension. After feeling nervous, I breathed a sigh of relief. How could I resolve myself quickly? He is the master of the dark dimension. Unless the guy in front of him keeps damaging the dark dimension, until the dark dimension loses its power and dissipates, he will die. Maybe I can't beat you, but I'm not afraid of the tenacity of life. The next second, with a swish sound, Demomu felt that his connection with the dark dimension was disconnected. This feeling is outrageous, as if my own skin and flesh have been separated inexplicably, and it is not affected by any external force, as if it falls off automatically. Isn't it too weird? A soul body that looked like a human mage was directly taken out from the dark dimension by Li Yuqian. For Li Yuqian now, this soul body is just like dust, but this dust is not ordinary, it is Domu. Demomu looked at his body in confusion. Hadn't he integrated with the dark dimension long ago? How could it be possible to take out oneself? This is simply unbelievable. Regarding Demomu's doubtful eyes, Li Yuqian replied with a smile. Because I think I can take it out. It's that simple. Okay, now the game is over, bye. Then with a gentle squeeze, this powerful mage, who in a human body became a man in the dark dimension, Mephisto, the representative of darkness and evil, was crushed to death like an ant. Li Yuqian turned around and looked around. Several dimension Mephistos were preparing to escape quietly. They were suddenly sweating like rain and feeling extremely stressed. Dimension Mephistos. No, Domu, You call this a disability? It's you who is disabled. The dimension Mephistas who came over after hearing the message from Domomu were a little interested, and they were cursing in their hearts. What the hell is this? Domomu was beaten to death by a monster, and he was crushed to death. This is too scary. The most important thing is that this monster is looking at you. If it goes bad, it will eat melon and eat it on your own head. However, there are many Mephistas in the surrounding dimensions. Now that everyone is running separately, there is still a glimmer of hope. Obviously, Mephistas in these dimensions all think this way, and they're driving their own dimensions in different directions. Only a few of these dimension Mephistas came with their own dimensions. It was obvious that they were originally nearby. Most of the rest were similar to energy duplication. They didn't look so panicked, but they just turned around without any hesitation. Liu Qian smiled evilly and split up. Okay, I will let you split up. With a stroke of his arm, a space cutting edge formed based on the portal appears. Then it keeps increasing, and Mephista divides each dimension into one. Not more, not less, it's just right. Subsequently, extraordinary systems in various worlds began to appear, with magic runes covering them, immortality charms engraved in them, and so on. After a series of reinforcements, with a whoosh, these space-cutting blades slashed directly towards the Mephistas in the escape dimension. Those are just dimensions of energy duplication. Mephistas split instantly. The energy of those energy duplications is cut by space and absorbed by the cracks in space. Then it came to Liu Qian's hands. These were good things. With this energy, Liu Qian was able to find the Mephista's lair in these dimensions. As for the arrival of those few entities, the dimension Mephista in the huge amounts of dimensions was also directly cut open by the space-cutting blade. The breadth of their dimensions was also controlled by Liu Qian. According to the breadth of several energies, psychokinesis turned into chains and bit into those dimensions like a giant python. And at the same moment, various runes and spells began to appear on the chains. Liu Qian felt that after so many worlds of accumulation, he was now terrifyingly strong. Jia. The moment the chain grabbed those dimensions, Mephista's heart skipped a beat, and an idea came to her mind. It was broken, and she couldn't run away. The Mephistas in their several dimensions looked at the monster behind them pulling on the chain and dragging them over. At the same time, the monster was walking towards them step by step. They manifested their expressions in dimensions, uniformly, with the same expression and the same words. Don't come over. Liu Qian was speechless. How could there be so many Bu Jingyun? As the dimension Mephista gets closer and closer to Liu Qian, they struggled desperately, but to no avail. Almost at the same time, they shouted in unison, "Spare me. I am willing to pay a huge price. Can you please stop imitating what I say? Damn it. I am willing to lead the way, and I know where the nests of the Mephista duplications who escaped just now are." Liu Qian, he is indeed the Mephista of the surrounding dimensions. He has exactly the same idea. It's a pity I don't need them to guide me. I have their energy aura, so it's easy to find them. Moreover, Liu Qian looked at the Mephistas in several dimensions close at hand and smiled evilly. How much can you give? You are confused. Kill you. Everything in your dimension will be mine. After Liu Qian finished speaking, he grabbed the two-dimensional Mephistas one by one. They kept wailing and turned into a ball of white energy, world energy. Liu Qian collected the energy from the two groups and curled his lips. This is a bit of a loss, but overall it's okay. Then, he looked at the remaining dimension, Mephista, and stretched out his evil hand. After harvesting another ball of world energy, Liu Qian looked at the dark dimension where he was. Without Domu, the dark dimension at this time is an ownerless dimension. If a mage discovers him at this time, if he is willing to abandon his physical body, he might have a chance to copy Domu's route of becoming the lord of the dark dimension. Unfortunately, this is impossible because in this dimension, Li has money to ask for. What should I do when Karmataj Casillas is unable to communicate and summon Domu and does not play according to the routine? Liu Qian smiled calmly and said, I just want to become the lord of the dark dimension. Agwong, I have to search for the Sogu host. The secondary disease is particularly serious. What should I do? To be honest, Liu Qian really doesn't like Kamatage now, since he has already acquired all the knowledge in it. On the one hand, it is no longer useful. On the other hand, Kamatage's mage is too weak, and even the financial situation is not good. Little Sunspot, I helped check last time. According to his analysis, in a few years, you will have to go out to make money as the Supreme Mage. It's outrageous. It seriously affects my character. It is still necessary to let an unjust person become the new Supreme Mage. Otherwise, it will be a bit embarrassing for him to bear this name. Anyway, I will be the Lord of the Dark Dimension from now on, and I will not really invade the Earth. The plot will have been changed beyond recognition, and I can do whatever I want. While Liu Qian was thinking, psychokinesis turned into a spiritual brand and gradually controlled the dark dimension. For double insurance, psychokinesis also turned into a spiritual brand and started all over again. The double insurance of magic and immortality directly and easily controls the dark dimension. Liu Qian's body shape continued to change, returned to its original shape, and then entered the dark dimension. After looking at the evil scenes around him, Liu Qian snapped his fingers and changed his clothes. Dressed all in black, including black clothes, black pants, and black shoes, Liu Qian took a look at his new hairstyle and then gave a bad laugh. I didn't expect that a positive character that everyone loves, would one day become a villain. Agwong. Actually, it's not against the law at all for you to be a villain. Really? Liu Qian wandered around for a while, dark dimension, and summed it up. Black. So damn dark. Then it was gone. It was pitch black and not good-looking at all. The mood for walking was instantly gone. Then it started fooling around, responding to the cause of his own believers. In a secret room at Karmatage, Cassius really couldn't figure it out. It's been a day since Doomumu gave him the message yesterday, and he still doesn't understand why he has become an old man. This is a complete crime. If you want to refute it, but you don't reply, Dark Dimension Doomu is really rude. Is it difficult to take care of myself after summoning him so many times? Cassius was a little frustrated. Could it be that he really couldn't live forever and resurrect his wife and daughter? So why did I learn this magic? Originally, my dream was to become a gourmet, work as a psychiatrist, and cook delicious food for my friends during my breaks. That's a beautiful thing. Being able to be a human being, be a good person, instead of doing these dark magic all day long and making yourself look like a villain. When Cassius was confused, the ritual altar that had not yet been cleaned in the secret room suddenly lit up. He immediately became excited when he saw this, and the ceremony started emitting a black light. This is what a normal ceremony looks like. It's much more normal than before, when either there was no movement or a sentence was thrown out that I didn't understand. Is it possible this time it will finally succeed? In Cassius' expectant eyes, a person emitting black light appeared in front of him. Liu Qian looked at Cassius, who looked expectant and smiled slightly, looking very confident. Are you the mortal who keeps calling me? Tell me, what is your wish? Cassius in front of him was silent. After a while, he slowly said, Liu Qian? No, you got the wrong person. How can I be the handsome and powerful Liu Qian if I am so dark? Liu Qian was shocked. It shouldn't be. I am surrounded by so much dark dimension energy. How can others recognize me? This is wrong. Cassius was silent for a while, then slowly said, You have indeed turned black, but apart from turning black, you have not changed in any other way. After Liu Qian snapped his fingers, the black color on his body gradually disappeared. Since you can see it, I won't pretend anymore. Okay, tell me what you want. I will make it come true for you, and then you can do something for me. With Liu Qian's current strength, it doesn't matter if he is scheming or scheming. So what if Cassius discovers that the Lord of the Dark Dimension is him? The three major temples of Karma and Taj are not vegetarians. The dimension of Mephisto that Cassius can communicate through special rituals is really only Domu. Now that Domu is gone, If he still has ambitions and ideas, he can only rely on himself. He has no choice. Cassius, isn't it so direct? And how did you become a lord of the dark dimension? Or is there something wrong with my ritual? Li Yuqian saw his doubts and answered kindly. Your ritual is right, but Duomu and I have a little conflict. Then I killed him and robbed his dark dimension. So now I'm the master of the dark dimension. It's that simple. Cassius, don't say such outrageous things in such a flat tone. Li Yuqian is the person designated by Ancient One to be temporarily responsible for the position of Supreme Mage. He is powerful but lazy. He basically just put on a name and didn't care about anything at all. He hadn't seen him for a long time, but he didn't expect that the scene when he saw him this time would be like this. That's outrageous. Cassius was silent for a while, hid his hand behind his back, tensed his muscles, and said with a guarded look on his face, You won't attack me because I communicate with the dark dimension, Mephisto. Why did I attack you? What's wrong with me? Li Yuqian touched his chin, feeling a little amused. Now the plot is completely messed up. Li Yuqian does whatever he wants to see what happens. After listening to Li Yuqian's words, Cassius felt that it made sense and relaxed a little. I want to live forever and resurrect my wife and daughter. After Li Yuqian listened to the request, he frowned and said, I just killed Domu. Normally, he would only grant you immortality if you wish like this. That is to say, you will go to the dark dimension and become a life form in the dark dimension. In a sense, you are indeed immortal, but losing your own wisdom is a capitalist trap. It's very deceptive. So, Cassius had a bad feeling for no reason. Li Yuqian coughed lightly. Actually, I can realize all of your above wishes, but the price will be very high. How much will it cost? Please talk to my little sunspot. After Li Yuqian finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and a blue portal appeared. Little Sunspot walked directly out of it and smiled slightly. Cassius inexplicably remembered the dark creature vampire that he had hunted before from the person who appeared. It was a little similar, but a little different. It's a very strange feeling. I don't understand it. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't understand. He will understand after a while. After hearing Cassius's wish, Little Sunspot immediately began to make calculations, and then concluded that the price would be that Cassius would permanently work for Li Yuqian in the future. But the wish to be realized needs to be changed, such as immortality. Li Yuqian can only help him realize it. After Cassius's death, his soul enters the dark dimension. The dark dimension will not be destroyed, and neither will he. Moreover, not only does its soul have to work for Li Yuqian, but its body also has to work for Li Yuqian. His body can be transformed into a skeleton archmage using the knowledge of the magical world. After transformation, he can be regarded as a good cannon fodder. The quality of the soul is acceptable and can enter the dark dimension as a qualified believer's soul. The same conditions apply to resurrecting his wife and daughter. Both his soul and body must work for Mr. Li, or they must work different jobs. Of course, there are also advantages. After death, you will have your own intelligence when working, and you will not be like a puppet without wisdom. Cassius was silent. It turned out to be a capitalist vampire. It's already outrageous enough to ask me to work forever, but the most outrageous thing is to ask me to do two things, both my soul and my body, right? Cassius instantly no longer wanted to resurrect his wife and daughter. If he resurrected his wife and daughter, after they knew the price, they might even want to die. I give up resurrecting my wife and daughter, but I want to survive. Cassius made a difficult decision. It's better to live and die. Just work? It's not like you haven't worked before. At least then I will still have wisdom and knowledge, so I can just live. Little Sunspot. Hidden price. We don't have rest days at work. Anyway, your soul and body don't need rest after death. Li Yuqian snapped his fingers and left a mark in the body of the new beast in front of him. After his death, his soul would return to the dark dimension and work for him. Then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, By the way, you have to do something for me. No. Suddenly, he made another request. Cassius was a little speechless. Li Yuqian pointed at himself and said confidently, I am Party A. From now on, you're dead big boss. Make a request. What's the matter? Okay, but it's still a long time before I die. It's okay for you and my body to live for more than 50 years. Cassius was making plans in his mind. It's quite a bargain to make a deal with the guy in front of you. At least you won't be cheating yourself. Little sunspot. Hey. If I have the wisdom at that time, I can contribute more. Maybe if I contribute enough, I can resurrect my wife and daughter without having to let them work. He understands that endless work is torture, but he believes that he can persevere and do better. Liu Qian smiled slightly and made his request. Go and drive a car and hit a surgeon named Strange in New York. Remember, if you hit his 2 hands and break them, don't kill him. Seize the opportunity. Aguang. Holy crap. Host, what are you going to do? How come you have become a villain? Liu Qian knew that when Doctor Strange officially started, it was 2016 in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But Cassius killed the librarian Asen Master in 2015, and there was a period of time in between. This Liu Qian thinks it's a bit slow. Why is the span so big? Really, it has to be pushed forward, and now I am the Lord of the Dark Dimension. I am such a righteous and awe-inspiring person, and others will know that I am a positive character at a glance. How can you doubt that I will invade the earth? But Cassius knocked Strange, so he is definitely a villain. But Strange went to Kamatage and learned a skill, so there is no need for revenge. Liu Qian will add fuel to the flames when the time comes. Not only can he get achievements through the plot, Cassius will also be able to do it, by the way. He will work for himself early, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Isn't it bad to think about killing him just after we made an agreement with him? Liu Qian immediately comforted his conscience and said, It's okay. Why don't we make his wish come true earlier? Cassius in front of him didn't know what Liu Qian was thinking in his heart, so he readily agreed. He was very happy at this time. He still didn't know that his master Ancient One stole the energy of the Dark Dimension, and his 3 views were not affected, secretly summoning the Lord of the Dark Dimension just to fulfill his wish, to resurrect his wife and daughter without dying. Now the way to realize his 2 wishes is right in front of him. His feeling is instantly different. With goals and ways, he has motivation. Liu Qian opened the blue portal and walked directly out of the Dark Dimension. He proposed to go with Cassius to knock Strange to avoid any accidents. Liu Qian was present, so he could take the opportunity to protect Strange. As for the disability of his hands, well, after he became the Supreme Mage, he had N ways to cure himself. Aguang, you really have some bottom line, but not much. At this moment, Liu Qian suddenly felt that his cell phone kept ringing in the small world. He pulled it out casually and took it out. Then he saw that someone was calling him. That person was Xiao Wang. Liu Qian was deep in thought and confused. Xiao Wang is such a popular name. Think about it carefully. If he is not Kamatage's mage Lao Wang, can he be the one who can become the Supreme Mage in the future? He picked up the phone casually. To be honest, he was just about to ambush Strange with Cassius when he suddenly called himself. He was so annoyed. At this time in New York, Strange, who had just finished the operation and came out to take a breath, suddenly felt a chill coming from behind and filling his heart. Strange looked around suspiciously, feeling dangerous. Is it possible that someone is going to stage a real-life CS in the hospital? It shouldn't be. I didn't hear any gunshots. Forget it. It must be an illusion. There's already the Justice League. Who else would be a criminal except for the idiots? No, Supreme Mage. Something big has happened. The 3 major temples have detected violent dimensional Mephisto fluctuations. Domu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, may have a big conspiracy. Don't worry, it's okay. Liu Qian thought something big had happened, but this is what happened. Xiao Wang on the other end of the phone thought for a while, and then asked weakly, Zundu is a fake capital. You just kidding, right? Believe it or not. I'll beat you up. Liu Qian was speechless after hearing this. Xiao Wang chuckled and said, Actually, there are other things. I was too embarrassed to call before, so we talked about it together this time. Recently, there's a problem with the capital chain regarding Kamatage's finances. See Supreme Mage, why don't you pay for it yourself? No, Li Yuqian was directly unhappy. He wanted a PR *SD*** Udemy for free. You are the supreme mage. Temporary. Li Yuqian answered accurately, leaving Xiao Wang speechless. Li Yuqian sighed. He was quite optimistic about Xiao Wang at first, but now he is so disappointed. Let him take care of Kamal Taj, and Kamal Taj has lost all his money. It's a bad review. I have solved the Dark Dimension Duomu, but in the end, it is windy or raining for you to worry about Kamataj. *M. Okay, let's not talk anymore. Cassius and I have something to do. I'm done with it. You came to Karmataj? You are still with Cassius. You still have something to do. Before Xiao Wang finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Xiao Wang looked at his phone and sighed. Kamataj didn't know how to find me. When did he have such a good relationship with Cassius? I was obviously here first. Li Yuqian, I always feel that your words are ambiguous. After Li Yuqian hung up the phone, he hooked Cassius, opened the blue portal, and walked directly in. The sun set and the light gradually dimmed. Next to a road in New York, Li Yuqian and Cassius hid in a bush. Li Yuqian directly asked Sunspot to investigate various information about Strange, such as the places he drove by every day, and this road was where he must pass every day. Cassius asked with some confusion, "Why are we hiding in the grass? It's more atmospheric this way." "What's the atmosphere?" "Nonsense. It must be an atmosphere for doing bad things," Li Yuqian said matter-of-factly. This tone made Cassius not know what to say. "You are a supreme mage. How can you be so confident when you do bad things?" Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something, so he took a photo and said, "It's broken. I forgot to ask you to bring the car over. Go back and get it quickly." "I don't have a car." Cassius honestly stated his current situation. Li Yuqian was shocked. "No, you're a great villain. How come a great mage doesn't even have a car?" "Master Kamataj, who brings a car with them when they go out? They must be using portals." What Cassius said moved even Li Yuqian. It was so reasonable. But how could he be driving like this? Cassius saw it, and in the end his boss was confused and slapped his chest. "Don't worry. If I get stuck on someone, I'm not a vegetarian. Look at my energy. I'll split that car in half in no time. I asked you to cripple his hands, not to kill people. Can you stop being such a villain? It's so evil. No wonder you secretly communicate with the Dark Dimension." Li Yuqian immediately criticized Cassius from the moral high ground. "Just kidding, if you accidentally chop me to death. How can I find someone to take over from Kamal Taj, who is about to go bankrupt? Xiao Wang, it's okay to trick him. Who asked him to take care of Kamataj? It's either wind or rain." Xiao Wang, "No, I just asked you for money. Has their attitude changed that much? You used to give me your phone number with your own hands. Oh, no more love." Cassius's heart was like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. "Why do you have a nerve to say that you cut off people's hands? It's not like you are evil. You are obviously the villain, right? There is also communication with the Lord of the Dark Dimension. You are now the Lord of the Dark Dimension. B****************. D. Just as Cassius was about to retort, Li Yuqian patted his shoulder with one hand. She said to him with a serious face, "When you do something bad later, don't say it was me. Don't expose me." Cassius is confused. Cassius was alert and noticed something was wrong. What happened? Nothing. The target person is here. Li Yuqian used one hand to grab his shoulder and shook him. Whoosh. Cassius flew straight over like a javelin, while Strange drove a luxury car in the distance and was humming a song. Suddenly, at a glance, I saw a person flying from the sky. What the hell? Flying Superman? The guy in the robe? Is he included in the superheroes? According to the elimination method, there is no such thing in the superheroes. If it breaks down, it becomes a supervillain. With a bang, Cassius landed on the luxury car impartially. He stepped hard and made 2 footprints on the roof of the car. Strange was heartbroken and shouted loudly in the car. Fake. Fake. I just bought a new car. In the world of superheroes, what are the 2 most annoying things for ordinary people? 1. Superhero, use your new car as a weapon, and the most outrageous thing is that it is scrapped. 2. He smashed your scrapped new car into the house you bought with a loan. Fortunately, Strange only encountered one of the two most annoying things. But he also seemed very unhappy. Of course he was unhappy. What to do? Of course he called the police. This kind of guy who looks abnormal and belongs to a supervillain will be dealt with by the Justice League. After calling the police, Strange drove towards the nearest police station and called the police. As soon as he called the police, he was happy. The Bike King's men were patrolling nearby. How scared he was! He became brave and shouted directly, "You're done. The Bicycle King's men will be here in a minute. Do you dare to gesticulate with him?" Li Yuqian, who was eating melon and watching a movie nearby. "No, my name on a Justice League official website is from my ancestor. Are you all blind?" Li Yuqian waved his hand, and several robots flying towards him stopped instantly. "Even if I call you this stupid nickname, Jesus can't save your hand. I'm telling you." Cassius was also angry. "If I can't beat the hateful Li Yuqian, is it possible that I can't beat an ordinary person like you?" An energy whip lifted the roof of the car. Cassius grabbed Strange collar with one hand, and then jumped out of the car. A mage jumped out of a car that was speeding down. He jumped smoothly, although the soles of his shoes shone a little. I guess those shoes were magic weapons. But there is no doubt that Cassius has a good body. Li Yuqian commented that the fake mage is crispy and can fight at a distance, while the real mage is muscular and can fight at close range. Gandalf said he was very impressed. All the mage needs to do is light up the holy light. It's better to use a big sword. Cassius threw Strange under a tree beside the road. Strange's heart trembled, and then he shouted, "Why do you want to kill me? Let me live, and I will give you a lot of money." "Don't worry, I don't want your money," Cassius answered him coldly. Although I don't know why Li Yuqian broke this man's hand, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that his dream of immortality was so quickly corrupted by Domu's dark energy in the original plot. On the one hand, it also explains his pursuit of himself, resurrecting his wife and daughter, and not being afraid of death. Just cutting off a man's hand, not killing him, Cassius felt no burden at all. Strange felt even worse after hearing this. "No, buddy, you don't want money, but you want my life. I don't want your life either." As soon as he said this, Strange's brain was racing, and then he covered his but with both hands. "I don't want money or my life. I'm not a buddy. I'm not a gay. Why are you trying to asterisk me? Let me go. I'll give you money. You can find a better one. It's not sweet to force yourself. Just give up. I won't let you succeed." Strange lamented that he was so handsome that even a gay with extraordinary strength would attack him. Then he put on an expression that he would rather die than surrender. "Cassius, I'm not gay. Be D." He stretched out his hands directly and squeezed Strange's hands. Then, after a scream, Strange fell into a coma and fainted from the pain. Li Yuqian also appeared at this time, behind Cassius, and said with a sigh, "Hey, you see how cruel you are? It's a sin." Speaking of which, Li Yuqian had a good impression of Doctor Strange, even though he would have had his hands broken in the original plot. But it's embarrassing to add fuel to the flames and do this by myself. Let's do this in the future when I beat Purple Sweet Potato Essence and the director of the Universal Family Planning Bureau. I will take action. In this way, you won't be usurped by Xiao Wang because you disappeared for a few years, and you will be compensated. The plan works. Xiao Wang, please be honest and let me go. I will never borrow money from you again next time. Li Yuqian looked at Strange, who fainted, and thoughtfully asked several robots that were stationary in the distance to fly over and take him to the hospital. Then Li Yuqian was in a good mood and said to himself, "Today, I saved a man who fainted on the roadside and had his hands broken. What a beautiful thing. If you do good deeds every day, you really deserve to be a superhero." Cassius. No wonder you, a dog, are the lord of the dark dimension. In terms of Dark Domu, they are not even as good as you. Li Yuqian looked at Cassius' constipated expression, which was what he was thinking. I snorted coldly in my heart. Just complain, because after a while you'll be my working calf. Inside New York's First People's Hospital, Strange opened his eyes. He saw a familiar ceiling and a familiar smell. He should be in the hospital now. He first eagerly felt the feeling behind his buttocks. His buttocks didn't hurt, it was fine, and he was instantly relieved. My virginity was not taken away by that guy, luckily, but it didn't take long before I realized something was wrong. Where were my hands? When I lowered my head, I saw that my hands were heavily plastered. Strange was frightened, angry, and horrified. This would be worse than losing his virginity. Is his hand okay? This is a guy who feeds himself. If something goes wrong, he will want to die. That damn B asterisk 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 D has been investigating me for a long time, saying that he's a doctor or a genius neurosurgeon. I rejected that gay guy, so he did this to me. I was born ES into magic weapons. What difference does this make? After looking at it for a while, Li Yuqian felt that the benefits were quite a lot. Maybe I can transform the human emperor banner, refining the soul before, and now refining it all to strengthen the quality and power of this weapon. Not bad, not bad. With inspiration and the blessing of my own ability, even this kind of extracted props can't be transformed. On the other side, Cassius, who had completed his mission, had just returned to Karmitage. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuqian disappeared behind him. At this time, Li Yuqian was standing in front of Xiao Wang, patted him on the shoulder, and assigned him a difficult task. Xiao Wang, I want you to train an ordinary person with broken hands into a supreme mage. It's best to do it within a month. Me? Xiao Wang pointed at himself with a finger in disbelief. No, I am not a supreme mage myself. Is it a bit difficult to give me this task? And shouldn't you be the one to do this kind of thing? Do you want to fish? Unknowingly, Xiao Wang has understood the truth. Regarding Xiao Wang, who had a resentful look on his face, Li Yuqian patted his shoulder and said, I won't let you work in vain. Come on, I'll give you a summoning ceremony and a contract. In the future, if you absorb the energy of this dimension, you will not only prolong your life, but the spells you can use will be even more powerful. Xiao Wang took over a blueprint and a black contract with hesitation, looked at the summoning circle above, and looked at the symbol of the dark dimension domo on it. Xiao Wang fell into deep thought. This is the dark dimension. Once his energy is used up, it's over, and all your value has been drained. Li Yuqian's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I haven't squeezed him yet. How could he know that I was going to drain him of all his value and turn him into a calf? What Xiao Wang added later made Li Yuqian relieved. Domu is an evil god. What Domu, the lord of the dark dimension, takes turns, came to my house this year. This guy named Domu actually carried a cricket on my back. I immediately beat him up and took out my heart. Beat him until he voluntarily surrenders the dark dimension with both hands. From now on, you can use your energy to find me. They're all family members and acquaintances. As Li Yuqian spoke, he flicked his hand, and a blue space door appeared, and inside was the dark dimension. Xiao Wang could feel the deep connection between the dark dimension and Li Yuqian, and he gave a thumbs up to this. Boss, it's so high. Boss, it's so hard. Boss, it's so high and hard. Low key, low key. Li Yuqian looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and then Xiao Wang accepted the task with excitement, praising the ordinary person he was going to teach next. There's a New York neurosurgeon named Strange. His address and whereabouts are also listed on it. It's so comprehensive. After Xiao Wang obtained this information, he immediately opened the portal with a happy face and went to look for Strange. Although the task is very troublesome, the temporary Supreme Mage will find us the real successor of the Supreme Mage, which means that ordinary person must be a genius. With the qualifications of the Supreme Mage, I believe he will succeed. Besides, he has been given such a good thing, so it is hard for him to refuse it. Xiao Wang didn't go far. He secretly used the summoning ritual and signed a contract. He felt the powerful energy of the dark dimension and felt happy in his heart. Li Yuqian is really weird. Not only has he eliminated the influence of dark energy on the user in the dark dimension, such as affecting the mind, body, and so on. Its only side effect is that you have to work in the dark dimension for a period of time after death, and the time limit is based on Cassius working hours. Think about those white magic dimension Mephistas, which not only require mental strength, but also borrow less every time. The most outrageous thing is that they can also cause various side effects such as stomachache, headache, and toothache. When Xiao Wang thought of this, he felt that Li Yuqian was really good to him. This kind of thing would be a huge loss for Dimension. After all, the Dimension also needs to balance its income and expenses. As long as there is contact with energy, there must be a price, otherwise it is charity. Li Yuqian is obviously opening a back door for himself. Xiao Wang, I must work hard to complete the mission. As for the indefinite use of dark dimension energy now, there are no side effects. The only price is to do some work for him after death. It's normal to think about it. How long can Casillas work part-time, and how many years can he survive? And this is good. The soul body can still live in the dark dimension, and maybe I want to work more by then. Little sunspot. Remember your words. At this time, Li Yuqian stood there waiting for him, took out a large stack of contracts, and walked towards the positions of various mages in Karmitage. I am definitely doing this to help Karmitage improve her strength. There's no small thought at all. Yes, that's it. Oh, D. A few days later, at Strange's house, Strange looked at his hands and collapsed. He already understood the specific condition of his hands, and he also knew that it was hopeless. The only thing that can be restored to importance is extraordinary power. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation and the rich rely on technology. The poor people mostly rely on mutation to gain super ability. If they can gain some extraordinary power, they might be able to restore their hands. For example, according to Brother Diao's analysis, the only information he has is the superhero whose nickname is the Bicycle King, the ancestor of the Justice League. He has many super abilities, such as body deformation, psychokinesis, etc., and is almost omnipotent. There are even rumors that he resurrected Iron Man's parents. Since he can resurrect people, it must be easy to restore my hands. It's a pity that the superhero doesn't show up easily. Although my own affairs are very important to me, why should others save me? Strange was very irritable, but he still had some hope in his heart. According to the evaluation of his ancestors by the media and various information, he was a positive character and a very righteous person. If I go to the Justice League headquarters to block him, it might be useful. Moreover, he only had his hands broken, thanks to his ancestors, because in the end, although his hands were late, he was still sent to the hospital. Thank you so much to my ancestors. Oh, Bicycle King. I always feel that this nickname is more convenient. Li Yuqian, I don't want to talk anymore. Just as he was thinking deeply, there was a knock on the door. Strange pressed the door handle with his arm and opened the door with a look of displeasure. He saw a fat man with a smile on his face appearing in front of him, and then saw him shouting with surprise, "Strange, I finally found you, and I saw a ray of light gushing out of you from the Tianling cap. You are simply a unique magic genius. Come with me, practice magic, become the supreme mage, and save the world together." Strange's expression and heart at this time can only be expressed in one sentence. The Mubi fruit is under the Mubi tree. I'm the only one under the Mubi tree. What happened? Finally, Xiao Wang spoke again. I can heal you with a pair of hands. Do you have anything to prove? Strange was a little wary. Without saying anything, Xiao Wang directly drew a circle with his hand, and a portal with sparks appeared in front of Strange. Go or not? Go. Strange made an instant decision. The opportunity to heal his hands was right in front of him, so he went for it. Stud is an art. And anyway, if there is any accident, such as what kind of supervillain organization this is, when the time comes, you can call the Justice League hotline directly and let the Justice League sanction them. It doesn't bother me at all. Strange's magical journey has officially begun. This feeling of being inexplicably pulled into learning magic and entrusted with important tasks. It's a bit like being reincarnated into a different world and becoming a hero to defeat the devil. It feels quite novel. This mage, surnamed Wang, has done his best for himself, constantly tutoring himself and laying the foundation for himself. Meditation, exercise, and using the hanging ring to open the portal are all fine, but using the hanging ring to open the portal is really unbearable. These two hands were shaking like Parkinson's. They asked me to draw a circle and open a portal. What's the difference between asking Hawking to stand up and dance? Do you think a gift can get Origin to give you a thumbs up? And this is still the most basic. Only by learning the profound magic behind can you heal your own hands, which is very annoying. Later, he couldn't bear it anymore. Strange asked a mage directly and broke into a hall to look for Mage Wong. Then the next second, he was stunned. Strange pointed his finger at Cassius and yelled angrily, "You abominable gay!" This sound directly attracted the attention of the surrounding mages. Cassius said that he had never been so discredited in his life. His face turned black on the spot, and people who didn't know it thought he was being controlled by Duomu. After all, the current dark dimension, after being transformed by Li Yuqian, will not turn dark when using its energy. Xiao Wang looked at Strange with confusion. What are you talking about? He is Master Cassius, a powerful and prestigious mage in Karmitage. Don't talk nonsense. Apologize quickly. Cassius was very embarrassed, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. How did this man with his hands crippled enter Karmitage? After thinking about it, Li Yuqian was the temporary supreme mage. His heart tightened. Could this guy be the future supreme mage? No, no. He thought about the agreement between Li Yuqian and himself again. When these were connected together, his mind suddenly became clear. This is treating myself as a whetstone. Humph, no, I will not give in. The worst-case scenario is that I will work for Li Yuqian. My fate is up to me. Whether it is a whetstone or a supreme mage, I will fight for it. Li Yuqian looked aside, looking at Cassius, who was determined to join the party. He felt strange. Is this guy trying to add buffs and flags to himself? Such a determined look good guy. What? He's the only one who's quite famous, but he's the one who ruined my hands. Strange's expression was full of anger, and then Cassius let him break his defense with a word. Do you have any evidence? Just frame me. There is no evidence from the audio, video, or physical evidence. Strange was speechless. He really had no evidence. The road where he was injured was too remote, and there were no cameras. However, even if there is no evidence, I must take revenge. I must take revenge for this. I will take revenge for my broken arm. Even the Supreme Mage can't stop me. I said so. Interim Supreme Master Li Yuqian. He is domineering and leaking. He is a talent. Strange suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. I want to report it to the Justice League headquarters. I want my ancestors to find out the truth. Who is calling me? Li Yuqian walked over from the side and showed his presence. Strange slowly turned his head and saw Li Yuqian. He blurted out in surprise, "Ancestor? Bicycle King? Li Yuqian? Actually, you could just call me the first nickname. Who should you call me by the second nickname? I don't admit it." Li Yuqian's originally smiling face froze. I really can't stand it anymore. Who is targeting me? I've had enough of this damn nickname. Who is this little sunspot that keeps hacking me? I want to send a green corpse letter. Lychee, how can I Lychee? Li Yuqian was in his mind, cursing the person who promoted his nickname and frantically sending telegrams. At the same time, at the Justice League headquarters in New York, Tony just covered his mouth and returned with Nick Fury. You can't help but cover your mouth. Although he is a superhero with a strong will and usually doesn't laugh, it's so funny that he can't help it. It made him laugh to death. Nick Fury was arrested by the police while driving his car on the road. They said he looked like a murderer who stole the car, and then they kneeled him in the neck on the spot. But the car Fury drives is not an ordinary car. Its bulletproof system is beyond the limit. How can ordinary policemen handle it? So a wise man directly called the Justice League headquarters hotline, and Iron Man was ready to arrest the car thief and murderer. Then I looked down from high altitude and saw the black braised eggs sitting in the car. They looked at each other in confusion. It was so interesting. Tony suddenly sneezed happily, and Fury rolled his eyes. I deserved to be laughed at. Suddenly, Tony sneezed again. Tony was confused and shocked. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. As an old saying from the great Eastern countries says, if you sneeze once, someone is thinking about yourself. So if you sneeze twice, someone is thinking of yourself twice. Hey, I'm so popular. Fury, help. How can this person be so narcissistic? At this time, Strange didn't notice that Li Yuqian's smile was stiff. He patted his chest and said, "That won't work. You're a rare hero with several hero names. I especially like your nickname of Bicycle King. I am a veteran figure in your bike club, and now more and more people are calling you my ancestor. Alas, it is true that the pinnacle produces false support, and the dawn bears witness to devout believers." Li Yuqian was speechless. It's not that you have a sense of ritual, but he also had some questions from it. What the hell is the Bicycle King bar? Oh, it's an online forum with a theme of Bicycle King. The owner of the bar is named Iron Man, the most invincible handsome man in the universe. And the theme of the entire post bar is to promote the nickname King of Bicycles. Li Yuqian took a deep breath and said, Okay, Tony, you're just playing dirty tricks, aren't you? Strange was excited for a while when he saw his idol and then returned to the topic. He said solemnly, I can guarantee my personality and possessions. He is the one who caused my arms to become useless. Li Yuqian coughed lightly and patted his shoulder. This kind of thing still requires evidence. Without evidence, I can't say anything. Let's do this. Why don't you risk everything? Have a real man 1v1 battle with him, and take revenge with your own hands. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding area fell silent. After a while, the confused Xiao Wang asked, What the hell is a 1v1 battle between real men? Li Yuqian said seriously. Both parties agreed at the same time and made a contract. 3 months later, both parties will fight to the death for revenge. It is one of the traditions of Karmatage, initiated and conducted by the Supreme Master. Xiao Wang was confused. What tradition? Which Supreme Mage? This is wrong. I'm the Supreme Mage. I just decided. Do you have any opinion? Li Yuqian said in a faint tone. Xiao Wang shut his mouth instantly and said that he had no opinion at all. The surrounding mages have no objections. The entire Kamatage has recently signed the Dark Dimension contract. As the saying goes, eat people softly and take advantage of others short-handedly. No objection, no objection. Anyway, I am afraid this outrageous tradition only has this chance to be held, and it has nothing to do with me, so it is kept high. It's okay if Cassius doesn't agree. Besides, a new guy in 3 months will definitely not be able to beat Cassius. His actual combat level is among the best in the entire Karmatage. Even if a newcomer has 3 months of special training, you can't beat him. This is unreasonable. After listening to Li Yuqian's words, Cassius snorted coldly and said directly, I agree, but I won't give in when the time comes. If you accidentally kill this guy, he will only be the one to blame. Cassius is very confident that he can't beat Li Yuqian. If he is bullied by him, is it possible that he will be bullied by you, the new mage of severed hands? Strange was still a little hesitant at first, but what Cassius said made him extremely angry. Who was he looking down on? After 3 months, 1v1 will be 1v1. If I don't beat you out by then, I will count you clean. He roared directly. I agree too. Cassius, 3 months to the east of the river and 3 months to the west of the river. Don't bully the middle-aged and poor. Just wait for me. I will avenge the broken hand. Li Yuqian touched his chin. This line is so familiar. What's wrong? Why did you change it to 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hushi? Don't bully young people into poverty. That change is quite appropriate. I give you a thumbs up. Cassius suddenly laughed and looked straight at Strange. Who hasn't read the novel? 3 months in the east and 3 months in the west. Don't bully the middle-aged and poor. It really made me laugh to death. You must never bully the middle-aged and poor, and don't bully the old and poor. Decedent is the most important thing in your life. Just a little fun. Damn it. Who are you calling lewd? Strange felt like he was going to be P************* D to death. He said such pretentious words, but in the end, this guy broke his guard with just a few words. What does it mean not to bully the old, poor, and decedent? Who should you blame? Cassius's face was full of arrogance, and he blurted out directly, Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting you, but the person here. Before he finished speaking, he was stunned. Such words were too arrogant. Then he glanced at Li Yuqian, who was joining in the fun, and hesitated to speak. If I say it, it is not directed at you, but at everyone standing here. If he said this, with his current strength, he would probably be beaten up by the people around him, especially Li Yuqian. If you want to say this guy Li Yuqian will definitely beat him up and make you kneel down and sing about conquest. You have to put it another way. He coughed lightly, and then said seriously, "Oh, I'm misunderstood. I didn't mention your name either. I'm just talking about a new mage with broken hands." The surrounding mages all exclaimed, thinking that Cassius could be so arrogant. But in the end, they were still scared, and what he said was not domineering at all. Cassius, a bunch of guys who just watch the fun and don't take it too seriously. Strange had never thought that this gay guy could be so good at swearing, even though what he just said was not arrogant enough in the eyes of the mages around him. But for him, it was quite like pointing his finger at him and scolding him, full of aggression. He turned around angrily, looked at Xiao Wang and Li Yuqian on the side, and said solemnly, "Can you give me a special training? Make me stronger." Li Yuqian showed a rather interested expression and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll teach you." As Xiao Wang shouted, it's okay, it's gone." The surrounding mages gradually became rarer, and Cassius also left. He had to be well prepared. This strange was a bit weird. Li Yuqian personally had his hands broken. You also regard yourself as a whetstone. You cannot be careless. As an old saying goes, you should despise the opponent strategically and value the opponent tactically. As the people finished walking, Li Yuqian pulled Xiao Wang aside and said to him solemnly, "You train him well. When he is about the same basic level, just give him his equipment, you know." Xiao Wang, who was originally smiling, began to look serious. "Are you sure?" "Well, that's it. Although he seems to be overwhelmed now. In the growth series, this is usually the setting." Li Yuqian and Xiao Wang were talking on encrypted call, leaving Strange listening in confusion. Xiao Wang complained speechlessly. "This is reality, not animation. Besides, now that we're growing up, there is no such thing as a cool article that is so cool." The equipment Li Yuqian was talking about was, of course, the time stone Eye of Agamotto and the cloak he wore in the original plot. After Ancient One retired, he directly gave the time stone to Xiao Wang. As for how Li Yuqian knew, just kidding. I scanned Kamatage countless times with my telekinesis. Not to mention that fat guy like Xiao Wang had a time gem on him. What color pants does he wear? If he wants to know, he can know it. Li Yuqian thought that 3 months later, Strange would appear on stage wearing a levitating cloak and the Eye of Agamotto around his neck. He was using some time magic, and Cassius on the opposite side must have shouted directly, "You are going to cheat. Ha ha ha, poor Cassius. Give up struggling and return to the dark dimension." At this time, Strange, who was standing aside, suddenly said, "Supreme Mage, didn't you just say you wanted to teach me?" He also knew that Li Yuqian was the temporary Supreme Mage of Kamatage. A few pointers from such a big man would definitely be very useful. Li Yuqian looked at him and smiled evilly. "Then I will teach you how to overcome the psychological impact and influence of your shaking hands." Okay. Strange's face was full of excitement, and then Li Yuqian directly summoned the blue portal, threw him in, and then closed it. Opposite the blue portal is the top of Mount Everest. The treatment is the same as the original plot, which must be very effective. But Xiao Wang on the side, after a while, suddenly said uneasily, "Did he just wear the hanging ring?" Li Yuqian thought for a while and said, "It seems I didn't bring it with me." As for the fifth one, Li Yuqian found it a bit interesting. When he did bad things, unless he encountered Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, how could someone scream and break his throat? Wait, I won't do bad things either. I'm a positive character, and I was a righteous senior brother before. Li Yuqian was a little unhappy when he used the halo. Really, he framed a good person. Then he saw the sixth one, and then he became happy. If he used this thing to chop people's heads, it's quite interesting. I don't know if it's a real dog head or the Q version of the dog head online. I'll try it with the criminal next time. The seventh super ability card. Li Yuqian was silent after reading it. It's okay to urinate water contaminated by nuclear radiation. What kind of anti-human super ability is this? It's outrageous, and it's of no use to you at all, but it's somewhat useful to harm others. Not as good as the two-arm man. There's another halo left, which Liu Qian thinks is quite useful. He is so handsome and eye-catching, so if he keeps a low profile, this might be useful. That's it. The last comment is a bit heart-wrenching. What does it mean, right, TZ? I'm glad. To sum up, the things I drew out in these 10 consecutive draws are pretty good. In fact, these abilities can be created by oneself. But compared to the world energy required to draw 10 consecutive draws, the consumption is a bit large and not cost-effective. Should I say it or not? A Guang will always be single. It really works. A Guang. After Liu Qian checked all the things and put them away, he moved his hands and feet on the spot and prepared to travel. A Guang, who was now autistic, looked confused. I couldn't help but ask, if you don't get a time travel card, how can you time travel? Have you ever heard a sentence? Liu Qian raised his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. A Guang asked doubtfully, what are you talking about? Liu Qian stood as if he were a strong man and said in a calm tone, don't you think there is no road ahead for everyone? As long as I want to walk, the road is at my feet. A Guang was shocked. What a pretentious sentence. Then he acted, grabbing it with both hands, tearing and pulling it directly in front of him, and a special crack appeared in front of him. There is boundless darkness in the crack, only there are some vague, sphere-like things in the far distance, exuding the breath of life. Those are different worlds. A Guang was shocked. No. Host, can you travel by yourself? Liu Qian chuckled. It's just time travel. It's not a big deal. I've worn it so many times. Plus, since we're so strong now, if we want to wear it, we can still do it. However, I just don't know what the difference is from the world of time travel through cards. Then you swear that I will always be single. You can even travel through time yourself. Woo! Ah Guang emoted. He wanted a sweet love. Liu Qian was speechless. Is this the point? I am really convinced by this love-minded person. He was speechless as he strode in quickly, and the crack that followed gradually disappeared. In a dark alley in bustling New York, suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, looking mysterious and strange. Then Liu Qian walked out with a stinky face and an unusually unhappy look. It's sloppy. It's really sloppy. I originally used the power of my thinking to tear out this crack, but it didn't consume much. As a result, while walking through the gaps in countless worlds, the boundless darkness and terrifying turbulence hit him. You won't die if you die, but it hurts. After using the world's energy, it feels better. This time the energy seems to have protected yourself, and white light is emitting from your body. It was exactly the same as the white light emitted by those worlds in the distance. Liu Qian realized that no wonder the energy of the world could circulate in the heavens and all realms. It turned out that this was a necessity for the survival of the world. Liu Qian found the nearest world. When he got here, the energy of the world consumed was enough for his system to draw 2 draws. I hope this world can be useful and interesting to me. Liu Qian walked out of the alley and walked towards the place where people gathered, looking at the surrounding scenery and people, as well as the billboards on the surrounding high-rise buildings. He directly determined where he was and that he was in New York. Liu Qian felt that there was no difference between this New York and his main world. The only difference was that the people around him felt a little strange. Why does it feel like my painting style is different from my own? Liu Qian always had a strange feeling when he looked at them, which he couldn't explain. Suddenly, a billboard on a high-rise building suddenly broadcast the news. The news content made Liu Qian extremely shocked. What? Peter Parker is dead. Spider-Man is dead. Liu Qian quickly took out his phone and took a photo. Is this handsome blonde guy Peter Parker? What kind of weird version was this? Liu Qian used his brain. As the old saying goes, your brain can be learned without using it for a long time. With Liu Qian's current strength, his brain can be said to be his super brain. But when things usually happen, Liu Qian just slaps him to clear the way and doesn't use it very much. Sometimes he has to think about it carefully. After a while, Liu Qian patted his head and immediately understood where this place was. Isn't this that Spider-Man? Into the Spider-Verse? In a big animated movie, your Spider-Man was actually killed by Kingpin. It is simply a shame for Spider-Man. I have to take some pictures and then go back and tell little Spider-Man that he was beaten to death by a fat guy who likes to exercise. By the way, no wonder the people around me look weird. It turns out that this world is an anime world, although after I entered it, they all looked real. But there's still something strange about it. By the way, Spider-Man, the successor of this world, is a black man. The subsequent Marvels are really inferior to each other. They either become female or black. This political correctness buff is full. What kind of Avengers? Let's just call them the wives. It's better to have our own Justice League. Liu Qian strolled through New York, which was very similar to his own world, but somewhat different from it. Now, I am a qualified world traveler and traveler. I can solve everything for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. I have a small world with food, drink, and shelter. Liu Qian followed the flow of people and came to a square where a memorial service was being held, hosted by Spider-Man's wife, Mary Jane. Interesting, really interesting. The little Spider-Man in his own world doesn't even have a partner, let alone a wife. There was also a memorial service held. Liu Qian directly turned on his mobile phone to record the video and went back to let little Spider-Man take a good look at it. Watching your own memorial service in person must be a unique experience. Interesting and interesting. By the way, can you get special achievements by changing the plot in this world? Guang got a positive answer, and then he couldn't help but complained, if it doesn't work, you beat the world up and give it some world energy. Or you can refine this world and convert it into world energy. Liu Qian was shocked. You're a dog system. You're less human than me. You're just a newborn. How could I do that kind of thing? Guang fell into silence. His dog host actually had a conscience. Liu Qian saw Guang being silent and couldn't help but shrugged. Forget the second method. You can consider the first one. Guang, a little conscience, but not much. As the night passed, the outside world gradually turned into daytime. Liu Qian left the small world with a backflip and then flew directly to the sky, looking at New York below. Needless to say, memorial services in the West are really bad. There are no seats to eat, bad review. So after joining in the fun last night, Liu Qian decisively returned to his own little world and stayed up late playing on his mobile phone. I didn't sleep all night, but I wasn't sleepy at all. It's good to be strong, and you can just play and have fun. It wasn't until you didn't want to play anymore that you came out of the small world. Liu Qian decided to first find the protagonist in the original plot, a young man, and psychokinesis began to scan the entire New York. After just a few seconds of scanning, he discovered that a guy with a body different from ordinary people was on top of a tall building, very close to him, and he didn't need to use the portal. Liu Qian flew directly there at high speed. On top of a high-rise building, a boy wearing a hood and a spider mask was taking a deep breath and then looked at the busy traffic below the high-rise building, looking a little nervous. After Liu Qian flew here, he hid high in the sky to watch the show and commented confidently, I'm blindly guessing that this guy is going to jump off a tall building and practice spinning silk on a swing. Speaking of which, I have always had a question. Spider-Man can spin silk and swing around in the city. He is very agile. Then if we were on a plane, we would have no choice but to run. Spider-Man running wildly feels inexplicably joyful. In his mind, Guang ruthlessly complained, what kind of brain circuit does this dog host have? After finishing complaining, he quickly said, Master Host, you are right. You are really a genius. Liu Qian couldn't help but curl his lips. This dog system knows how to flatter, and its flattering skills are not very high. At this time, the guy standing on the tall building took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After opening his eyes, he quickly ran down the stairs. Then, under Liu Qian's confused eyes, he ran to the top of a 10-meter-high building next door. Are you afraid that you'll fall to death? Liu Qian was amused. Seeing that he took such a long, deep breath and settled for a long time, he thought he had mustered up the courage. As a result, he was immediately discouraged. This reason may be because he is not a sports student. Afterwards, Liu Qian silently took out his mobile phone and turned on the video recording function. Just kidding, when Spider-Man used his ability for the first time, he didn't fall into a dog. This kind of dark history must be preserved by himself. It's a pity that these videos can only make fun of little Spider-Man. It would be great if there was Tony's parallel world, that kind of funny thing. When the time comes, just take more photos and videos to hurt your bad friends. Then, as expected by Liu Qian, the child jumped from the roof of the building and stepped on his shoelace during the last jump. It bumped around in the sky and then hit the ground hard, landing on its butt. Liu Qian touched his chin. I'm afraid it hurts a little. This area was very remote and there were no people around. Liu Qian floated down from high altitude and flew next to the child. You little brat, you didn't learn well at a young age, and you actually threw objects at high altitude. The kid who became the new generation of Spider-Man is named Miles. At this time, he was very confused. What the hell is a high-altitude projectile? Have you ever seen someone throw an object from a high altitude? Generally speaking, when you see me falling, you shouldn't first care about whether I am injured. No, this guy seemed to have flown down just now. Who are you? A new superhero? And I'm not throwing object from high altitude. I was just practicing. Test my physical strength. It's definitely not, because you're not familiar with your own abilities, and you just fell down. With such a strong mouth, Liu Qian smiled and said, high-altitude parabola refers to throwing object from a high place. Did you just fall from the roof of the building, or from a high place? From this, we can conclude that your fall was a high-altitude object. Miles was speechless. Can you please stop messing with formulas? Okay, I am indeed a superhero, but not from this world. Liu Qian fell to the ground and spoke in a casual tone. An idea flashed through Miles's mind, and he understood everything instantly. I know. It must be because of Kingpin's super battle that opened the passage from other time and space. This is so cool. I wonder if there will be other superheroes from other worlds. Liu Qian pointed to the decadent, middle-aged man in a coat behind him. I'm afraid it's him you're talking about. Miles quickly turned around and saw the middle-aged, decadent man running towards him behind him. He ran over with excitement on his face and stretched out his hand. I feel the same kind of people. What's going on? Miles seemed to be frightened and stretched out a hand. Lightning emitted directly from his hand. The middle-aged, decadent man was so electrified that he spit out black smoke and fell asleep, and revealed his fat belly and spider suit. Liu Qian didn't speak, but silently raised his phone and took a close-up of his fat belly. Thor, if you still become a fat nerd in the future and little Spider-Man dares to laugh at you, I will give you this photo, and then you can laugh at him. This wave of half a caddy is right for 8 Liang. Hey, I am such a good person. Definitely not a Gonghua. In Miles' room, after Miles told about the previous Spider-Man and Kingpin in this world, and the Super Collider, the fat version of Spider-Man is telling his origin. He is Peter Parker from another world. He has experienced the failure of investing in a hotel, the death of Aunt May, and the divorce of his girlfriend. He has never recovered since then. He directly became decadent, then overeated, and even his extraordinary physique couldn't bear it anymore, and he directly became a fat nerd. Finally, he came to this world because of the Super Collider in this world. After the obese version of Parker finished speaking, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, "The guy next to me, can you stop recording the video?" Really? I didn't record the video. Liu Qian put down the phone and sighed in his heart that this Spider-Man is really miserable. The obese version of Parker sighed and didn't say anything. He just wanted to go back to his own world now. Although he lived in a bad world in that world, it was the world he had always lived in. So how on earth do I get back? I know that. Hey, little brat, does the Peter Parker of this world give you a USB flash drive? Use that USB flash drive, and then use the Super Collider to return him to his own world. Liu Qian doesn't talk about martial ethics and directly spoils the story. When the fat version of Parker heard this, his eyes were full of hope, and then Miles hurriedly started to dig into his pocket. Then he took out a damaged USB flash drive from his back pocket. He stuttered a little and said, "When I was experimenting with my ability before, I seemed to have crashed this thing. You showed up and made me not pay attention to this matter." The obese version of Parker wants to cry, but has no tears. Is this little black Spider-Man trying to kill himself? I shocked myself at the beginning and destroyed my hope of going back. It hurts. It hurts so much. When Miles saw this, his brain was running rapidly. He raised his hands and shouted, "I have an idea! There must be relevant information about this USB flash drive in the headquarters of Jinbin Company. We just need to sneak in and make a new copy of the information. Then I will sneak to the Super Collider and use the newly made USB flash drive to send you back. I can also take the opportunity to fulfill Spider-Man's last wish. Destroy the Super Collider and destroy Kingpin's evil plan." Li Yuqian on the side touched his chin and sighed. What a story about a superhero saving the world. At this time, the excited, fat version of Parker had a heated discussion with Miles and began to think of a plan on how to sneak in. Li Yuqian took the opportunity to ask, "Where is Jean Bing's company?" Miles casually stated the specific location, and then Li Yuqian threw a computer over. "Is it this? Open it yourself and take a look. All the data on the USB flash drive should be in it." The two Spider-Man stared at Li Yuqian with big eyes and small eyes. At this time, Li Yuqian had a blue light door open next to him, and the opposite side was Jean Bing's company. The obese version of Parker exclaimed, "We Spider-Man are so powerful." Miles was shocked. This was not according to the routine. It was a difficult and exciting adventure for a superhero to sneak into the supervillain's lair. "You just threw the computer over. What happened?" After Li Yuqian learned the location of the Gold Coin Company's headquarters, he directly opened the portal, and psychokinesis scanned it and directly found the laboratory inside. I remember that the data on the USB flash drive in the original plot was stored on the computer in this laboratory. "Just speedrun," Miles said with emotion. "This makes me feel nothing like a superhero at all. This efficiency is really amazing." At this time, the obese version of Parker opened the computer and fell into deep thought. He saw that the computer was full of files, and for a while, he could not find the data on the USB disk at all. He let out a breath and couldn't help but complain. "With so many files, this computer's memory is quite large, but I bet it's read in several disks. If only there was a Spider-Man who was good at hacking computers." Li Yuqian snapped his fingers, and with the admiring eyes of the two Spider-Men, he pretended to say, "This is easy." Another portal appeared, and on the other side of the door stood three weird-looking Spider-Man. They are respectively the black and white Spider-Man, who is completely black. He comes from the black and white Spider-Man world during the Nazi period. He actually has the super ability that his cloak can automatically move without wind. There is also a female version of a teenage Spider-Man, who comes from a sci-fi Spider-Man world and can control a Spider-Man mecha. The most outrageous one is Spider-Pig with a pig nose. Yes, he is a pig. Li Yuqian silently took out his mobile phone and took 3 pictures in a row. Even a pig can be Spider-Man these days. Spider-Man is so stupid. Miles and the fat version of Spider-Man walked in with shocked faces. The place where the 3 Spider-Man were was the secret base of Spider-Man in this world. It looked quite tall. It shows that the Spider-Man in this world not only has super abilities, but is also very talented in scientific research and making money. He is a talent. What a pity that he died young. Li Yuqian walked in slowly, and at the same time he snapped his fingers and a blue portal appeared from above. A slender, hooded female Spider-Man fell out of the portal, and she immediately assumed a guarded posture. Then she looked around with a confused look. She was Spider-Girl Gwen. Li Yuqian clapped his hands and said, "Now, all the Spider-Mans are gathered together." These Spider-Man began to tell their experiences and introduce themselves. Parker, a girl from the world of technology, also began to study computers and copied a USB flash drive. Finally, he looked at Li Yuqian and asked a question at the same time. "By the way, we don't know who you are Spider-Man yet. Your super ability is so powerful, you are like a god." Li Yuqian touched his chin and thought for a while, then slowly said, "I am a failed man." "Spider-Man?" "Just kidding you, I am not Spider-Man. I am a world traveler and traveler. This world owes me something, and I came here to collect the debt. So you don't need to worry about me. You can do your own thing." As Li Yuqian spoke, he perceived the world consciousness of this world, as if he had been hiding from him since he came to this world. I'm laughing so hard. Can you escape the monk or the temple? Stop talking. Do I look like a bad guy? As for hiding from me, Aguang, you said that the world owes you something out of nothing, but you still have the nerve to say it. The Spider-Man people around them couldn't understand this guy. He was powerful and had a mysterious identity, but he always had a look of watching the excitement on his face. He doesn't look like a superhero, but he's been helping Spider-Man until now. So he must be a good person. The Spider-Men were thinking in their minds as they began to discuss how to return home and solve Kingpin's crisis. Spider-Man in this world has been fighting Kingpin and provided a lot of relevant information. It should be said that the Kingpin of this world is simply enhanced to an epic level. Not only did he kill Spider-Man himself, he also killed 5 supervillains. What a prowler in purple clothes with huge claws on his hands. A tombstone that looks like a zombie is invulnerable and has a high temperature on its body. The female version of Dr. Octopus and a large lizard with wings, the Green Goblin. There is also a bald man wearing a high-tech scorpion combat suit. Li Yuqian paid a moment of silence for Spider-Man in this world. No wonder he died. If he didn't die, who would die? Spider-Man in other worlds. Instead of introducing villains one by one, he would be better off 6 at a time. Do you think you're a super villain killing machine? 1 against 1, 1 against 2 is crushed, 1 against 3 is worthy, 1 against 4 is a sure win, and 1 against 5 is my advantage. Wait, this guy shot 6. In a sense, if he shot 5, he might not be dead. If it breaks down, he is really a super villain killing machine. It's a pity that the enemy has no martial ethics and adds one more person. Li Yuqian was brainstorming in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the funnier he became. He could only say that the previous Spider-Man in this world was not the protagonist. He had abilities, technology, and funds. So what if he was top-notch in every aspect? I'll give you a hellish start, but you'll still be on the street. Look at this world, the real protagonist. At the beginning, 5 substitute fighters came directly, and then they directly instigated one person to rebel, his Uncle Prowler. Then his uncle yelled and made him understand that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and at the same time reduce the opponent's camp. It becomes 6 against 5. The protagonist's halo is a bit big. Li Yuqian thought that after Miles' Uncle Prowler died, Miles would become a qualified Spider-Man, just like he had opened up the Rendu lineage. I'm so happy. Okay, Spider-Man's uncle is indeed the most dangerous profession. Almost as good as Batman's parents. While Li Yuqian was thinking, many Spider-Man came up with strategies to solve the crisis. Go straight up. Just kidding. With so many Spider-Mans present, can they still beat Kingpin and his team? After these Spider-Man learned that Li Yuqian was not Spider-Man, they were inexplicably worried about Li Yuqian. When discussing how to solve Kingpin and the Super Collider, they didn't even discuss it with themselves. Damn it. I, Mr. Lee, have actually been ostracized. I was originally going to take these Spider-Man speedruns. I gave up. You can do it on your own. Spider-Man. No, you are obviously the one who is not talking. New York, the Kingpin building, located in the center of New York. Should we say it or not? As long as Kingpin goes to other cities to build a super collider, his plan is more likely to be realized. But alas, he's in New York, right under Spider-Man's nose, in the middle of the city. Li Yuqian didn't understand. At this time, he was floating high in the building watching the excitement. The Spider-Man swung their webs into the building and entered through various windows or hidden entrances. In addition to Miles, several Spider-Men gave him difficult tasks to disperse the surrounding crowd. It is said that a huge disaster will occur here. On the one hand, if a fight breaks out, superhero fighting will more or less cause some losses, whether it is personnel or property. When the action begins, it's not necessary to disperse the crowd, and Miles has just become Spider-Man and can't even wander from building to building. The last time I tried it, I broke the USB flash drive, so I'd better let him do a simpler job. Miles is very unhappy, but he can't help it. He really knows that his ability is not as good as the 5 real Spider-Man. But it should not be said that Ginger is still old and hot. The obese version of Parker directly taught Miles how to spin spider silk, and use his abilities. Instantly, Miles became happy. Spider-Man. Children are easy to fool. As for Liu Qian, all well-informed Spider-Man people always feel that this guy is not a superhero according to common sense. It's very mysterious. If the 5 Spider-Men can solve this matter, I won't bother him to take action. Obviously, the large gathering of Spider-Man has given these Spider-Man a lot of confidence. In addition, these Spider-Man have never seen the power of Kingpin and his team of supervillains in this world. Think about it. Kingpin from other worlds has a fighting ability that can push the human body to the limit, plus a bullseye who can throw concealed weapons very accurately. All I can say is that I still have a more or less inertial thinking and confided in the Kingpin of this world, Liu Qian, but in the original plot, without Miles' explosive power, these 5 Spider-Man could not beat 5 on 5, let alone 5 on 6 now. That's right, Uncle Miles' Prowler isn't here yet. Liu Qian was looking forward to what the hell would happen next. While the 5 Spider-Men sneaked into the building, Miles put on his little black Spider-Man suit and started shouting around. There's going to be a disaster here, everyone run. Normally, pedestrians are walking normally on the road, and suddenly someone shouts that a disaster will happen and tells everyone to run quickly. But no one will believe it. But if the person shouting is a person who spins spider webs and swings around, the credibility will come up after a scratch. Especially in a world of superheroes, most people will believe it if they have experienced a lot. So Myers' action was very successful, but he still encountered problems. The following scene directly made Liu Qian happy. Everyone was running well, but suddenly Miles shouted loudly, "Everyone, please pay attention to order. The old, weak, women, and children go first." The last group of people suddenly stopped and stood up directly. One of the men with long, shoulder-length hair yelled, "How dare you assume I'm a man?" "Yeah, how dare you assume I'm a woman?" A woman with short hair yelled. Then 2 people who looked normal but were actually anything but normal jumped out. "Yeah, what about our armed helicopters?" "That's right. Have you ever thought about how our gender would feel as a Walmart shopping bag?" Liu Qian. Myers. This is really in line with the culture of Country M. Freedom is really free. Before Miles even spoke, they started arguing. "What? Are you a girl? I remember you have a partner, and it's a girl." "Don't get me wrong, my biological gender is male, my psychological gender is female, and I'm also L asterisk 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 in, so I found a girlfriend. Is there any problem?" "No problem at all." Liu Qian, it's amazing, the buffs are stacked up and come back. Is he really a genius? Miles's face turned green. How could this matter be solved? Liu Qian said it was very easy to solve. He flew down directly and looked at these guys of unknown gender with great interest. In the past, a person's gender could be seen at a glance, but now it is not possible. He has just come into this world, and it is not very clear yet. Liu Qian casually took out his mobile phone, clicked on a photo, then pointed at the photo and shouted, "Did you see Spider-Man in the photo? These Spider-Man include female Spider-Man, male Spider-Man, girl Spider-Man, and there is a boy Spider-Man in front of you. There's black Spider-Man, white Spider-Man, and even Spider-Pig. They asked you to leave unanimously. Do you still have any objections?" Facts have proved that magic can only be defeated by magic. When these guys whose gender is difficult to assume, after listening to Liu Qian telling them to run quickly, was the unified idea of these Spider-Man. They decisively gave up the quarrel. After all, Spider-Man had even moved out as a pig and was no longer a human being. The buffs were stacked even more, so he couldn't afford to offend him. Liu Qian gave it a try, and it really worked. "It's really magical, ha ha." Miles was speechless, while Liu Qian did a pretty good job of evacuating the crowd around him with his cheerful smile. Then boom, the obese version of Spider-Man Parker was punched out of the building and sent flying backwards in the direction of Miles. The person who beat him was the supervillain Prowler. Miles saw that the fat version of Parker was beaten so badly that he rushed over to help. Then the battle with Miles started, and it cannot be said that the battle was just a beating. But as they hit the Prowler, they began to lose control. At the same time, their battlefield gradually returned to the building. Li Yuqian also flew over and touched his chin and exclaimed, I bet that Aguang will be single for the rest of his life, and Miles' uncle will die soon. Why would Mao want to bet my single status? Aguang was speechless. How could he rely on me for this? Li Yuqian waved his hand. Oh, don't worry about those details. If his uncle hadn't died, I would have compensated you. It's something every man wants. Aguang was excited. What compensation? Li Yuqian smiled and said nothing. You are awesome. Aguang. In the building, the more Prowler beats Miles, the more he feels like this little Spider-Man is his nephew. At this time, the obese version of Parker rushed to help Miles, a fat and decadent version of Spider-Man and a newbie Spider-Man. The two together barely stopped the Prowler. The various Spider-Men around are also fighting against the supervillains. Obviously, this battle is very difficult, even more difficult than the original plot. They can't even get close to where the USB flash drive is inserted into the Super Collider, let alone destroy the Super Collider. The scene of Li Yuqian flying in attracted everyone's attention. The obese version of Parker shouted directly, Mr. Li, help us! Li Yuqian, do you think you're a cute girl with white hair and red clothes? To be honest, if you are, then I will definitely help you. As soon as he said this, the bald fat man Jean Bing directly knocked away the black and white Spider-Man who was blocking him, and then waved his fist at Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian looked at him and sighed. What a flexible fat man. I'm not a fat man. Kingpin yelled and punched out. Then Li Yuqian flew high, and then the punch missed perfectly. Li Yuqian raised his middle finger at Jean Bing and said, jokingly, You don't even know how much you weigh? You still want to hit someone who can fly. Aren't you kidding? Li Yuqian was not in a hurry to take action. These Spider-Man did not let him play and excluded him, which really made him sad. Aguang, believe me. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, and the Prowler pulled off Miles' Spider-Man hood. Then the Prowler pulled off his hood in shock, and then the two of them shouted at the same time. Uncle, are you a Prowler? Miles, are you Spider-Man? With a bang of gunfire, Kingpin whipped out his pistol and accurately hit the Prowler in the back. Li Yuqian was shocked. To be honest, you have a gun, and you didn't even take it out for a long time just now. As soon as their identities were confirmed, you took it out from behind. No, your pistol was specially used to kill Uncle Spider-Man, right? Li Yuqian is not prepared to save Spider-Man's uncle. On the one hand, he is a villain. He must have done bad things without even thinking about it. Moreover, I am not familiar with Spider-Man in this world, so I came here just to join the fun. That gunshot seemed to break the battle situation where Miles and his uncle recognized each other and stopped. Spider-Man and the supervillain fought again, and Miles hugged his uncle and burst into tears. And the whole body began to shine with the light of electric arcs. His eyes were full of determination, and his whole aura suddenly matured. Rushing directly towards Kingpin, Miles and the obese version of Parker were able to hold back the Prowler. This time he beat Kingpin violently and shouted loudly, These are the moves my uncle taught me. Obviously, while he was beating up Kingpin, you were still thinking about every detail between him and his uncle, and you were so excited. Li Yuqian was so impressed, but this guy almost said, Don't underestimate the bond between him and his uncle. This is the first time that the protagonist's aura is so concretely displayed in front of Li Yuqian. It's really amazing. After the Prowler was killed by Kingpin as a traitor, Miles immediately exploded, and the situation was great. The Spider-Mans who had been beaten badly in the past have gained momentum, and the situation is developing in a good direction. Then Li Yuqian hooked his little hand, and the USB flash drive held by the obese Spider-Man was taken out. In the shocked eyes of the surrounding people, the USB flash drive was inserted directly into the console that controlled the Super Collider. Then, Li Yuqian bent his fingers and pressed down. The supervillains who were fighting the Spider-Man lively all fell to the ground with a bang and were restrained by psychokinesis. That's it, it's so difficult to fight, it's so simple. The Spider-Man people around were stunned. Miles was a little angry and shouted, You were so strong. Why didn't you take action earlier? You didn't let me take action either? Li Yuqian shrugged. In fact, the main plot of this world has been passed. It won't be interesting anymore, and Li Yuqian doesn't want to waste time anymore. So hurry up and hurry up. Miles clenched his fist as if he wanted to beat Li Yuqian. At this time, he was filled with anger and couldn't vent it all. But the obese version of Parker grabbed him and shouted, "Calm down, you are Spider-Man. You are a superhero. What do you want to do? Take your anger out on others." Miles was stunned when he heard this, and then beat the floor angrily. Li Yuqian kindly reminded you Spider-Mans, hurry up and go back to your own world. The world is becoming more and more repulsive to you. After Li Yuqian finished speaking, the bodies of these Spider-Man began to flicker. It was obvious that the world rejected them. These Spider-Man looked at each other a few times, with a little worry about Li Yuqian in their eyes. Although he doesn't look like a bad person, he never takes action and just watches the show from the side, which proves that he is not a good person either. The obese version of Parker said tentatively, "Aren't you going to go back to your own world? I'm different from you. I traveled across time on my own initiative. Have you seen that this world rejects me?" Li Yuqian said casually, and these Spider-Man fell in a deep thought. Li Yuqian was a little annoyed, and the red psychokinesis turned into 5 tentacles, one Spider-Man and the other directly threw them into the collider. Let them return to their own world. Li Yuqian observed that in the plot, they came from the parallel world of Spider-Man, which in Marvel terms is multi-universe. He used my power of thinking to fill his eyes and began to observe. The moment they returned to their own world, the locations of those worlds also appeared in front of them. They're all around this Spider-Man world, and Li Yuqian's main world is not far away. By analogy, that is to say, the 6 worlds outside your own main world are all Spider-Man worlds, all belong to Marvel and superheroes. In the words of the plot, it is a multi-universe or parallel world. However, compared to those methods of superheroes traveling through multi-universe and parallel worlds, Li Yuqian seemed very reckless when he traveled across the world. He led a powerful attack and physically broke through the wall of the world. He kind of wants to see if this super collider can give him some inspiration so that he can save a little effort the next time he travels across the world. Facts have proved that it can indeed provide some inspiration. The next time I travel through time, I will use the principle of the super collider to cooperate with the portal. You can use very little world energy to open a portal to the world around you. Yes, it can only be around. Even Li Yuqian doesn't know how many Marvel and superhero worlds there are. I have stayed in the main Marvel world for a long time, and it is always this kind of specious world, which is not interesting. Li Yuqian sighed. He had to use a time travel card. This thing has random surprises. After figuring out the pros and cons of his own time travel, Li Yuqian first clenched his fist and used the red psychokinesis that originally restrained the supervillains. The opening gradually became stronger, and then a crunching sound appeared, and those supervillains were directly crushed by Li Yuqian psychokinesis. It's so bloody and violent. I have to be more careful next time. It's not good if I scare the children. After all, this is the world of animation movies. Li Yuqian shrugged, and black flames emerged and burned the corpses of the supervillains. Listening to the special achievement check-in sound ringing in my ears, I summoned the portal and left here. Miles, who was left standing, was confused. He always felt that things shouldn't have happened like this. Originally, there was a big battle between superheroes and supervillains, and everyone who had a sound mind ran away. So Miles was the only one in the building at this time. He looked around confusedly and gradually fell into deep thought. I always feel like I am a superhero and feel lonely, and I feel a little depressed. This is normal. After all, when a brave man is fighting against the devil, an explosive seed is about to show off his power. Hey, a guy passing by punched the devil into a pulp. From being full of brave buffs to looking at a puddle of meat, I feel a loss. The plot of this world passed too fast due to Li Yuqian's interference. Everything was resolved in just a few days, but Li Yuqian did not go back because of his connection to the main world. Come on, you still have to take a walk around and see what the differences are with your own main world, Marvel. Later, Li Yuqian traveled around the world through portals. There is only Spider-Man as a superhero in this world, but there are many villains. However, they all have one characteristic. They're basically all in New York. Surprisingly, New York is still very prosperous. Even though those supervillains are wreaking havoc, it is still prosperous and there are still many people living there. Liu Qian was puzzled. Do you have to live in New York? You have to live in this world as an ordinary person. Unless you gain some super ability in order to become stronger, if you want to live well, you must stay far away from New York. This world is obsessed with New York. In this way, after staying in this world for 2 or 3 months, Liu Qian got tired of wandering around and thought about returning to the main world. It's better to look further afield to find some new world. Liu Qian was thinking as he reported the problem to Aguang. Yuan Fong Ba. Aguang, what do you think? You should be returning to the main world, right? Aren't you going to host the real men's 1v1 battle between Strange and Cassius? Aguang said weakly, and Liu Qian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, 3 months in the main world is equal to 3 years in other worlds. How long should I stay in this world? Well, the flow rate between this world and the main world is roughly 1:1. At this point in time, the competition date is approaching. Aguang answered in a daze. Liu Qian was stunned for a moment, and then he pulled out of his mind. That's right, after pulling out, Liu Qian directly put his hand into his brain and pulled it out. The scene was terrifying for a moment. Liu Qian dragged this dog's system Aguang, looking shocked. No, why don't you talk about this matter? You didn't ask either? Aguang looked innocent and a little confident. When time travel cards first appeared, there were special introductions and after-sale services, allowing you to stay in that world for 3 years, and 3 months in the main world was equivalent to 3 years in the world. But it's different if you travel by yourself. That is, Liu Qian is strong now. Otherwise, Aguang said, he would be kicked out of this world's world consciousness as soon as he came here. Just cross illegally. In some worlds, it's okay to send you back, but to kill you directly, you won't have anything to say. As for the time flow rate, the closer the distance, the smaller the difference. The greater the distance, the greater the time flow rate difference. Liu Qian. He was careless. Before, it was always 3 months in the main world and 3 years in the other world. It became a habit. Bad. Made an empiricist error. But who is Liu Qian? He immediately said with a serious face, What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If I have to keep everything in mind, what's the use of your system if I need it? Stop talking. I will recycle you now, refine you, turn you into world energy, and create a new one directly. Aguang, who was confident, immediately felt guilty. But then again, actually, I do need to inform you about this. You see, this is not the time. It is just right. I am planning to talk to you in the next few days. As a result, the host arrived at Yingming Shenwu and realized something was wrong without me needing to say anything. Liu Qian curled his lips. His face was so changed. Strange and Cassius fight. This excitement must be joined in. However, there was one more thing before joining in the fun. Liu Qian jumped up and then flew high into the sky. Psychokinesis swept the entire world, and then he stretched out his 5 fingers and shook them in the air. The world consciousness of this world was directly pulled out, and Liu Qian said with a cold face, Liu Qian, the energy of the world. If you don't give it, I'll beat you. Do you understand? The world consciousness of this world is crying without tears. It is hiding from you, but you still want to find me out and steal my world energy. Born. Then the world consciousness decisively gave a ball of world energy and gave it permanent residence in this world. This actually surprised Liu Qian. He was quite savvy with people. World consciousness. Aren't you talking nonsense? I can't beat you, but you are still killing decisively in this world. Killing Jinbin is like squeezing a small insect to death. If I don't realize it, I'm afraid of being beaten to death by you. Liu Qian was in a good mood. He loosened his fingers and let go of his world consciousness. Then the improved version of the portal, whose full name is World Travel Portal, appeared, and then he slowly walked in. At the Kamatage Plaza, at this time, a stage was set up and banners were hung, which looked very formal, but the place was still a bit empty. Obviously, the specific time for the competition has not arrived yet. As soon as Liu Qian came back, he saw the banner and the stage. He nodded with satisfaction and checked the time. There were still 2 days until the official competition time. Fortunately, I'm not late. Li Yuqian looked at the banner and the stage and felt that the things he asked Xiao Wang to do were handled well, but not enough. The figure behind him flashed, and little Sunspot appeared beside him. Li Yuqian casually ordered, "Please handle it well. The match between Strange and Cassius should be a bit louder. There should be no missing parts of the competition. By the way, there's still some mages in this world distributed all over the world. Remember to notify everyone when the time comes and make it more formal." Little Sunspot nodded directly. Li Yuqian said that he was in charge and he could rest assured. Strange was able to become the supreme mage in the original plot. On the one hand, it was the push of the Ancient One, and on the other hand, it was his achievement in repelling Domu. Of course, it can't be done now. Li Yuqian said that now he is the master of the Dark Dimension. If someone hits him, he wants to repel him. He cannot bear this injustice. Then let Strange beat Cassius. When the time comes, you will be full of momentum and with your strength as long as you win. In addition, Li Yuqian has the task of selecting the Real Supreme Mage. With a few operations, the new Supreme Mage Strange can successfully appear. Of course, these are not the main point. Li Yuqian looked around and whispered to little Sunspot in a thoughtful voice, "Remember to add an advertisement when the time comes. Let's promote the Dark Dimension I control now, publicize it in the magic circle, and make an advertisement." Little Sunspot understood instantly. Just say, "How come he, a master who is unprofitable and can't afford to be early, suddenly becomes so generous?" It turns out that there are considerations in this regard. You are worthy of being my master. 2 days later, the Comitage Square was bustling with people, and many mages gathered to watch. There is a ring in the center of the square, and the surrounding banners are all over the square. The Real Men 1v1 contest will be officially held soon. The host of this competition is Little Sunspot. At this time, he is already standing on the ring to give passionate explanations. This Real Man 1v1 competition is officially held. The contestants are those who just joined Comitage not long ago. Strange, who was transformed into the Supreme Mage by Mr. Li Yuqian, has the appearance of the Supreme Mage. On the left side of the square, Strange slowly walked out, wearing a levitation cloak and the eye of Agamotto on his chest. A set of top-notch equipment, filled to the brim. Little Sunspot's voice rang again. On the other side is Archmage Cassius, the direct disciple of the previous Supreme Mage Ancient One. On the right side of the square, Cassius ran up wearing the Carmitage wizard robe, without any equipment, and with the Dark Dimension brand on his head. His face was also extremely confident. Cassius has skillfully controlled the dark power borrowed towards the Dark Dimension during this time. He is very talented in this area, and he is very good at using the energy of the Dark Dimension. So what if Strange is good equipment? It's useless if you don't know how to use it. What 3 months of studying can beat me? What 3 months of studying can beat the great mage I've studied for so many years? It's simply whimsical. Strange and Cassius glared at each other. It was obvious that both of them were very confident. Afterwards, Little Sunspot shouted directly, "Okay, friends around the audience, now we should introduce the 3 judges of this competition. They are the temporary Supreme Mage, the leader of the Justice League, the traveler across the world, and the superhero who has saved the world many times, Li Yuqian." At the judges' table at the back of the ring, Li Yuqian sat in the middle, stretched out his hands and pressed, "Be low-key and low-key." "Oh, really, Little Sunspot? You are so grand. There is no other leader of the Justice League. It's all in vain." Aguang, I feel like the corner of your mouth is harder to press than AK. Anyone from the Justice League would be confused if they were present. When did you become the leader of the Justice League? Who admitted it? Did you admit it yourself? Little Sunspot kept talking and continued. The other 2 judges are Master Wang and Master Mo Du. Xiao Wang and Mo Du. Why did you introduce us so casually? It seemed like we were given away by charging phone bills. The last key is Thanks to Mr. Liu Qian and Kamatage for co-sponsoring. Borrowing dimensional energy to find the dark dimension. Please look for the dark dimension to borrow energy. The current controller of the Dark Uyghur tribe is Mr. Liu Qian. Please feel free to use it. The relevant contracts will be sold at the 3 temples of Kamatage at the same time. Low price and guaranteed to use. Liu Qian smiled and said nothing, believing that after today, people from this magical world would borrow dark dimension energy from him. Because in the past 2 days, Liu Qian had publicized the good news of Kamatage and even magically modified a machine himself. As long as there are people in this world who have borrowed the energy of the Mephisto dimension in their bodies, that is, people in the magical world, they can hear the on-site explanations and explanations. If you are willing to put in the energy, you can even see the situation at the scene. Even if you eat and take it, you will not only be able to harvest a new batch of slaves, cows, and horses. You can also earn some dimensional energy, jia. As for not wanting to listen, just kidding. As long as you have dimensional energy in your body and are on the earth, I will force you to listen. Earth magicians. Among them, the person who just fell asleep. Family, who knows? I just fell asleep, and suddenly there was a strange sound, and it woke me up. The most outrageous thing is that after every sentence, this voice keeps asking if he wants to recharge. No, this voice is caused by Penguin, right? As the Little Sunspots slogan was finished, the competition officially began. At the same time, Strange also opened his eyes. Just now, his chest began to emit green light, and a green magic circle appeared on his arm. It was obvious that he was cheating. I just predicted the future and even made a lot of preparations to create a time node. If he fails and dies after a while, time will fall into a loop unless he is released. In this way, after he fails, even if he kills him, he can still cycle through time and resurrect. With one more life, and the fact that I can predict the future, I can use the time spell that Master Wong gave me to predict what spells the opponent will use and when to use them. This is an incredible effect. Then, with one more life in the time loop, you can play more aggressively, and you will definitely win if one goes against the other. The only possible mistake was that Liu Qian tried to stop him, but Strange looked at the man on the judge's table. Liu Qian smiled happily and gave him a thumbs up. A thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Good. It's stable. It's stable. Liu Qian smiled inwardly. Cassius, come on and be my calf. He won't stop Strange. It's obvious that Strange is worried for nothing. Liu Qian wished that Cassius would attack early and get an early warning of the enemy's opportunity. This method was still Liu Qian's use of the spell given to him by Xiao Wang. Liu Qian created this specially for him while he was stretching. After all, it is not Demomu who beats Cassius. Demomu transcends time and can use the time gem to create a time loop, trapping him in vain. But now is the game, and Cassius cannot transcend time. Once time loops, he returns to the starting point. Therefore, the use of time gems requires refinement. It cannot be as simple as creating a time node directly or making a loop. You have to do something similar to precognition. It's a pity that Cassius, the big enemy, doesn't know what Liu Qian is laughing at or what he is thinking. He saw that the guy in front of him could actually use the Eye of Agamotto, which was difficult to control. Although his heart skipped a beat, it was still true. The worst-case scenario is that he will die early and work for Libapi. You know how to use foreign objects? Let me see how good you are. Cassius, I'm here to negotiate terms. Why did you suddenly say this? No, I'm here to take revenge on you. You bully ordinary people just because you have extraordinary power. Strange's face was full of confidence. He had just used the Eye of Agamotto and carefully studied the various methods and means of Cassius fighting himself. In the future, when fighting, be direct, predict the enemy's opportunity, and activate the prediction function. This does not mean that you can fight however you want. Strange first attacked Bozak's Thunder with 2 energy waves. One is fast, and the other is slow. As a mage for many years, Cassius is also very experienced. He directly and instantly develops the 7 rings of Ragador, which is a circular magic circle to defend against attacks. And he ducked backwards, but the slow energy wave had an unbiased target, just in the direction Cassius was hiding. Cassius turned green. Is this the power of Eye of Agamotto? Strange horror Ross, who has the qualifications of the Supreme Mage. When fighting in the ring, Strange was like a prophet, and the fight was hardy. Every attack hit. Cassius avoided the direction of the attack. All his escape routes were blocked, so that he could only defend passively. Once he freed his hands and wanted to attack, he was interrupted by an energy wave. Disgusting. Really disgusting. I, Cassius, disdain to be associated with a disgusting guy like you. He slapped the ground with both hands and directly wanted to use the mirror space. He wanted to use the magic of mirror space to use various attack methods to break the guy in front of him who was constantly taking the lead in attacking. Strange laughed loudly and smacked the ground at the same time. Aha! You are stupid. I can do it too. The two of them entered the mirror space at the same time, and both of them gained control of a part of the mirror space. But at this time, the mirror space was used in the arena, and the two people using this magic disappeared instantly. The little sunspot who was explaining so enthusiastically was stunned. Should I say something? Little Sunspot is truly a gifted worker. He was hosting and explaining to people in the global magic community, and there was a sudden pause. This was an accident. It's time to show off my skills as a host. Okay, below I see Strange letting out a high-pitched scream and hitting Cassius with Avada Kedavra's green light. Cassius was not afraid of danger. At the same time, he raised his friend's wand and shouted to the sky, Expelliarmus. Liu Qian, no, Little Sunspot, what are you talking about? Damn it, what did you do me? The more I hear it, the more it sounds like Voldemort versus Harry Potter. And Strange is Voldemort? Is it because he glows green? Mages around. Do we Carmitage still have a magic wand? People in the magical world who heard the voice from all over the world said, what a hearty, decisive battle. People who have recharged and can see the situation on sight. Why are some of the goods wrong? Oh, I understand. The audio is out of sync. I'm a genius. Liu Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he snapped his fingers and began to analyze the space. Immediately, the two figures reappeared on the stage. And what's particularly strange is that they're still in the mirror space, where the two of them are fighting, but people from the outside can see them. Liu Qian was in a good mood, and it was good to fight like this, which would save him the energy to protect the ring. The battle was fought in the mirror space, and the battle became more and more intense. Strange made Cassius miserable, but in the mirror space, he gradually gained an advantage. Because after all, he has been practicing for many years, and his understanding of the mirror space is far better than Strange's. And his control over the mirror space is stronger. Although, because of Liu Qian's action, the scope of the mirror space was within the arena and kept small, the changeable attack methods and ground thorns appeared everywhere in the arena. Cassius was initially given a chance. When Strange was avoiding the attack, Cassius directly used his most commonly used magic. Two translucent space blades appeared in his hands, which were his favorite spells. Due to its transparent nature, not only is its attack difficult to dodge, it is also extremely sharp. He yelled, melee combat is the art of the mage. Little tricks are useless. Yes, Strange's talent for magic is indeed terrifying. He has learned so many magics in a short period of time, even the mirror space. But you can't fight in close quarters. How can you learn this quickly? You can learn magic and martial arts so quickly? Do you think you're the protagonist? Cassius swung both blades at the same time, very fast, and he didn't believe that the crispy little mage in front of him could withstand it. To his surprise, the guy in front of him actually hid in a strange posture. Why do I say it's weird? Because it's as if the cloak behind him controls his body. Strange, his face full of joy. Are you stupid? In terms of magic, I'm no worse than you. In terms of melee combat, my cloaked brother controls my body and helps me. I am not afraid of close combat or distant combat. My two brothers have the ambition to conquer the world. I will definitely avenge this. In Cassius's angry eyes, The levitating cloak took its owner and flew far away, and then Strange charged up. With a direct hit of Bossat's thunder, the red thunder and lightning hit Cassius. He used the mirror space to suddenly appear a thorn in the ground. He borrowed strength from it and kicked it hard. Not only did he avoid it, but he also rushed directly toward Strange. Strange looked at the rushing Cassius, clasped his hands, and then pushed out suddenly. The ancient body of Hogs. The two space blades in Cassius' hands instantly turned into butterflies and flew around. Strange cast the spell without any backlash, giving up his own initiative to dodge, and Brother Cloak was fully responsible. He just needs to use magic, and when his weapon turns into a butterfly, he uses Vishanti's sacred sword, and a magic long sword burning with flames appears. Cassius screamed. His hands were cut off by the sword, and the mirror space was also lifted. They both appeared on the ring at the same time. Strange pointed the sacred sword at his chest with a cold face. The winner was already decided. Li Yuqian said that he was very satisfied. At this time, Strange combat power was not as weak as when he defeated Thanos in the finale of the Avengers. These little magics were quite effective. Okay, no need to pretend to compete. Just kill him quickly. Li Yuqian's eyes were full of schadenfreude, but the next second, his face became grimacing, because Strange said with a cold face, "The broken arm has been avenged. You lose this game." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the bottom of the ring. Li Yuqian was speechless. No, if you beat a villain and don't beat him to death, if he cuts off both of your hands, you'll cut off both of his hands. Your revenge is so simple. If someone offends me like this, just exterminate the family. The ant nests in his house have to be poured with boiling water, the earthworms have to be cut upright, and the eggs have to be shaken to make them turn yellow. If you weren't so soft-hearted, people who didn't know better would have thought you were from a female video. Wong. Actually, the point is that the cow and horse you are eyeing may have to be free for a while. Are you unhappy? Li Yuqian. How come this is not his vacation to some extent? It is heartbreaking to think that he can live for a long time, and it will be a long time before he can work for himself. Cassius is very frustrated. He has not lost for a long time. And there is one more thing. Judge, I want to report it. Is his cheating too outrageous? Cassius has been practicing at Carmitage for many years. He has several disciples and even close friends. They rushed to the ring and picked up the two broken hands. One of them, a mage who was good at healing, began to try to see if he could put them back together. After all, it has just been cut off, so maybe there is still hope. But it's a pity that the dark dimension energy he just used when fighting, and the sacred sword used by Strange, is the energy of the white magic Mephisto Vishanti. A black magic, a white magic, the original energy will conflict. So, Cassius' broken arm was seriously injured. It's basically impossible to connect. But Li Yuqian stood up and patted Cassius on the shoulder. For the sake of you working for me in the future, if it doesn't matter, I will take action. Psychokinesis reconnected the two broken hands, and then a small ball of white light sank into the broken part. In just a moment, the injury was intact, as before. Strange, who was in the distance, was not surprised. He had expected this for a long time. After all, everyone was a mage. If his hand was broken, as long as he was willing to pay the price, it would definitely be cured. What's more, there is such a strong person as Li Yuqian at the scene. Li Yuqian smiled on the outside, but he didn't smile on the inside. Hey, since he can't die, let's treat him. After all, he is his subordinate from now on, so he has to take action when it is time to take action. At this time, the sound of special achievement punching came to my ears, and my mood suddenly improved a lot. Things developed smoothly afterwards, and Li Yuqian announced that Strange was the Ancient One Mage, the chosen successor. Because of his powerful fighting power, terrifying talent, and Li Yuqian's fists, Strange soon became the new Supreme Mage. At Strange's suggestion, Li Yuqian also became the Supreme Mage of Carmitage, not temporarily, although he only had a name. The mages of Carmitage also agreed. After all, Li Yuqian was so strong. Li Yuqian also agreed, and when he called out his name in the future, he had one more name. With this game, the Dark Dimension also made a name for itself in the magic world. Now everyone in the magic world knows that the Dark Dimension has changed its owner. It's easy to borrow and use. I've tricked many mages at once, but it's not really a trick. After all, there aren't many good guys in Marvel's Dimension Mephisto, but they're all the same. But at least now, the Dark Dimension is famous, and it is very useful while alive, but the side effects are also after death. Some mages don't think so much and use it directly. As for the mages who think too much, before several deaths, the old mage who signed a contract and used the energy of the Dark Dimension passed away. Using magic to communicate with them and obtain information, the side effect is really a part-time job, nothing else. From then on, people in the magic world basically like to use the energy of the Dark Dimension. Li Yuqian is in a great mood. Not only did he gain a lot of energy from one game, but he also tricked many people into working for him in the future. It's a pleasure. Aguang, you used to pretend, but now you don't even pretend? After Kamataj's matter was settled, Li Yuqian didn't want to stay here anymore and decided to get out of the way. He still had some dirty information about little Spider-Man in his hands. This needs to be shared. At the Justice League headquarters, Li Yuqian and Tony Gogo are looking at something, while Nick Fury on the side is speechless. It's not you two, is it? Aren't you just looking at other people's dark history? You're so cautious. You have been an agent for a long time, and you don't understand. Only by looking at it this way can you feel the atmosphere. Tony held his stomach and laughed happily. He was really going to die from laughter. In other worlds, Spider-Man actually had pigs. Ha ha ha. There's also a Spider-Man who is a fat nerd, which is really fun, and he's possessed by bad luck. I have never seen such an unlucky superhero. Tony smiled and said, "Remember to make a copy for me later, and I have to keep it in my collection." Li Yuqian suddenly thought of something, and his voice was filled with emotion. I suddenly remembered something. I heard that there's a Bicycle King forum. The bar owner's name is Iron Man, the most invincible handsome man in the universe. Is he your boy? Ah, what a hen. Maybe he's a fan of both of us. You know, we have a good relationship, and someone is a fan of both of us at the same time. How could I possibly do something like this? Tony's expression was calm, but the sweat on his forehead gave him away. Li Yuqian looked at him and smiled without saying a word, and Tony's head sweated even more. This feeling is a bit like when his parents suddenly checked his computer browsing history when he was a child. It was so sweaty. Li Yuqian took action when it was time to take action and beat Tony violently. You're still pretending. He beat Tony so hard that he couldn't even believe it. How could such a big lump bulge on a person's head? Are you sure it's not a tumor? Tony checked it hurriedly and found that it was really a bag, and it would take several days to disappear. This was outrageous, but it seemed normal if it was done by Li Yuqian. Under the threat of Li Yuqian saying that he would be beaten every once in a while and his head would be full of bruises, Tony reluctantly boarded the forum, kicked out all the people inside, and changed the name of the forum from Bicycle King to Ancestor. Only then did Li Yuqian let him go. I ask you to scold the thief in your heart, but smile on the outside and say, if you have money, watch that video and send me a copy. Li Yuqian said arrogantly. I refuse. Tony decided to change his mind. If little Spider-Man knew that one of his idols, Li Yuqian, traveled across the world to film the dark history of Spider-Man. You're threatening me. Li Yuqian looked in disbelief. Didn't he just get beaten up? So he was so focused on eating rather than beating? Tony said confidently, what if I expose myself? Okay, I'll send you a copy right away. Li Yuqian covered Tony's mouth with a smile, making Nick Fury on the side a little confused. What happened? Tony could actually threaten Li Yuqian? Li Yuqian was speechless. The black braised egg was right next to him. Could he restrain himself a little? If he knew that Steve's motorcycle was damaged by himself. Doesn't Hey Braised Egg know that she is taking the blame? She hasn't grown any eyebrows now. Now she talks about everything and accepts it. I also want to change the name of the Tieba and bring those people back. Tony went even further. Li Yuqian wanted to strangle this bad friend to death. Are you kidding me? Don't even think about it. Anyway, even if the matter is exposed, Black Braised Egg can't do anything about it. If it is exposed, it will be exposed. Call yourself the king of bicycles. This unhealthy trend will definitely be punished. Tony sighed and had no choice but to agree, and then began to happily receive videos and photos of Spider-Man's dark history. Nick Fury also watched eagerly. It was obvious that the two of them had a great time eating melon. When the three of them were eating melon and joining in the fun, Li Yuqian patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "By the way, please don't spread these videos and photos randomly. That's for sure. In the entire Justice League, who doesn't know that I have the strictest mouth?" Tony's chest was so impressive that he looked like he could definitely believe it. Li Yuqian looked at Tony suspiciously. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. Anyway, he reminded him that he hoped that he would tell something later and the Justice League would know about it. Don't post it online. Suddenly, with a bang, the door opened directly, and Captain America Rogers and little Spider-Man Parker walked in. This time, the three of them were startled. Li Yuqian immediately looked at the teacup on the table next to him and sighed. "This teacup is really a teacup." Tony quickly echoed, "Yes, this table is really a table." Nick Fury, the black braised egg, was also taken aback, cursing in his mind that he had been assimilated by these two guys after being together for so long. He is the king of agents. How could it be possible? He was suddenly startled. Next time he should stay away from the two of them. Then he took a book from the bookshelf nearby and pretended to read it. This scene left Rogers and little Spider-Man confused. What was going on? There was a problem, a big problem. Something is wrong. 19 out of 10 is wrong. Captain America won't scold Tony and Lee for being rich, but he will definitely scold them for being rich. He immediately became angry and said, "Hey, black braised egg, are you still reading a book? What are you reading? Oh, do you recognize the whole Husha book? It's a bit in depth. Let me take a look. Oh, this book is okay. There's pinyin. Black braised egg, what a dirty word." Li Yuqian looked at Tony in shock and whispered, "Is he still so aggressive? It's really strong, that's right." Tony was also quite shocked. This sinister tone, plus a sentence with pinyin, directly mocked layman. Li Yuqian sighed. The artistic level of this passage is very high. How high do you think it is? 3 or 4 stories high. Li Yuqian and Tony sang together, black braised eggs, daily red warm, passionate open mic. I'm the king of agents. Do you think I am uneducated? I am proficient in 50 languages. Hey, 50 different dialects, exactly 50 states, and you're really good at learning dialects. What Rogers said was still so offensive. Li Yuqian silently wrote down, "This is all knowledge. I used to sneer at it, but now I analyze it frame by frame. This is the art of language." Even though Black Braised Egg is the king of agents, he can't hold back his anger at this time. He is very angry. "Your mother's kiss, can you curse a little more? I love you." Rogers hit directly and chose to discuss the opponent. Black Braised Egg took 2 steps back in an instant. His defense is broken. "Can you stop being so disgusting?" The insult exploded. "Don't do this." Rogers launched a range attack, causing psychological damage to both Li Yuqian and Tony on the side. A muscular man speaking with a hidden voice is really hurtful. Black Braised Egg knew that this was disgusting him, so he took a deep breath. "Is this all you can do? Huh, those words of yours are no longer useful to me." Rogers started at 0 frame and transformed into a telegraph captain. Li Yuqian silently pulled the little Spider-Man who was listening stunned and covered his ears. Little Spider-Man is still young, so he has to eat at the same table as the children, so don't listen to the curse words. Li Yuqian and Tony joined in the fun for a while, and then they were a little tired of the aesthetics before they were ready to take action. Li Yuqian stood up and said domineeringly, "Okay, stop arguing. Give me face." Li Yuqian's face fruit activates. Then the two of them snorted coldly at the same time, gave each other the middle finger, and then turned around and left. Li Yuqian felt that his eloquence had improved a lot after listening to the two of them arguing. However, at this time, Banner walked in, looked around, and then laughed heartily. "Tony, the photos and videos you just posted really made me laugh to death. Spider-Man actually has a pig." Li Yuqian looked at Tony, who was whistling at the side, speechlessly. You're such a tight-lipped person. You're leaking air everywhere." Then, as expected by Li Yuqian, within that day, everyone in the Justice League, except for Little Spider-Man, knew about Fat Man Spider-Man and Spider-Pig Man. Little Spider-Man Parker feels a little confused. Natasha Romanoff and Captain America. How can you persuade me to eat less today? Am I fat? No, I think I'm very thin. Little Spider-Man Parker gradually fell into deep thought and couldn't figure out at all. So he asked the Justice League, the most powerful person. That is Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian. Oh, don't pay attention to them. They often go crazy. It's not like you don't know. Li Yuqian decisively changed the subject. Little Spider-Man Parker's mouth twitched, and he was a little speechless. Aren't you the most annoying person in the entire Justice League? Li Yuqian was afraid that his chicken feet would be exposed, so he took Little Spider-Man Parker and went out to do some heroic deeds, and then flew over a convenience store. When Little Spider-Man saw this, he asked, "Brother Rich, what are you doing? This convenience store is fine. Don't you understand this?" I remember there was a guy who had a soft spot for this convenience store. According to Little Sunspot's information, he always robs this convenience store every time he comes out of prison, and today he just got out of prison. I met him once last time. He was released from prison and robbed this convenience store. Then I asked him to be released from prison in the afternoon and go back in the evening. Chun Chun was released from prison and felt lonely, which is equivalent to taking a walk. Little Spider-Man Parker didn't believe it. No, he got into trouble here last time. Will he do it again this time? How can there be such a stupid person? Li Yuqian touched his chin, put his hand behind his back, and raised his head at a 45-degree angle. Do you remember the last time the Justice League members formed a group to play a game, a 5v5 game? Why did you die 3 times in a row on the same road, without paying attention and without any defense at all? Because at that time, I didn't believe that he could squat on my grass 3 times. Little Spider-Man Parker is enlightened. Thinking about it this way, you can get the idea of the criminal. The criminal must be thinking, I don't believe a superhero could squat on me twice in this convenience store. It's a pity that he has to believe it, even if he doesn't believe it. That guy just pulled out a pistol and shouted robbery. Li Yuqian and Little Spider-Man Parker appeared behind him. The guy instantly felt something was wrong, because the surrounding customers and clerks were not afraid of him. So he looked back with his head stiff. My legs went weak, and I shouted in my heart that it was bad. I was squatted again. Then he very consciously put down his pistol and raised his hands. After a while, he was caught by the police. When the police officers in the New York Police Department saw him, they greeted him directly. Hey, I'm back from jail for a walk. When you go out to do chivalry, of course you won't just do one thing. Li Yuqian relied on the information provided by Little Sunspot and quickly found the nearest police station near him. Then, without saying a word, he opened the portal and took Little Spider-Man in. I saw 6 strong men on the street, surrounding a revolver and muttering something. For Little Spider-Man in this scene, his first reaction is, are these 6 guys going to rob? But Li Yuqian said that as an experienced superhero, he should not look at problems so superficially, because there are too many talented people in New York who knows what they think. Li Yuqian took Little Spider-Man directly to the 6 strong men and asked them what they were doing. They were 6 strong men with tattoos on their bodies, and they looked like they were not easy to mess with. But when he heard Li Yuqian ask a question, his attitude was quite good, and he immediately answered. Oh, it's like this. When our dad went out to use the bathroom last night, he was hit somewhere by a black gun, and he was paralyzed. We're using the Russian wool method. Who should we choose to take care of him? Li Yuqian's brain suddenly shut down, and Little Spider-Man's face was also full of question marks. How do you choose when playing Russian revolver with a revolver? If there's a bullet in it, whoever chooses it will burp on the spot. Are you sure about Russian roulette? Li Yuqian tried to clarify their brain circuits. Generally speaking, the Russian revolver is to put a bullet in the 6 bullet slots of the revolver, then spin directly, and then shoot at your own head in sequence. Whoever is unlucky will die. But using this method of choice, who will take care of the paralyzed father? Are you sure? Li Yuqian's brain CPU was a little overheated. One of the 6 strong men stood up and pointed at himself quite proudly. How could we be so stupid? I transformed it. A total of 5 bullets were put in it. and then each of the six of us took a shot. Whoever was not hit in the end would go take care of the paralyzed father. Li Yuqian was instantly shocked. Looking at his proud eyes, a thought came to his mind. Could it be that he is really a genius? And he is also a king of ideas. How did you come up with such an outrageous idea? Little Spider-Man was also shocked. He originally thought that one person was going to die, but now it's better 5 people are going to die. Only the winner can take care of your dad, right? What a talent. Li Yuqian gave them a thumbs up. It should be said that this method is quite good for them. Their family has exactly 6 people. Isn't there any restriction on having children in a country? No wonder Purple Sweet Potato Essence wants to go to New York to snap your fingers. Family planning quota. You are seriously exceeding the quota. Then Li Yuqian made suggestions to these 6 people under the admiring eyes of little Spider-Man Parker. At the same time, use the elimination method with the palms of your hands and the backs of your hands. The last 2 people will use rock, paper, scissors to determine the winner. The loser will take care of their dad. The 6 strong men looked suddenly enlightened and gave Li Yuqian a thumbs up, saying that Li Yuqian was the real king of ideas. Li Yuqian, I feel like I am pretending to be a show-off in front of a fool. I feel embarrassed. This outrageous thing completely diverted little Spider-Man Parker's attention, and he went home while happily complaining about his great wisdom. After all, he is still just a student. Li Yuqian stretched, opened the portal, returned to his flat, then jumped and landed firmly on the big bed. Lying on the bed with the air conditioner blowing on, I breathe a long sigh of relief. Well, it still feels more like home. Li Yuqian had a good time at Marvel for a few days, and then started to get down to business. For example, testing the probability of getting good things in a lottery, and the effect of a guang's single poisonous oath. This is a very important study. A guang, my mother tongue, is speechless. Li Yuqian first made a vicious oath. I will use Guang's lifelong single life in exchange for the time travel card. Guang couldn't help it and suddenly interrupted. Is it okay to believe in science? Don't make such a poisonous oath. If it really doesn't work, you can swear on Tony, even though he is married, but you can swear on him that he is bald, has a beer belly, or any other vicious oath. Li Yuqian looked at Guang, who jumped out and sighed. You can keep the poisonous oath as a backup, but now I have to use yours. When you are single for the rest of your life and it no longer works, I will change it to something else. Guang, let's take a swipe first. Power of goat. When using this skill, when the slope is not equal to 90%, you can easily walk on it, no matter how slippery the material on it is. It comes with BGM when used. Only Sean knows it. Why do you want to climb mountains? Because the mountains are there. Li Yuqian touched his chin, which is a bit interesting, but this lottery surfing is quite fast, and this comment is perfect. One more pump. Philosopher title. When you use this title, everything you say will be pretentious. Only when you go through 7 levels of loneliness can you become a truly strong person. Ever since I got tired of searching, I have learned to find it once I find it. Ever since a headwind came, I have been able to resist the wind from all directions and sail on in a boat. Li Yuqian felt that he had drawn something good. Isn't this the quote from Pluto in Super Beast Arms? Could it be that after wearing this title in the future, I will be able to speak like Pluto? Jia. People who oppose me in the future will not only be unable to defeat me, but they will also be unable to defeat me. It's quite exciting to think about it. One more. Extremely fast takeaway electric vehicle. With the power of Zushibo, the speed of electric vehicles is unimaginable. Even if you drive a motorcycle and stick your butt out, you can only see my back. Li Yuqian took out the prize directly. It was a very ordinary electric car with a takeout box placed at the back. The description of the lottery, just now, was domineering and leaky. Li Yuqian studied it carefully and found that the speed of this thing was good, but it was only good. Forget it, collect it. Next one. King of Zombies. A zombie with explosive power. After being summoned, it is controlled by you. It can increase its strength by sucking a lot of blood. Introverted and withdrawn, afraid of the sun, hates glutinous rice, is a homebody, has no partner. Nice one. Li Yuqian successfully obtained a thug who was pretty good and had explosive strength. He really didn't have many of his men. Although fighting a guy with this kind of strength by yourself is like abusing someone, please note below, how did you do it? It's like finding a date for a blind date. One last shot. Travel card. You can travel through a world randomly. Li Yuqian, hee. Aguang, no hee. The case is solved. The case is solved. Li Yuqian thought about it carefully, drew a total of 15 times, and issued the time travel card 3 times. Every 5 draws, a time travel card is drawn to sacrifice Aguang. The effect is really good. Li Yuqian felt happy in his heart, but then he felt itchy when he thought that he had saved 3 time travel cards, but had not used them. Oh, I have saved so many. I have to use them, otherwise he will keep seducing me. Li Yuqian said that he was really not a farm rat and couldn't save any money, so he just used one. His figure disappeared instantly and went to another world. Li Yuqian has traveled a lot, and usually he won't be shocked when he travels across the world. But this time he was really shocked. There was a critical attack at the beginning. What did he hear? After Li Yuqian appeared in a corner, he just walked out slowly when he heard the conversation between the 2 men next to him. Brother, listen to my advice and don't be a licking dog. Look at the marks on his neck without covering up. Yet he dares to come to see you. It's just crushing your dignity into the ground. You misunderstood. The red spots on her neck are because there are too many mosquitoes in a nightclub. Then I still have photos of her holding hands with other men. That's his half-brother. No, man. She calls him baby. She even called me big baby. Of the 2, the other one, the short-haired man, was speechless when he tried to persuade him to recognize the truth. Brother, I'm so blind that I can't persuade you. It is normal for a man to persuade a woman to break up. If the brothers with whom they have a good relationship are persuaded to break up, it means that this relationship is really not suitable. The short-haired man patted the table, speechlessly. Their half-brothers are old enough to be her father. Do you believe this? That's a money digger plus Aquaman. How can you say that? Even if they have a relationship, she doesn't like him because of money. Why is that? Because the man is older and because he doesn't take a shower. The short-haired man spoke for a moment, causing his brother to bow his head and remain silent, as if he had been persuaded in the slightest. But the next second, he picked up the phone, and when he saw it, he became excited and shouted, "My goddess is going to marry me!" The short-haired man on the side looked in disbelief. He looked at his phone with a shocked look on his face and said, "No, bro." She even revealed that she has a 2 or 3-year-old child. Do you mind? Can you bear this? Hey, this is love. Besides, don't waste it if you pick it up for free. The short-haired man was trying to persuade her. I love you. What a mess. I can't persuade you anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. Li Yuqian silently sighed. The world is really big and there are people everywhere. When Fiang Yang sees this brother, he has to come over and hand him cigarettes. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis began to spread around him. He had to take a closer look to know what kind of world this was and that there were such talents. After a brief scan, this world is a technological world, nothing special. Li Yuqian sighed, snapped his fingers, and let little Sunspot enter the network and start investigating the special information and situations in this world. I hope it's not an ordinary world, otherwise this time travel car will be in vain. After a while, a rather interested look appeared in Li Yuqian's eyes. Three-body world is interesting. The knowledge about science and technology in this world is also quite good. It just makes little Sunspot stronger and harvest something. Li Yuqian was in a good mood. He walked to a secluded place, then casually called out the portal and walked in. In a busy street, a beautiful woman who still has charm is walking forward with a bag on her back. A man behind him hides back, as if to avoid the bag thrown by the beautiful woman. As a result, I took a step back and fell straight onto my back. At this moment, a car suddenly hit the beautiful woman on the street. At this moment, no one around her reacted, and the beautiful woman felt like she was going to die. But at this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded, "Oh, is this the timeline? That's pretty good." Boom! Suddenly, there is a person next to the beauty, or "This guy is hard to call a person," because that man actually stopped a speeding car with one hand. People around him exclaimed, "Honey, come here and see Superman. This is obviously possessed by a parasitic beast, right? It's so cool." Sure enough, if aliens are going to attack the Earth, superheroes will appear. Luo Ji, who had fallen not far away and had just gotten up, stared blankly at Li Yuqian. After a while, he suddenly said, "Are you an alien? Similar to Superman?" "I'm not an alien. Well, I'm from another world. I'm also a human being, but not from this world. You are a good boy. Follow me from now on. I will be your big brother from now on." Li Yuqian stretched out his hand to Luo Ji, who had just climbed up. He quickly extended his hand as well, and the two shook hands. Sirens are ringing all around. Li Yuqian sighed. "The police dispatch speed is great. I give you a thumbs up." After saying that, Li Yuqian raised his middle finger in one direction toward the sky. At the same time, in the Trisolaran fleet 4 light years away, a Trisolaran observer discovered that Sapan had an emergency. He opened it and saw an Earthling, giving him, or rather Sapan, the middle finger. How is this possible? Li Yuqian raised his eyebrows and put away his middle finger, even though he could destroy the Sophans on Earth now anywhere. But now I am not ready to take action. If I scare the Trisolarans, it will be bad. If I can show off later and capture Tomoko, then I'll just capture one and keep one Sapan so that the Trisolarans can see how powerful I am. Jia. Of course, I didn't do it just to show off. There were other reasons as well. Although it stands to reason that the Trisolaran fleet is now flying towards the Earth without other targets, they cannot change direction. But if they really find out how powerful they are, it won't be fun plus character analysis. I found out that Li Yuqian, the alien who invaded the Earth the most, basically I don't eat beef and adhere to the principle of not taking advantage of aliens. In addition to taking away every needle and thread, maybe the Trisolaran fleet will really escape. Of course, this possibility is very small. Wandering around in the universe without a goal is tantamount to death. However, it would be too troublesome if I search for them all over the universe. Wouldn't it be better to wait for them to come to my door? Besides, Li Yuqian, the wise man on Earth, has noticed it anyway, so he can catch him whenever he wants. It doesn't matter. Guang, don't explain. It's just your bad taste. Damn dog host. Li Yuqian, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You are slandering me. The sound of sirens was getting closer and closer, but it was not the police car that arrived at the scene first. It was an off-road vehicle, and a big man got out of it. He was a stout, middle-aged man, and his appearance was more like a gangster than a policeman. A very unique person. Li Yuqian saw him, and his eyes were very interested. No need to guess, he knew that this guy was Shirchong. It seems that the plot has officially begun. Shirchong looked at the two people in front of him with a little doubt in his heart, but it didn't show at all on the surface. He just walked towards Luo Ji, stretched out his hand, and was about to drag the confused Luo Ji into the car. Luo Ji looked at the strong man who didn't look like a good guy and was about to pull him into the car. His waist immediately started to hurt. He wouldn't be able to get rid of his waist in the end. He had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "Brother, brother, save me quickly. I don't know this guy. He wants to kidnap me." Faced with this situation, Li Yuqian said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you. So take me with you." "I'm sorry. I'm looking for Professor Luo." Shirchong looked at the guy in front of him, feeling very uneasy and stretching his hand towards the back of his waist. Then, with Luo Ji's horrified expression, he took out a pistol. Shirchong really didn't know who the guy in front of him was. Judging from the current situation, he should have saved Luo Ji, and he should not be the one who assassinated Luo Ji. But he was not one of his own, so the top priority was to move Luo Ji away first. The scene was too dangerous. Li Yuqian looked at the pistol pointed at him, smiled evilly, and snatched it away faster than an ordinary person. Shirchong looked at his pistol, which disappeared instantly, and then the mysterious guy in front of him held his gun in his hand, and his heart skipped a beat. What kind of terrifying speed is that? The only martial arts in the world are fast, and indestructible. Liu Qian chose to show off on the spot and shot himself directly in the head, and then the bullet hit his face. Humph! It doesn't break the defense at all. Shi Chong looked at the scene in front of him in shock, and then at the car that was supposed to hit Luo Ji. There happened to be a human slap mark on the front of the car, but the man driving the car was motionless. Shi Chong carefully observed that he was motionless, and he was obviously dead. The neck was twisted 360 degrees. Of course, this was done by Liu Qian. Anyway, those who assassinated Luo Ji were all *****D. So just kill them. Luo Ji also held back a sentence at this time. How shameless. Liu Qian, who was originally smiling, thought this was better than Liu Qian, who pretended to be very good. Liu Qian casually threw the pistol to Shi Chong and walked into the car. Okay, hurry up. In the basement of a secret base, Liu Qian and Luo Ji stayed in the same room. Liu Qian was nonchalant and casual, while Luo Ji had a slumped face and muttered quietly. I'm not an alien or a person from another world. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I be so virtuous as to be treated like this? Liu Qian was happy. Don't worry. None of my little brothers are ordinary. I can like you, which means you are also special. Really? Is it possible that I have some hidden talent? I know. Am I a unique martial arts genius? Luo Ji was a little excited and felt that the world was inexplicable, and his painting style had some sudden changes. At this time, the door opened, and Shi Chong, who had brought the two of them over, walked in. He saw a cheerful Liu Qian with his legs crossed. Shi Chong didn't care. He opened his seat and sat down. Mr. Li, we didn't find any information about you. Just like you said, you are from a different world. Why do you want to come to this world? Is it to invade and plunder and serve as a pioneer for the civilization of your world? And you are very confident that you can defend against bullets. Is it possible that you could defend against nuclear bombs? Shi Chong got straight to the point, and Liu Qian snapped his fingers. Don't worry about nuclear bombs. I can eat them every day. However, I did not come to this world to invade or anything. You think too much. Oh, what's that for? For fun, Liu Qian said casually, but these words made Shi Chong feel nervous. Traveling across the world means having fun. What an outrageous statement, and his casual attitude does not take the Earth into consideration at all. Maybe what he said was true. This guy who looked like a human might not even be able to kill him with a nuclear bomb. Try it again. Our Earth is being targeted by the Trisolarans, so you are not afraid. A red light enveloped the entire room. After isolating the Trisolaran Sapan, Liu Qian said arrogantly, Okay, don't tempt me. Let me introduce myself. I am Liu Qian, the leader of the Justice League, the Supreme Mage, and the Traveler of all worlds. Not to mention the three-body problem, I can also defeat the Singer civilization. Only the Zero Returner is interesting. Liu Qian thought about it for a moment and said, Two-way foil? Cut. I can now turn people into paper beings on the spot. The Zeros have the ability to restart the universe, which shows that this civilization can basically control the world to a certain extent. This kind of civilization is very interesting to Liu Qian, but it is difficult to compare the scientific and technological civilization with the power of Liu Qian himself. Liu Qian is also afraid of suffering a hidden loss. Anyway, this civilization is just a background in the plot. He doesn't even know whether it is one civilization or an organization composed of several civilizations. Don't worry about him at all. Shi Chong keenly grasped the key point of Liu Qian's words. It turns out that there is a civilization stronger than the Trisolarans in this universe. And the leader of the Justice League? Is it the Justice League I think of? The Batman, Superman one? No, it's the one from Iron Man and Spider-Man. Liu Qian's words made Shi Chong a little confused. Isn't that the Avengers? Hey, what do you know? Should you travel across the world? Or should I? People in your world can create Marvel and DC because they get inspiration from somewhere and it is consistent with some worlds. Of course, it's normal for some mistakes to happen. Liu Qian fooled Shi Chong seriously. Shi Chong looked suspicious. Then in order to get more information, he looked at the red light around him and said tentatively, What effect do these red lights have? Oh, to prevent Tomoko from peeking at my brother, alas, the Trisolaran peeping Tom. I just kept looking at my brother. He is too handsome. I can't help it. This is a cross-species. My handsomeness can't be concealed. It's understandable. It's understandable. Li Yuqian's narcissistic words made Shi Chong uncontrollable. This thing can prevent Sophins from monitoring. How awesome. At the same time, the voyeuristic Trisolarans fell into deep thought as they looked at the information they had harvested. We're people from another world. Carbon-based life forms can actually protect themselves from heat weapons and can block a car with one hand. It is true that the Earth's technology is very backward, but this is definitely not normal. Just as they were digesting this incomprehensible information, Tomoko sent another message. The mysterious person from another world used a special method to isolate Tomoko from monitoring, and Tomoko cannot enter the area. At this time, the Trisolaran people exploded. No, Sapon has two greatest effects. The first is to monitor the entire Earth, and the second is to lock their technological development and use Sophins to interfere with the particle impact results of high-energy particle accelerators. But it doesn't work anymore. There is a place on the Earth that Sophins cannot enter. The meaning is self-evident. The Trisolaran people made the decision to kill the people in this other world to prevent pistol bullets. I don't believe that carbon-based life forms can protect against Barrett. Barrett is an anti-material weapon and is not used to fight living things. Even if this guy is very mysterious and is from another world, the Trisolarans don't believe he can guard against Barrett. If you can prevent it, you will be a character in myths and legends. The Trisolaran people said that if you believe in science, it is all feudal superstition. The people from the other world may have a slightly crooked technology tree at most, and are better at biological enhancement, and world travel is not impossible. If it is true that Barrett cannot be killed, then use missiles. Compared with civilization, the power of individuals is weak after all. The only thing to be wary of is the failure of the Earth's technological blockade and the alien civilization behind Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian said, "What do you talk about science with a funny character? I don't even talk about logic anymore. You talk to me about science?" At this time, Shirchan also thought about how effective this red light could be in isolating Sapon. After all, he was also a man who had been a partner with Wang Miao, the protagonist of Trisolaris. He also knew the Trisolaran's method of blocking Earth technology. Although he was a big boss, he was not stupid. On the contrary, he is always careful. As a result, he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. That's right. Trisolarans are pure voyeurs. How can a serious civilization be so wicked? I don't know how many people those Trisolarans secretly watched taking a bath, and maybe they even saw me. Li Yuqian gave Shirchong a thumbs up. Those Trisolarans do have quite a strong taste. Trisolaran. This is the most serious time I've been hacked. After Shirchong echoed a few words, he made an excuse and ran out quickly, apparently wanting to tell the people above what Li Yuqian said just now. Li Yuqian felt that this world should be the world in the original book, not the anime version of the three-body problem that he had seen before. In the original work, this was mentioned briefly, and I don't know how long Luo Ji stayed here. Li Yuqian patted Luo Ji next to him on the spot and gave him a mobile phone. "If anything happens, call me." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuqian did a backflip and disappeared, leaving behind a stunned Luo Ji. Can you let me out?" Luo Ji felt speechless. He was in a fight between gods and little devils because of this big brother from another world whom he had just recognized. Have you been locked up for no reason? Can I sever the relationship now? This big brother doesn't have to admit it. As for Li Yuqian, who disappeared, of course he went back to his own little world. It's getting late, and he has to go to bed. The ability and identity information displayed by Li Yuqian have a great influence on high-level government officials. What he said was revealed through analysis by a series of experts in psychology, behavior, etc. The human from another world, named Li Yuqian, did not lie. He showed unparalleled arrogance. Just as the three-body problem is to humans, Li Yuqian is also to the officials on Earth. Even Li Youqian's attitude towards the three-body problem is not as good as his attitude towards the Earth. He seems to have some degree of racial discrimination, the kind that humans discriminate against aliens. A leader made a suggestion whether we could use the power of this human from another world to fight against the Trisolarans of the future. Some leaders also put forward radical suggestions, whether they could forcibly control Li Yuqian and squeeze out all his value. In the end, the big leader overcame all opinions and formulated policy. He needed to rely on the power of this human from another world, but he had to pay attention to the means. At this time, another news came that Li Yuqian suddenly disappeared, and because of that special red light, all the cameras in the room were disabled. No idea how he disappeared. It was 9 o'clock the next day, and Li Youqian's figure returned to the original room. There were many people gathered in that room, and they seemed to be studying something. Luo Ji was trembling in the corner. When these people saw Li Youqian's sudden appearance, they felt as if they had seen a ghost. Shi Chang squeezed out from the crowd. "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" "Oh, he's resting in my little world. Didn't I give him my cell phone? Give him a call." Li Yuqian pointed at Luo Ji, who was trying to reduce his presence, and said casually. Everyone present looked at him, and Shi Chang said speechlessly, "Professor Luo, why didn't you say this?" You didn't even ask." Suddenly, a large group of people came over and looked around. Then they interrogated me like a prisoner and asked me what was going on. I told the truth and said that he suddenly disappeared with a backflip. Luo Ji felt that he had been wronged. In such a big scene, I must have answered whatever someone else asked. If I said more, I would be wrong. What if I accidentally said something wrong and got into trouble? Shi Chang still had illusions about Luo Ji, the man who was about to become the wall facer. He thought he was the kind of boss who looked ordinary but was actually very scheming. But looking at it now, why is this guy so naive? Forget it. Li Yuqian is more important. Shi Chang told a person around him about the situation at the scene, and then the people around him went out. He looked at Li Yuqian and said sincerely, "Can I use the red light from yesterday again? I want to say something." Li Yuqian waved his hand and red light enveloped the room. "Say it. Can you help Earth civilization fight against Trisolaran civilization?" Shi Chang said, while listening carefully to the headset in his ear. There is no movement at all inside. It seems that the red light isolation ability is quite strong. Li Yuqian sat on the chair and crossed his legs. This is a simple matter, but look at how dilapidated this little room is. I want to go to sleep and go back to my own little world. You're asking me to do things. This is your attitude when you ask me to do things. This matter is very difficult to handle. Oh, look, this is a joke. As a distinguished guest from another world, this treatment must be very generous. Isn't it this? Yesterday, I was just going to let you go to the presidential suite of the nearest five-star hotel to rest for a while, but you suddenly disappeared. If you have any other requirements, feel free to mention them. The main ones are those that our country can meet, and they will definitely be met. Shi Chang answered very well, and Li Yuqian felt very good. After thinking about it, he said casually, "Actually, there's nothing I want in this world. In terms of scientific and technological knowledge, your level of civilization is too low. So, don't you have some plan for the wall facer? Let me also make a wall facer dang. This is quite fun. If you let me, I can help you." Li Yuqian thought about it for a while. The several wall facers in the original book, such as thought stamps, quantum ghosts, and dark forest laws, all had their minds spinning over and over again. When it's my turn, I'll beat you to death. Ha, it's so much fun. Shi Chang said he knew it, and that he would provide the information to his superiors, and then walked out of the room. Luo Ji, who had been joining in the fun, gave Li Yuqian a thumbs up and asked secretly, "Brother, are there any benefits to becoming a wall facer?" "That has many benefits. He can mobilize countless resources on the earth and has great rights. You don't have to be envious. You will be the same in the future. The price of becoming a namer is to help the earth fight against Trisolaris. It's simple." Luo Ji, who originally heard that he could also become a wall facer, started laughing, and then fell into silence after hearing this. Then he pointed at himself and said, "I'm going to take a 3-body attack." Luo Ji really felt like he was going crazy, and the world was finally turned upside down. Let an ordinary person find a way to fight against the Trisolaran fleet. If we talk about Earth, we select some outstanding talents to serve as these so-called wall facers. It's like Tyson boxing with Ultraman Taro. So choosing yourself is equivalent to letting ordinary people fight Ultraman Noah. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be about the same. It can't be beaten anyway. No, it's almost a piece of shit. Luo Ji was a university professor after all, but he knew how much responsibility he would have if he had this status. It's really bad. It makes it difficult for Benbo Barer to eliminate Tang Seng's master and disciples. He can't spend money, and the worst he can do is quit. If you can't do it yourself, you won't be able to live in infamy for eternity. Li Yuqian patted Luo Ji, who was standing beside him. "Why are you panicking? Do you have me, your elder brother? I will take you away when the time comes. You didn't do anything, so it's okay, but you can experience the identity of a wall facer for nothing. It's so cool." That seems to make sense. Luo Ji discovered an angle that he had never thought of. If his eldest brother could directly deal with the Trisolarans, he would become a wall facer for nothing, and then he would still be able to gain great rights. By then, wouldn't it be possible to do whatever you want, and maybe you'll be able to find the Bai Yueguang in your heart? Hey, what's wrong with being a big brother? You are my adoptive father. Li Yuqian became the 5th wall facer, which was extremely smooth. When countries knew that a traveler across the world had appeared in this big eastern country, and that traveler could protect an area from being disturbed by sophins. This single function is enough to serve as a wall facer, and then we can conduct particle impact experiments in that area. Then the corresponding data is obtained, which directly breaks through the technological blockade of the Trisolarans. But this is enough for this world-traveling traveler to become a wall facer. According to some information, we even know that the traveler is so powerful that he doesn't even take the Trisolaran civilization seriously. These thighs must be hugged. Some countries even have a wrong idea. They dare not think about the value of a traveler who can travel across the world. As for whether this news is true or false, we will find out once the identity of the wall facer is announced by the United Nations. The next day, Li Yuqian and Luo Ji looked at the 2 body armors handed over by Shi Chang and fell into deep thought. "No, your face is bulletproof. Just wear it." "Luo Ji, don't wear it either. I'm here, what are you afraid of? Is the United Nations General Assembly going to announce the wall facer? It's interesting. I'll also have a handsome look when the time comes." Li Yuqian waved his hand, and a mirror appeared out of thin air. He took a careful look at his appearance and sighed. "Brother is so handsome. I'm afraid only tomato readers can compare with me." While Shi Chang secretly recorded the information, Li Yuqian could also create objects out of thin air, and nodded. He really didn't need to wear a bulletproof vest. Your face can be bulletproof. Your face is better than a bulletproof vest. Then he looked at Luo Ji, who was standing aside. "But someone is assassinating you. Are you sure you don't want to wear it?" "Father, but then again, it's not that I don't believe you. It's mainly that I've never worn this body armor, and I want to try it." As soon as Luo Ji heard that someone was assassinating him, he immediately put a body armor on himself, and even tied Li Yuqian's body armor on himself. Shi Chang was speechless. "Just wear one. Which good person wears 2 bulletproof vests? Not only will this not improve the effect, it will also affect your movements. Take it off. Take it off." Luo Ji took off the 2nd body armor with some worry. His desire for survival was so strong. Afterwards, Shi Chang led the 2 of them out of the room and walked toward an apron at the base here. It looked like they were going to take the 2 of them aboard the special plane. Li Yuqian stopped and snapped his fingers, and a blue portal appeared in front of the 2 of them. "Forget it about taking a plane. How long will it take to sit there? Let's use the portal. It's faster." After Li Yuqian finished speaking, he walked straight in. Luo Ji followed closely behind him, and Shi Chang also murmured to himself, "I really believe more and more that Li Yuqian can beat up the Trisolarans. We've already created a portal, but we just snapped our fingers. It's so unscientific. Obviously, the United Nations General Assembly has not yet convened, but there are already many people and staff present in the United Nations Conference Hall. They were all stunned when they saw Li Yuqian's explosive appearance. Li Yuqian had an inexplicable feeling of being a saint in front of others. The staff at the scene learned that this was Mr. Li Yuqian, who was invited to attend the United Nations meeting and respectfully led the three people to their seats. Some people who know the inside story are full of expectations for how the remaining three wall facers will appear. Li Yuqian and Luo Ji opened the portal directly, and the remaining three will have to fly over by themselves again. He has abilities that ordinary people don't have, talents that are difficult for them to understand, and he also becomes a wall facer. He has supreme power by mobilizing a large amount of the Earth's resources to represent the Earth's civilization and fight against the Trisolarans. Li Yuqian and the others teleported over directly, but they arrived too early. Ever since, Li Yuqian decisively took out his mobile phone and called Luo Ji and Shi Chang to log in and play games. Enjoy the meal and dessert provided by the United Nations on the way, which is SOSO. Luo Ji, on the other hand, enjoyed the meal with gusto and took a few photos to post on WeChat Moments, along with the text about the meals and desserts provided by the United Nations. But that was really all there was to it. Luo Ji felt that he could start his family tree with his name. The driver became a wall facer, which was really awesome. As time passed, the other three wall facers, Frederick Taylor, Manuel Ray Diaz, and Bill Hines, also came to the meeting. What they found strange was that several staff members at the United Nations Conference Hall showed inexplicable expressions of disgust and loss. And he muttered to himself, "How did these three guys walk in through the gate? How shameless. It's as if it's unusual for them to walk out of the gate. Just kidding, if we don't walk in through the gate, will we have to fly in?" The three of them also saw the three of them, Li Yuqian, who were playing games together. The three of them couldn't help but sigh that on this occasion, and under such circumstances, they could still play with their mobile phones so relaxedly. The psychological endurance is quite strong. There won't be a wall facer among the three of them, right? Among them, Frederick Taylor looked at Li Yuqian among the three, with curiosity and fear in his eyes. There are more and more people in the United Nations Conference Hall. Shi Chang and Luo Ji were embarrassed to play with their mobile phones. Li Yuqian also put down his mobile phone because it was boring to play alone. While waiting for the meeting to begin, Luo Ji looked very nervous, which reminded Li Yuqian of his own youth. That was all his lost youth. Guang, no, you're just as old as you said. As time passed, the most important part of the meeting came. The Secretary General of the United Nations walked up, and the venue fell silent instantly. The Planet Defense Council is now entering the final stage, announcing the list of wall facers and announcing the official start of the wall facer project. The core of the wall facing plan is to select a group of strategic plan makers and leaders. Thanks to the sophins of the Trisolaran civilization, the Earth is now transparent to the Trisolaran civilization. Humans don't have any secrets, but the Trisolarans' method of transparent and direct communication and their ability to plot, disguise, and deceive are far inferior to humans. This is the basis for the birth of the Wall Face Project. Wall Facers will gain supreme rights and can mobilize a large amount of the Earth's resources, but they will also bear heavy responsibilities accordingly. What the Wall Facers want to deceive and mislead is the entire world, including the three-body problem. The strategic plan they formulate on the surface should be a complete illusion. The real strategic plan can only exist in their brains. Therefore, wall facers will be given extremely high powers and will not have to explain even their most incomprehensible actions. Thus, the Secretary General, on behalf of the entire human society, expresses his deep respect for him. Finally, I will reveal the identities of the 5 wall facers. The atmosphere of the meeting gradually became serious. Of course, apart from Li Yuqian, Luo Ji on the side felt that if he couldn't use his own name by then, he would be so handsome. The entire human society has become famous. My adoptive father, must take me away. The Secretary General began to describe the identities of the 5 wall-facers. The first one is Frederick Taylor, the former Minister of Defense of Country M. He has a profound influence on the strategic theory of Country M. He has shown outstanding performance in handling various major events. His courage and foresight. The second wall-facer, Manuel Rey Diaz, was a great leader of the Third World. He had successfully led the reform of his country and used excellent strategies to defeat the weak and the strong. The third wall-facer, Bill Hines, is a rare all-rounder in science and politics. He has won 2 Nobel Prizes at the same time and served as the president of the European Union. When saying this, the Secretary General paused for a while and continued. The fourth wall-facer, Li Yuqian, a traveler who has brought kindness and peace across the world. He represents kindness and justice in other worlds and will provide humanitarian help to Earth civilization. As soon as this statement came out, the meeting scene exploded. The 3 previous ones were all elites, but why did the 4th one appear from another world? Zundu is a fake capital. Li Yuqian stood up and walked toward the podium very confidently. As he went up, he said, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Keep a low profile. Don't worry. The little Trisolaran is ridiculous. The Trisolaran civilization is bullying the Earth civilization. I will take care of this matter." Li Yuqian felt that people in this world were quite good at doing things, and he immediately saw that I represented kindness and peace. I was really a just person. The remaining 3 wall-facers on the rostrum all had an idea in their minds at the same time. This wall-facer seemed unreliable. At this time, the Secretary General slowly extended his palm, and the silence gradually returned to the lower part of the rostrum. I almost forgot, there's also a wall-facer. The 5th wall-facer, Luo Ji, is a professor of sociology. Luo Ji, why is it that the previous introduction was so awesome and I was so brief? Don't I have some awesome experience? Well, changing partners every week or 2 should be pretty cool. Everyone present looked at Luo Ji with confusion in their eyes, as if they couldn't figure out how he got into the wall-facer team. The next second, everyone present understood. Luo Ji ran up to the podium and without saying a word, shouted, "Brother, I'm here." Why did the Jiangxi old man's accent suddenly appear? Li Yuqian looked disgusted. This guy was embarrassed to call him his adoptive father in public. Hey, after a while, when the meeting is over, it would be unfilial to sever the father-son relationship with him. Everyone present understood. Okay, the wall-facer actually has a connection, or in other words, a small pendant of the time traveler Li Yuqian. The meeting is still unfolding, and the 5 wall-facers are receiving everyone's attention on the rostrum. The other 4 are very steady, and only Li Yuqian is relaxed. He even flew up in the air on the spot, as if he was lying on an invisible bed with his legs crossed. Luo Ji, who looked steady on the side, but in fact his lower body and legs were shaking and no longer obeyed his orders, silently looked at Li Yuqian with admiring eyes. He is indeed my adoptive father. The meeting gradually ended. According to the original plot, at this time, except for Luo Ji, the other 3 wall-facers should be busy forming a staff and constructing a strategic plan. Luo Ji must have collapsed a little and yelled at the Secretary General. Then he began to understand the responsibilities and obligations of the wall-facer, as well as the appointment of the wall-facer, and he couldn't get rid of it. Because everything he does in the future may be part of the plan, and because of the perverted logic determined by the nature of the wall-facer's plan, everything the wall-facer does should be an illusion to deceive and mislead the entire world. But now Luo Ji won't think so much. He has a big thigh to hold him, so why think so much? Isn't it bad to show off the Buddhist system? This has disadvantages as well as advantages. With Luo Ji put in this way, he doesn't know if he can conceive of the laws of the dark forest. But Li Yuqian said it doesn't matter. I will take action. The current situation is that in front of everyone, the Secretary General suddenly started asking about Li Yuqian. It was obvious that she wanted to test Li Yuqian's ability. Those information were too unbelievable, although he has now shown ability beyond ordinary people's understanding. But she still wanted to test whether Li Yuqian could help Earth civilization fight against Trisolaran civilization. So he said in a gentle tone, "This traveler, do you have the ability to help us fight against the Trisolaran civilization? It's not that everyone doesn't believe it if we can show it. It's just that we want to broaden our horizons. That's the red light that can shield softens. Can Lee be a coward if he has money? Just kidding." He took a step forward directly on the spot. "What's the fun in blocking Tomoko? I'll give you the whole job." "Hey!" Li Yuqian stretched out a hand, and a dazzling red light began to erupt from his body. In just a moment, it swept across the entire earth, and then he suddenly retracted it. Then I saw Li Yuqian's palms facing up, as if he was holding something up, and countless runes and spells appeared in the air on his palms, as if he was sealing something. Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "I almost forgot. This thing is too small. You can't see me enlarging it." As Li Yuqian spoke, the runes in his palm flashed, and a strange-looking sphere appeared. "This is my trophy. I won't give it to you. I helped you get rid of Saphan as soon as I took action." "That's quite interesting," Li Yuqian said, and threw Tomoko back to the small world. The small world was completely controlled by him, and he would let little Sunspot study it carefully. I hope the Trisolarans will not turn around and run when they see this scene. They will have to work hard to find them. When the time comes, they will find their Trisolaran fleet. The evil one said, "Li Yuqian has come. Isn't that a bit too perverted? Aguang, don't think that I don't know what you are doing, wearing average-looking glasses to watch horror movies." Everyone present was stunned. "What the hell? He directly killed a Saphan. I thought you were going to show off your skills, but you just used a big move to pull it all." The four wall-facers next to them had an inexplicable feeling that Li Yuqian's solution to the three-body problem seemed to be a casual matter. So was he just going through the motions as a wall-facer? "Taylor, righty is Heinz. Damn it, I'm just like Lu OG. Lu OG. Oh, let me go, you guys are scolding me really dirty." Although the three of them knew that the Trisolarans seemed to want to kill Lu OG by name, he was just an ordinary university professor after all, and they still had no hope in him. So it can only be used as a top-up. In the Trisolaran fleet, the Trisolarans are going crazy. What the hell is going on? He was actually able to capture a Saphan, and now he has lost control of the Saphan. This is not scientific. And what method was used just now? The theory of parallel worlds and different worlds and the three-body civilization have also been studied. Take Saphan as an example. To make it, protons need to be expanded into 2 dimensions, then transformed into a supercomputer through circuit etching, and then converted back to the microscopic 11 dimensions. After another failed 2-dimensional expansion, the Trisolaran people could see some scenes in the 2 dimensions, and even came to the conclusion that there was civilization inside the proton, and even said that the proton was a world. So when Li Yuqian appeared on the Earth without any information, the Trisolaran people believed that Li Yuqian was a traveler from another world. But they really didn't expect that a traveler could capture Tomoko alone. What kind of joke is this? It can harvest energy from the vacuum, fly it extremely close to the speed of light, and use quantum entanglement to achieve instantaneous communication. Moreover, it can be expanded in 2 dimensions, but as a result, none of these abilities worked, and it was directly restrained by the runes and spells in Li Yuqian's hand. A bunch of ghostly painted talismans actually have this effect. The Trisolarans thought of the fantasy abilities of cultivating immortals, Western fantasy, and magic in the literature of Earth civilization. Is it possible that this is possible in other worlds? The Trisolaran people feel that their mentality is exploding and their outlook on life is shattered. Those fairy tales and fantasy novels are best novels. Don't make a documentary for me. When the Trisolarans think of the civilization on Earth, what is in those novels about cultivating immortals, holding the sun and moon in hand, and picking up stars? There is no one like me in the world. Damn it. If Lee has money, he can hold the sun and the moon in his hands and pick the stars, right? When the time comes, he holds up a sun and smashes it against the Trisolaran fleet. Even the Trisolarans won't be able to withstand it. The Trisolarans felt that they needed to make plans for Li Yuqian and make some changes. Li Yuqian was taking a walk in a castle full of fairy tale atmosphere. There are snow-capped mountains in the distance of the castle, a lake next to the castle, and grasslands and forests beside the lake. The golf course wine cellar has everything you need, as well as some of the life staff. Li Yuqian gave Luo Ji a thumbs up. Are you still your kid? This is nothing. I'm also going to let the country help me find a partner. The requirements are not high, just like the one in my dream, the kind of soul mate that is completely suitable for me. Luo Ji seemed a little embarrassed. There was nothing he could do about it. Who allowed such a great thing to happen to him? What happened to me, writing papers and enjoying them for so many years? Anyway, I have a big brother to take me flying. In fact, compared to the original work, Luo Jiren controlled a lot less resources at this time. But that's the truth. He can quickly fulfill any request he makes. This feeling is amazing. Li Yuqian is wandering around here, followed by a lot of people, and the Earth has already understood. As long as Li Yuqian thought, he could instantly solve the crisis caused by the Trisolaran civilization. So he boasted about flattering him and was willing to pay any price. Compared with the four wall-facers who can't see any hope for the time being, it is more effective for Li Yuqian to take action. Li Yuqian stood on an open-air platform in the castle and sighed. You said, I haven't taken any action for the time being. What do people in this world say about me? Are you going to say that I'm blackmailing you? A few of the people standing behind him immediately walked out. Hey, that's wrong. You're just too high up to be in the cold. You just want to see the respect and reverence of our Earth civilization. You're truly both handsome and powerful, just in kind. How could you threaten us? The position you are standing in is beyond our comprehension. How dare I judge your actions without standing on your level? Li Yuqian's surprised face. In one word, cool. Hey, what you said has won my heart. It sounds so good and I love to hear it. Okay, I've decided. Let's talk to you people who can make the decision. What price will it cost in exchange for me taking action? As long as the price is right, I will blow up the Trisolaran fleet on the spot and then kick his 3 sons as balls. It won't be as bad as the back. We are a peace-loving civilization. We just need to blow up their fleet. The 3 flattering guys kept talking, and the people around them began to notify their superiors. Luo Ji on the side exclaimed, I have learned a lot. This flattery is really amazing. They're really good at talking. The 3 flatterers smiled and said nothing. The higher-ups on Earth knew that Li Yuqian liked this trick and specially recruited 3 of their important talents. The 3 of them would have definitely become famous traitorous ministers in ancient times and would have been able to praise the emperor to the heavens. No, what treacherous ministers? In ancient times, the emperors would definitely recognize them as loyal ministers. They can still tell who is loyal and who is traitorous. Li Yuqian, my dragon heart, is overjoyed. Li Yuqian officially agreed to take action against the Trisolaran civilization and needed to negotiate. As soon as he said this, the higher-ups on the Earth were extremely excited. After psychological and behavioral analysis by various experts, Li Yuqian has a bottom line, although it is relatively flexible. He generally would not violate what he said, and he was a truly strong man, the kind of person who was strong enough to ignore civilization. Therefore, it is impossible for him to lie. On the one hand, he wants to invade the Trisolaran civilization of the Earth, and on the other hand, he is a person. Even if that person has needs, even if he wants to be an emperor, a local emperor, what does it matter? After all, this is still the world of Earthlings. Besides, what is the difference between the wall-facers and the Earth Emperor now? There is no difference at all. But before they could get excited for long, they received another piece of information. Someone was actually intercepting people. Li Yuqian looked at the sphere Sapon that suddenly appeared in front of him, and a line of words began to appear on it. Earth civilization can pay the price, and so can our 3 body counterparts. We will pay double, and we will pay more. We can talk, and we can pay the price. High-level officials of Earth civilization, shameless old thief, traitor, rebellious thief, you actually compete with me. Don't you think you are awesome? People say that we Earthlings are bugs, so why are you trying to compete with us? Your powerful civilization has been shattered to pieces. Luo Ji. Haha. I've already carried you to the shore on my lap. You must be envious. This is how a man should be born. Li Yuqian saw the three-body problem and wanted to talk to him, which was quite interesting. In the original work, the powerful, mysterious Trisolaran civilization regards the Earth as a bug. Is this cowardice? The change in attitude of the Trisolaran civilization is actually quite normal, because in this world, survival is the first need of civilization. When an existence threatens one's own civilization, there are generally two solutions. 1. Eliminate that existence. 2. Win over that existence. The first solution is just like the assassination of Luo Ji in the original work. But this method did not work for Li Yuqian. After this period of analysis and various materials, the abilities demonstrated by Li Yuqian, a traveler from another world, include space teleportation, a strong body, the ability to capture objects flying at approximately the speed of light, and the ability to prevent information transmitted by quantum entanglement. If the body was originally resistant to bullets, the Trisolaran civilization would have considered whether they could use more powerful weapons to eliminate this individual, but after they saw Li Yuqian capture Sapon, they gave up on the idea because the abilities displayed by Li Yuqian were too mysterious for them to understand. It appears powerful because of its mystery. The Trisolaran civilization cannot predict how powerful Li Yuqian is. Is it like this Earth, like those strong men in fantasy works holding the sun, moon, and stars in their hands? The Trisolaran civilization dare not gamble. The unknown risks are too great. Li Yuqian was usually too lazy to think about it, but he was not stupid. He quickly understood why the Trisolarans were timid. From this, I couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this kind of technological civilization, and it is also a civilization in the Trisolaran world, is so rational and flexible. It's not like individuals or other worlds, where all the villains are running around. I can understand that you're giving in, but you actually let Tomoko appear in front of me. You are quite brave. Don't be afraid. I will directly capture your Sapon as well. As far as I know, the three of you have no other resources to create other Sophons. Another line of text appeared. Your power and wisdom are understood by our Trisolaran civilization. You can capture a Sapon in an instant in a way that is difficult for us to understand, and then capture it again a second time. It makes no difference whether you appear in front of you or hide. We are aware of your methods of intimidation. Appearing in front of you can better express our attitude towards you. The three-body civilization's posture was very low, which made Li Yuqian a little unhappy. Oh, so you understand me very well? Okay, don't you want to talk to me? Then let's talk about it first. What price can you pay? Li Yuqian said it very casually, but the people around him were scared to death. They shouted in their hearts, "No, aliens are going to compete with us." At this time, the higher levels of the Earth are on their way. Shirchong raised a tablet and shouted loudly. They have something to say. On the tablet, there was a video call, and the high-level people on Earth who had just discussed matters were huddled together. It was obvious that they were not used to it. After all, they have always appeared alone in the past. They also murmured to themselves, conversation among civilizations should be done in a moderate manner. I understand. When the tablet was pointed at Li Yuqian and Tomoko, the senior management who had just said that they were proactive and magnanimous started directly. I'm a three-body, and I'm actually doing the trick of stealing from a house. Li Yuqian, what a magnanimous person. After scolding the Trisolarans, the higher-ups on Earth said eagerly, Mr. Li, no matter what your request is, we agree. If you have any requests, we will definitely cooperate. They all have only one thought in their minds. This is wrong. We cannot let the Trisolaran dogs get the upper hand. Li Yuqian nodded. Yes, my request is not too much, as long as all of you on Earth sign a contract. When you are alive, just believe in Mephisto, who is called the Lord of the Dark Dimension. After you die, just continue to enter the Dark Dimension and provide me with faith. Li Yuqian definitely doesn't have high demands this time. The treatment is pretty good. At most, he just keeps working. You know, you can ask them to enter the Human Emperor banner and become heroic spirits. Compared to the human emperor banner, entering the dark dimension is much better. The people in the Renwang banner are full of fierce ghosts and full of resentment. Not only do they have to work for Li Yuqian for the rest of their lives, but the working environment is not good. In comparison, the treatment in the dark dimension is higher. Li Yuqian lamented that he was such a good person. The Trisolarans were anxious, and lines of words appeared quickly. Why is this? Why don't you even listen to the conditions of us Trisolarans? Compared to Earth civilization, our Trisolaran civilization can provide more, and we have more advanced scientific and technological knowledge. Why is this? Our Trisolaran civilization can also sign that contract. Li Yuqian directly stretched out his hand, and Tomoko instantly canceled the two-dimensional expansion and wanted to escape. But Tomoko seemed to be frozen, and the red psychokinesis controlled it in the palm of Li Yuqian's hand. You are confused. I will destroy you when the time comes, and everything in your Trisolaran civilization will be mine. But if all the people on Earth in this world sign the contract, I will take action. Li Yuqian still has great feelings for the Earth and his motherland. Can this be the same? Li Yuqian has a very flexible moral bottom line towards aliens, Earthlings, and people from his own country. Moreover, ugly rejection. Needless to say, Trisolarans are weirdly abstract. If you look like a cat-eared girl, maybe Li Yuqian will be merciful. Regarding Li Yuqian's request, the Earth's higher-ups agreed happily, but they had a problem. That is, they might not be able to do it in terms of faith, fully believing in the Lord of the Dark Dimension. After all, some people have had faith before, and some people have deep faith. Li Yuqian waved his hand on the spot, saying it didn't matter, as long as he signed the contract. After all, after death, he would have to work for himself for a few years. Anyway, I will definitely not lose money. Just like that, Li Yuqian held Tomoko in his hand and waited for the people of this world to sign a good contract. In the Trisolaran fleet 4 light years away, the Trisolarans were silent, but they were not prepared to go back, nor were they prepared to wander around in the universe meaninglessly. They were still driving in the direction of the Earth. Going back would mean death. Wandering around in the universe meaninglessly would mean death. They headed to the Earth and faced the mysterious Li Yuqian. Although they are likely to die, maybe they can succeed. And they also want to see the beautiful Earth, the planet of survival that the Trisolarans dream of. In fact, they were also speechless. How could that mysterious traveler from another world, Li Yuqian, be so good to the Earth? Just because he looks like an Earthling? He is not from this world either. I originally thought that only the big eastern country on that planet could provide targeted poverty alleviation, but I didn't expect that a traveler from another world would do the same. He actually helped the Earth that could pay less. Damn it. Li Yuqian was in the castle, enjoying delicious food. The Tomoko in his hand was wrapped in a ball of red psychokinesis and floating beside him. At this moment, a person from the surrounding staff stood up, saluted Li Yuqian, and said respectfully, "Mr. Li, our country can vigorously promote your beliefs after signing the contract. Can you teach us the mysterious and extraordinary power? You're teaching me how to do things." Li Yuqian was 19 out of 10 unhappy. What is this little Japanese devil barking at? Shi Chong heard the commotion and rushed over. Luo Ji, who was also enjoying the delicious food, also said directly, "Boss, don't listen to him. This little Japanese devil is not a good person." Shi Chong grabbed the little Japanese Japs, and he was a little angry. Because although Li Yuqian is a time traveler, he has just started to appear in Daxia. He has always spoken in Huxia, although people from other countries can also understand it, which seems to be a special ability. It is obvious that Li Yuqian has a good impression of Daxia and has become friends with Luo Ji, the wall-facer Daxia. If he loses the external threat after solving the Trisolarans, the countries will not be as peaceful as they are now. At that time, Daxia can also use his good impression of his country to gain more benefits and opportunities. Shi Chong and the surrounding staff were all Huxia, and Li Yuqian did not reject it, and even acquiesced. "I didn't expect you to have spies, little are Japanese. Damn it. Of course, this little Japanese devil also understands this. It is precisely because he understands this that he can stand up. It's okay if you don't say no. In the future, when Daxia becomes stronger in country or has a blood feud with Daxia, wouldn't it be doomed? He could not struggle and said, if Mr. Li refuses, the signing of the contract may not be so successful. He felt that he was very clever. Li Yuqian should be considered to be in the righteous camp anyway. So he threatened him. If he succeeded, that would be the best. Even if it fails, it will make no difference if country R is hated by Li Yuqian. Anyway, after country Daxia becomes stronger, country R will also be suppressed. Li Yuqian frowned. Are you threatening me? After the Trisolarans saw everything that happened at the scene through Tomoko, they were immediately happy. In a false civilized war, various high-tech weapons appear on each other, and various strategies emerge endlessly. A real war of civilizations, waiting for the other side to make mistakes. The Trisolaran people said that they didn't know what happened, and out of nowhere, the Earth civilization stabbed them. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian waved his hand, and a large shining golden flag appeared directly. Finally, it flew into the sky and flew towards the distance, targeting country R. Shi Chang murmured to himself, "What is that?" "Oh, the human emperor's banner. Since little R Japanese devil dares to utter such arrogant words, let the souls of the entire R nation be turned into nourishment for the fierce ghosts in the human emperor's banner." Shi Chang, Ren Huang banner? Li Gui. How can these two popular words form a niche sentence? Are you sure this isn't the soul-refining flag? In just a short period of time, the shining golden emperor's flag flew back. It was originally flying towards Li Yuqian in support, but then suddenly it seemed like it thought of something. The human emperor's flag suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and the soul of the little Japanese Japs captured by Shi Chang was pulled out in an instant and sank directly into it. Of course, his body is not wasted. It is also sucked into it, and his soul and body will be gradually refined and turned into nutrients. The man had only one thought before he died, isn't it? Aren't you the savior? As a result, I just threatened you and you will do this. Why don't you follow the routine? There's also refining the soul and body. Are you sure you're not a villain? Shi Chang silently made a call and asked the other party in a low voice. Little R, wait a minute. Someone next to me is paying attention. Oh, the country that lived a good life in childhood was destroyed. Is that the one who did it? It's really too powerful. I just received the news. In just a few seconds, the entire country was wiped out. That's awesome. When Shi Chang heard this, he couldn't help but smile sadly. Ha ha ha. At this time, Tomoko, who was bound by the red psychokinesis, began to struggle wildly, and then showed its presence. Lines of words appear on it. Look at the civilization on Earth. It's not credible at all. They do have good things, but they also have bad things. Deception, conspiracy, especially the country you just destroyed, there are many perversions. Even the most perverted person in our Trisolaran civilization feels perverted when he sees it. We can really discuss it. Our Trisolaran civilization just wants to survive, and we're willing to give everything. Shi Chang's happy face fell instantly. He really surrendered to Little R. He has destroyed the country and wants to trick us. You must report the bad impact of this matter to your superiors. Shi Chang winked at Luo Ji, but he couldn't let Li Yuqian be bewitched by this white lotus Tomoko, who made it sound like he was miserable. He obviously wanted to wipe out the people on Earth before, but this didn't require Luo Ji to take action. Li Yuqian refused directly and said, "Let me tell you this. Once I have mastered the Sapon, I can use it to find your Trisolaran fleet, all your things, and all the prices you can pay. It's all mine. Why should I help you?" Tomoko was silent for a while, and then seemed to have made a difficult decision. "I can be the leader." Li Yuqian. Sapon continued. In this world, there is an unwritten rule in the universe. Once a certain cosmic civilization is discovered, it will inevitably be attacked by other cosmic civilizations. The basic principle of this rule is survival is the first need of civilization. Civilization continues to grow and expand, but the total amount of matter in the universe remains unchanged. If two civilizations discover each other, but both sides cannot judge whether the other is a benevolent civilization, because culture, race, and communication will reveal the status of their own civilization. Therefore, every civilization has absolute malice towards other civilizations. Therefore, as long as a civilization exposes its position, it will be attacked by other civilizations. I call it the law of the dark forest. I discovered it when I first came to this world. I should say it or not, this world is really dark. Li Yuqian spoke directly first and pretended to be a show-off calmly. After listening to everything compiled, he was immediately enlightened. The scattered knowledge in his mind seemed to have received some inspiration. In the original work, he proposed the law of the dark forest. It can be seen that he is also a smart man. He understood in an instant why the three-body problem wanted to assassinate him. Is it because I am vaguely about to discover the law of the dark forest? The description of the law of the dark forest is really apt, and it is very consistent with my own thoughts. Luo Ji said that for a moment he felt like he was living in Li Yuqian's shadow. Li Yuqian, you can't blame me. The Trisolarans are going to say it. If you don't pretend, you won't be able to pretend. Aguang. No. Then you have to grab all the lines from Mao Shiqiang. Li Yuqian, this is a sentiment. Don't slander me. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. As expected of you, you are so powerful. The Trisolarans thought it was normal for Li Yuqian to know the laws of the dark forest. After all, he was so strong and could do almost anything. It's normal to know this unwritten rule of the universe. Aguang. I feel inexplicably like Dihua. Li Yuqian said that even if you flatter him like this, he will not change his mind easily. There was no way. After the Earth's high-level officials found those flattering masters and patted them. This kind of flattery is so low-level that you would even fail to be a traitor. Okay, let's talk about how you want to lead the way. Our Trisolaran civilization is willing to continuously launch some coordinates. Since you can use Sophins to locate the location of the Trisolaran fleet, it should also be possible to determine the location of those hidden civilizations from the methods they use to attack those coordinates. Compared to a Trisolaran civilization, there are countless hidden civilizations in the entire universe, and their levels of technological development are also different. We continue to transmit coordinate positions to the outside world, which also carries great risks. We have only one request: let our Trisolaran civilization survive, no matter what method. I believe you are in need of those intelligent creatures in civilization. Trisolara civilization analyzes Li Yuqian's actions on Earth, including the contract and the Emperor's flag. They checked some information on the Earth and felt that Li Yuqian wanted the power of faith or soul of intelligent life in the information. Li Yuqian touched his chin and felt a little moved. What kind of alien or asterisk, asterisk, asterisk is this? I only accept you to sign a contract, enter the dark dimension after death, provide faith for my dimension, and work for me forever. But to a certain extent, your Trisolaran civilization still exists, because as long as the dark dimension exists, your souls will exist. Do you Trisolarans agree? Li Yuqian thought about it carefully. In the future, when the Trisolarans are alive, they will act as bait to lure the many civilizations hidden in the universe. After death, their souls will enter the dark dimension and drain out the prophets. In fact, the Trisolarans are constantly sending out coordinates. Even if those coordinates are randomly selected by them, it is still very dangerous. It is said that if you walk too much at night, you will easily encounter ghosts. If fake coordinates are launched, what civilization with a crooked technology tree will discover the true coordinates of the Trisolaran fleet? This kind of thing is impossible to say. Although Li Yuqian is not afraid of various civilizations in this world. After all, there are specialties in the arts, and here are all people who play with technology. If someone is not careful, the Trisolaran fleet will be instantly defeated. Then we can only blame them for their bad luck. Sapan fell silent, and the Trisolarans obtained a lot of information about the Earth. They also understood the concepts of soul after death and life. They're thinking that if the soul always exists after death, will their Trisolaran civilization also always exist? Survive? If they keep wandering around the universe and act as bait to lure various civilizations, it is conceivable that one day they will run out of resources. When the time comes, the Trisolaran civilization will die out, and in the dark dimension, the Trisolaran civilization will appear. Survival is the first need of civilization. This law is deeply ingrained in the minds of everyone in the Trisolaran civilization. So they agreed. Agreed, dear Mr. Lee. For a long time in the future, the major civilizations in this world said, "Oh, it turns out that it was your Trisolaran civilization that lured Li Yuqian here." Li Yuqian held the Tomoko floating next to him in his hand, used his knowledge of cultivating immortals to draw its aura, and used him to directly locate the position of the Trisolaran fleet. Then with a wave of his hand, a blue portal appeared directly, and countless contracts formed by the power of dark dimensions floated into it. Opposite the portal was the Trisolaran fleet, and Li Yuqian let go of Tomoko. Tomoko floated next to Li Yuqian very obediently, and revealed a line of text indicating whether he wanted the scientific and technological knowledge accumulated by the Trisolaran civilization. Li Yuqian said that the Trisolaran civilization was too sensible. Little sunspots slowly appeared next to Li Yuqian and connected with Tomoko. I believe that it won't be long before Li Yuqian's mechanical army will undergo a huge amount of upgrades. For example, robots made of strongly interacting materials, even small sunspots, can be further improved. Maybe the average level of explosion stars in the robot army cannot be reached, but Superman's dragon-level strength can definitely be achieved with one punch. Little Sunspot has been transformed by himself. It was originally unreasonable. If he takes it one step further this time, he will probably be considered his #1 general. Originally, Little Sunspot was almost the same as the Zombie King that I drew some time ago. I believe that after a while, he will definitely be better than him. Having said that, you still have to suck blood from him, one by one. Why are you asking for so much? Forget it. Wait until there is blood and then suck him. If there is no blood, starve first. Otherwise, just like the mosquito girl in the small world, eat some Mao Shuang first. Don't want to eat? If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. Zombie King, my family, who knows? The master below doesn't even care about food. After waiting for a while, basically everyone on the earth signed the contract. Li Yuqian still thought it was slow, so he asked Little Sunspot to help them. It should be said that Little Sunspot is indeed his #1 general. Even the primitive people in the virgin forest were dragged out by him to sign a contract. The primitive people at the scene were very confused. The Trisolaran civilization has also lifted its technological blockade on the Earth. Sophin's main task now is to communicate with Li Yuqian. The Earth's Trisolaran organization ETO has also been disbanded. According to data, the original Adventists in ETO were planning to kill Li Yuqian with a suicide bomb. Even if they know they can't do something, they have to do it because the Adventists have despair and hatred towards the human race. This distorted view has become paranoid to the point of mental illness. As a result, ETO was disbanded just as they were about to start their operation. They were also reported by Tomoko. Li Yuqian let them directly enter the human Emperor Banner room with a wave of his hand. Adventists, we are about to fight to the death. Why did the Trisolaran civilization surrender first? At the same time, what the devils from Little Our Country did was also exposed by Shirchong. I heard that this left a bad impression on Earth civilization for Mr. Lee, a traveler from another world. All of a sudden, all kinds of immoral things done by Little R in Japan were widely publicized, and they were firmly nailed to the pillar of shame of human civilization. Li Yuqian was very satisfied with this and praised Huagua, who had made great efforts. The Hua Kingdom also took advantage of this good opportunity to occupy Little R's main island and renamed it Sakura Province, but no one was willing to go there. In fact, there are still some people from Country are in the world. They were not in Country or when the country was destroyed, but they are unable to resist. They don't want to admit that they are people from Country are now. After all, The entire country has a bad reputation. Of course, it already has a bad reputation. With their national character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and being petty but not righteous, they will definitely be able to wipe out as much as possible. Unlike the peaceful and prosperous Earth, at this time, the Trisolaran fleet of the leading party is constantly launching false coordinates in all directions and is paying attention at all times. However, in this technological world and using this method, it will take a long time for other civilizations to receive the coordinates. In the original plot, Luo Ji's spell was to broadcast the coordinates of a star in the universe. Then let the hidden civilization destroy the star to judge whether the law of the dark forest that you have understood is true. This took more than 100 years, although this period was largely due to the fact that the star was about 50 light years away from the sun, and the Earth's civilization had a low technological level and a slow propagation speed. But there is no doubt that it is still very time-consuming. Li Yuqian could only wait slowly. He went into the universe himself to see if he could find some civilization. If you search carefully, you can still find it, and then rely on your flexible moral bottom line to sign the contract if it is pleasing to the eye. It is really not pleasing to the eye, and the appearance has caused mental harm to yourself. Or if you're mentally polluted, you will definitely enter the Human Emperor banner. But after searching for a few months, I found just a few civilizations. It should be said that the civilizations in this world are longer and deeper than the last. It is too troublesome to find them. It was necessary to let the party leading the way of the Trisolaran civilization relax a little. Li Yuqian thought of this and returned to the Earth. Li Yuqian returned to Earth and looked at his little brother, who was happy again. With the help of the government, Luo Ji found himself by Yueguang Zhuangyan, who was now in a sweet love relationship. However, unlike the original work, as the current wall facer, I do not have as much power as before, except of course Li Yuqian. Taylor, Rydias, and Hines already had status, but as the wall facer's power shrunk and weakened, to them, they became almost the same as before. To put it simply, when a wall facer becomes lonely, they are speechless, and their brain cells are almost dead. It's hard to come up with something, and suddenly, the opponent surrenders. It's hard to describe the feeling. Fortunately, Li Yuqian caught Tomoko on the spot during the United Nations meeting, so the three of them were a little mentally prepared, but they solved it so easily. It still feels strangely unreal, but it's pretty good. Compared with the ending of the wall facer in the original work, all three of them returned to their own lives and enjoyed their own lives, which was pretty good. Among them, only Luo Ji felt the most comfortable. He was just hugging his thighs and didn't use any brain cells at all, compared with his old life, although the power of the wall facer had become smaller. But it was already old enough for him, and because he was Li Yuqian's younger brother, he had to take care of what he should take care of. So he's living a very happy life now. Among other things, he spends money casually and uses a lot of money to create countless moments that touch Zhuangyan. After all, now that his power has become smaller, and he is not the hope of the savior, it is not appropriate to directly ask a free lady to marry him. But it doesn't matter. Maybe Zhuangyan doesn't love money, but money can create countless moments that touch her. Isn't this a sweet love? Li Yuqian also heard the familiar sound of special achievement clocking in, and was ready to play on Earth for a while. Waiting for the Trisolarans to develop the Human Emperor banner in the Dark Dimension and add soul and flesh. Li Yuqian wiped his sweat. Could you please stop describing it as so bloody and violent? It's true. Unfortunately, before he could have fun for a while, he was shocked. Li Yuqian looked at the woman with short shoulder-length hair who suddenly appeared in front of him and fell into deep thought. First of all, the woman in front of me said righteously, "Mr. Li, won't you be condemned by your conscience? You have destroyed a country, and there are so many dead souls. Won't your conscience hurt?" Li Yuqian, let me take a blind guess. Your name is Chung Xian, right? Li Yuqian looked at the guy in front of him who said the Great Mother's quote and made a blind guess. Chung Xian raised her head and raised her chest, looking extremely proud. She didn't expect that Li Yuqian, a traveler from another world, had also heard of her name. This felt really good. Li Yuqian smiled weirdly. Cheng Xian was famous. So many characters in the three-body problem were showing off, but Cheng Xian was the only one who was deliberately trying to trick people. I remember there was a very popular comment about him before. God-level human shield, Luo Ji. Guardian of the Crystal for 60 years. The God-level top laner Zhang Beihai single-handedly cleared the top lane and pushed all the towers. The God-level mage Yin Tianming stole the opponent's skills and sent them back to Earth. God-level support history. His teammates will never die with him. God-level jungler Vader, even without a line, is better than having a line. As a result, Cheng Xian unplugged the network cable. What kind of mischief does this guy want to do now? You are for Daxia, right? You actually sympathize with people from our country. They are indeed guilty in history, but it should not affect people today as long as they repent. Cheng Xian once again said something that went against the sky. Li Yuqian thought about it. In the original plot, she failed to fulfill her responsibility as a sword holder, and hundreds of millions of people lost their lives due to the Great Immigration. She confessed, and then two good friends tried to persuade her. Ever since, she forgave herself. Thinking about her incredible operation, it actually makes sense to say something like this from her mouth. That's outrageous. If it doesn't work, you go and accompany them. Ren Huanqi Yejian, you go and save them. Don't worry, you don't have to pay any price. At most, your soul will be tortured by resentment forever. Li Yuqian had nothing to say to such a great saint, so he directly gave her a choice. She was speechless on the spot, and after a while she stammered, I can live for a long time, so let's forget it. I know a very kind man. He is terminally ill and is about to die. Otherwise, please let him in. He can definitely redeem the people in the human emperor's banner. I originally thought that I had seen many treacherous men and women and had seen many bloody things. No matter how outrageous she said, I would be able to listen to it calmly. But what she just said really shocked me. The terminally ill person must be Yin Tianming. No, do you have grudges against him? In the original plot, his brain was sent into the universe, and now you want to send him into the human emperor's banner. Although he is a licking dog, if you act like this, you are not treating him as a human being. Li Yuqian thought about it carefully again. She really didn't regard Yin Tianming as a human being. Yin Tianming had paid so much for him, and then this guy gave him a cuckold. It's absolutely amazing. Do you have any grudge against the terminally ill man? No. Then why did you choose him? Because he's a good friend of mine. I definitely have to think about this kind of good deeds and good things that give people hope. And he was already preparing for euthanasia. Li Yuqian realized that when making friends, you should stay away from the Holy Mother, because she usually cheats her own people. Euthanasia. But now everyone on Earth has signed a contract and will enter the Dark Dimension after death. Are the Dark Dimension and the Human Emperor flag the same concept? It's really unlucky to be friends with her, and she doesn't know how to trick me. What is this? Using the suffering of others to achieve your own success? In fact, the Holy Mother was originally a complimentary word, referring to the kind of person who sacrifices himself to fulfill great love and makes selfless contributions. But Cheng Xian's Holy Mother is completely different. She will never sacrifice herself. Instead of sacrificing herself, she would rather sacrifice others and achieve her reputation. For this kind of person, modern society has a name that is more suitable for her, the Virgin Mary. Li Yuqian suddenly had an idea. Psychokinesis directly scanned the entire Earth and relied on Sunspot's database to accurately find the terminally ill Yin Tianming. And we learned from the database that the original Planet Defense Council had proposed a ladder plan and came up with the idea of sending a brain. And the target has been chosen. Yes, it is the unlucky Yin Tianming. The unlucky guy, specially chosen by Cheng Xian. It's just that because Li Yuqian easily solved the Trisolaran civilization, the ladder plan no longer needs to be implemented, not to mention that this plan is inherently anti-humanitarian. Therefore, Yin Tianming didn't know that he almost lost his brain, flew into the sky, and stood side by side with the sun, not to say side by side. Let his brain shine in the sun. The day before, he had happily bought the ownership of a star DX3906 with his unexpected windfall of 3 million yuan and given it to Chung Xian. It's fun to say it, but in fact, the Earth civilization sells the ownership of those stars just to make money, and it doesn't have much practical use. After all, there might be civilizations hidden in those stars, but without these civilizations knowing, they were all sold out. There is a sense of absurd joy. Li Yuqian said, "Does this star belong to you? Just buy and sell it." There's also this way to make money, which is faster than robbery. If Yun Tianming had given a star to his beloved, he would have known that Chung Xian wanted to send his brain to outer space. After there is no need to send his brain to outer space, I want to send him to the human emperor's banner. That scene must be very interesting. Maybe by then, it would be a good thing to let him see Chung Xian's true face clearly. Li Yuqian thought like this, opened the portal, and walked directly in. At this time, Yun Tianming was lying on the hospital bed. His body was thin. He originally showed a shocked expression because of Li Yuqian's appearance, but finally showed an expression of joy when he saw Chung Xian in the portal. Then he ignored Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian, no, I'm the savior of the earth. The portal appeared. Why should you ignore me so quickly? This is a science and technology novel, not a romance novel. This kind of direct neglect of others is too inconsistent for you. Oh, I've found the truth. According to romance novels, this kind of frame of being a woman hits a big wall. Then the second male lead who purely devotes everything. Chunqing brother. However, brother Chunqing knew that this woman was treating him like this, digging out his brain and sending it to the universe, and letting himself enter the human emperor's banner and live forever, plagued by resentment. You can't just hit a big wall like this. It's not logical. Ahem. Can you please pay attention to my presence? Li Yuqian coughed slightly to show his presence, and then psychokinesis pulled Chung Xian over. Then he snapped his fingers. A burst of yellow light disappeared, and various mental abilities inspired by the mental maintenance were released. Chung Xian originally planned to send his brain to the universe, but after sending his brain to the universe, she also planned to send him to the human emperor banner. All these things were passed to Yun Tianming's mind. Well, are you willing to go to Renhuang banner in his place? Li Yuqian said teasingly. He thought that there was no need to choose this, and there was no doubt that he would not agree. After all, what Chung Xian did was so egregious, and he did it twice, and there was no national interest weighing on him now. Li Yuqian also specially introduced the nickname of the imperial banner, the Soul Refining Banner. As for why it is not called the 10,000 Soul Banner, it is of course because the souls in it have far exceeded 10,000. Yun Tianming, are you sure this is a nickname? After learning everything Chung Xian had done, Yun Tianming showed a frustrated expression and then said with a painful look on his face, I agree. Did you hear that? He said he agreed. Wait, you agreed? Li Yuqian scratched his head. This guy was so kind to Chung Xian, but this woman cheated on him twice, and he agreed. Different from the original work, now there is no need for him to sacrifice his life for the earth. This is purely to help Chung Xian. After all, based on Li Yuqian's intentions, they were only given two choices now. Either Yun Tianming would join the Renhuang banner, or Chung Xian would join the Renhuang banner. It's been like this, but this guy actually still thinks about her. No, buddy, this woman has tricked you? Li Yuqian's psychokinesis scanned his body. It was very good and normal. He was just an ordinary person. The only special thing was that he had lung cancer. Li Yuqian was silent. His love brain was so scary. He also stated that Yun Tianming entered the dark dimension after his death, directly turning him into a humanoid battery to provide faith for the dark dimension. Forget about spiritual intelligence and let him enter the dark dimension. If he is still conscious, will the love brain have an impact on the dark dimension? Li Yuqian is very suspicious. Is it considered dirty to let this guy enter the dark dimension? Now that Li has money, he just wants to stay away from this guy. Love brain shouldn't be contagious, right? Li Yuqian waved the human emperor flag wordlessly and sucked Chung Xian into the flag. Then he turned around and left, leaving a confused Yun Tianming behind. He said in a daze, "Hey, I do. Why did you turn around and leave? My human emperor banner does not accept love brains. I am afraid of contagion." Li Yuqian said that this person was miserable enough and would not bully him. As for Chung Xin, who entered the human emperor's banner, she will spend her time in the banner to kill off her grievances. Although it was painful, Li had money to keep her alive. Since he wanted to be a holy mother, he shouldn't influence others. It was better to do good deeds himself, and this can be regarded as providing strength for Ren Huangqi, because in just a short period of time, she did not strengthen her heart at all. Instead, she was influenced by qi and continued to have resentments. It seemed that she was not very happy to do good things by herself. So she is just a refined egoist wearing the skin of a kind mother. Needless to say, she really deserved her fate. Li Yuqian had almost forgotten about this role, but she suddenly jumped out and polluted his spirit. Time passed quickly, and the 3 years since Li Yuqian came to this world passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, the Trisolaran fleet has been quite efficient. Many of the stars with false coordinates they released have been destroyed by various attacks. Li Yuqian used those attacks to find many civilizations. According to the old method, the attitude and appearance of the civilization should be matched with its flexible moral bottom line. Those who should enter the imperial banner should enter the imperial banner. Those who should sign a contract should sign a contract and collect their scientific and technological knowledge along the way. It can be said to be a full harvest. However, some civilizations are hidden deeper, it seems, because the Trisolaran fleet is crazy about dropping all kinds of fake coordinates. This outrageous frequency has alerted some civilizations. They now stop attacking those coordinates and hide directly. Once they can't help but attack, it will probably be a protracted battle. It should be said that many civilizations in this world are suffering from paranoia of victimization, and they are really afraid that they will be discovered or deceived. Perhaps this is the stability of civilization and the way to survive. Many civilizations signed contracts by Li Yuqian also got a blessing in disguise because of Li Yuqian's selection. Each civilization thought that the 3 views and appearances of these civilizations were quite pleasing to the eye, and with the help of Li Yuqian, they also communicated with each other. After several attempts, an alliance of dark dimension civilizations emerged.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.